You idiot. Hate you for the rest of my life. I never want to see you again, but I still miss you so much. Ever since I was little, I've always ranked first in every exam. But at 18, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. I only have 3 months left to live, and yet I haven't even held a girl's hand. I truly cannot accept this. So I decided to unleash my inner rebel and go wild. To live as myself for once. So, as I walked into class munching on a whole clay-baked chicken while wearing a loud, flowery shirt, I drew strange looks from the entire class. All of this gave me an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Only then did I realize that I had always been living for the expectations of others. I didn't care about them at all, and just sat down in my seat, only to find Liu Ruyan sitting in front of me, staring at me with a questioning gaze.
Zhuangxiang, why didn't you answer my messages?
Liu Ruyan, the school's goddess-tier beauty, never lacked suitors by her side, or to put it bluntly, a pack of simps. And I used to be one of them, since we sat right behind each other, seeing each other every day. It was hard for a teenage boy not to fall for a girl as beautiful as her. I pulled out my phone and saw several unread messages from Liu Ruyan. Zhuangxiang, I want to eat Li family's fried buns tomorrow morning. Remember to buy some for me. Why didn't you come to school today? And you didn't even reply. If you keep playing this disappearing act, I will never give you the chance to pursue me again. I'm about to die anyway. Do I really care about her giving me a chance? You aren't even anything to me. Does wanting to eat something mean I have to buy it for you?
What did you say?
Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. This, if she had misheard, not expecting me to dare talk to her in that tone. Since when did a simp become so rebellious? I admit, I really liked Liu Ruyan before. But Liu Ruyan always kept me at arm's length. Hot one moment and cold the next. Whenever she saw me about to give up, she'd skillfully give me a little hope, dangling it just to toy with me. Now that I know him terminally ill, I've finally seen the light. I want to end this pointless game. Student Liu, I have no obligation to buy you breakfast. Buying it is a favor. Not buying it is the norm. It seems you still haven't figured out your place. I replied indifferently.
Zhuangxiang, has your illness made you senile?
Doing this means you'll lose me forever, Liu Ruyan said in a threatening tone. Whatever, it's not like I ever had you. Liu Ruyan was extremely disappointed in me and turned away in anger. Son, what on earth are you wearing? Aren't you afraid old Zhang will tear you apart? Teng Cheng is my desk mate and also my best friend. We often call each other father and son. Son, your dad is sick. So I just wanted to change my mood a bit. I laughed and explained to him.
That works. You've got style.
Just need a big gold chain around your neck to complete the look. Teng Cheng laughed and teased. The bell rang just then. Next were 2 consecutive math periods. The Terminator Wu Chufang walked up to the podium with her lesson plans. Math class is incredibly effective at inducing sleep. After only 2.5 minutes, half the class started nodding off. Meanwhile, I reached into Teng Cheng's desk, pulled out a copy of Demigods and Semi-Devils, and flipped to a classic scene. The 18 Riders of Yan Yun, galloping like tigers through the mist. Son, do you have a death wish? Reading a novel in the Terminator's class. Teng Cheng lowered his voice, hardly believing his eyes. Before, I always sat upright in class, with intense focus. I only took 1 day off sick. Did I take the wrong medicine? But now, I didn't care about any of that. I want to experience everything that I wanted to do before, but didn't dare to. Burn bright my youth, Lord Morong, sect leader Zhuang, old monster Ding. The 3 of you can come at me at once. Xiao has nothing to fear. Right when it got to the exciting part, I suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. I looked up and met Wu Chufang's sharp gaze. Zhuangxiang, come to the board and solve this problem. I walked up to the podium with my head held high, then wrote the solution fluently like a soaring dragon. Finished. I tossed the chalk aside like a rebel. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand, with an extremely arrogant attitude. Wu Chifang looked at the perfectly correct solution, and her face darkened.
Zhuangxiang,
Your math scores are always top of the class. Please share your study experience with us. It wouldn't happen to be reading novels in class, would it? Teacher Wu, actually. I don't like math at all, I turned and replied.
What did you say?
Wu Chifang was stunned.
I said I have absolutely no interest in mathematics, aside from torturing my brain cells. This stuff has 0 practical use. The reason I have some achievements is entirely thanks to everyone else being a backdrop. These words weren't just challenging the teacher. They offended the entire class. How incredibly arrogant. Wu Chufang slammed the desk in anger. Confiscating the novel. Go stand outside the classroom. You damn monkey.
That's my book.
Teng Cheng cried out in panic. It's fine, I'll sneak into her office and steal it back for you later. Having said that, I walked off with a reckless air, tossed the novel onto the podium, and walked out of the classroom proudly. The air outside was much fresher than inside. Wu Chufang stared at my bizarre behavior in a daze, because I was supposed to be the top student of this grade. It was like I had become a different person. Classmates also started whispering.
What's wrong with Zhuangxiang?
He looks like a delinquent, but don't say it out loud. He actually looked pretty cool just now. I stood in the hallway outside the classroom. Such a beautiful time. Standing here as punishment is such a waste. I might as well just skip class. Ever since I was little, I've never skipped class. I went to the northwest corner of the basketball court, where there was a relatively low section of the perimeter wall. I had seen students climb over from there before. Back then, I was the discipline head of the student union, wearing the red armband with pride, and now am the one being disorganized and undisciplined. It's quite ridiculous when I think about it, but whatever. This world is already full of ridiculous things. Getting close to the wall, I realized I had underestimated its height. To jump onto the wall, the difficulty was on par with a slam dunk. Forget it. I don't know what to do outside anyway. I was about to give up. Just as I was about to turn away, a melody sounded in my ear. So la si la so. Do you want to go out? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out not far away. I was startled, jump scared by the sound. Looking closely, I saw a girl leaning against a ginkgo tree. That girl was incredibly beautiful. She wore a pure white shirt paired with a deep blue pleated skirt.
I thought Liu Ruyan was pretty enough.
Compared to the girl in front of me, Liu Ruyan was nothing. Are you skipping class too? I asked. Shh. Keep it down. The girl put her index finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Her fingers were beautiful, slender, and delicate. As if carved from white jade, her small rosy lips looked like a freshly picked strawberry. Hi, I'm Zhuangxiang, class 9. I introduced myself softly. Su, Wudi, class 23. The girl replied. This entire campus only has one grade, and the whole grade only has 22 classes. She said class 23, likely to guard against me, not wanting to reveal her real class. Maybe she even recognizes the former discipline head. Su Wudi looked at the towering perimeter wall. If you really want to go out, I can help you. I asked happily, really? What's your plan? Crouch down low. Let me step on your shoulders to climb up the wall first. Then I'll pull you up after. Su Wudi said with a smile. You look so small and thin. Can you even pull me up? I was a bit worried. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Su Wudi flexed her arm, showing me her bicep. All right, happy to cooperate. I immediately squatted down. Su Wudi, afraid of dirtying my shirt, took off her canvas shoes, revealing her pure white socks. Then she hung the shoes on my shoulder. This is my token, so you won't have to worry about me getting up and not pulling you. I smiled and said, no need. I trust you. Right after I finished speaking, I felt the girl's feet on my shoulders. The soles of her feet were soft, and she was very light. I slowly stood up. At that moment, a dark thought suddenly popped into my head. The girl on my shoulders is wearing a skirt. If I accidentally looked up, of course it was just a fleeting thought. I didn't do anything so despicable. Lust is the root of all evil. Judge by actions, not by thoughts. If judged by thoughts, no one in this world would be perfect. Su Wudi leaped onto the wall light as a swallow, then reached down a slender, soft hand to me. I reached out and gripped her hand tightly. Who would have thought that the first time holding a girl's hand would be while climbing a wall? The girl's hand was really... Su Wudi was indeed as strong as she claimed, and I climbed onto the top of the wall quite easily. Looking back at the familiar school, I felt a bit guilty, but also an unprecedented joy. Help me put on my shoes. Su Wudi held out her small white feet toward me. The top of the wall was very narrow. She had to use her hands to hold on, so putting them on herself was very difficult. I had never put shoes on a girl before. My heart was pounding, and my breathing became heavy. Grasping that small, soft ankle, I struggled for a while to get the canvas shoes on, then tied a butterfly knot, which looked a bit ugly. Once the shoes were on, Su Wudi looked down at the ground and cried out, "It's so high, I'm a bit scared. Jump down first, then catch me." I took out my phone and placed it in the palm of her hand. This is my token, so you won't have to worry about me being down there and not catching you. No need. I trust you. Su Wudi gave a radiant smile. I took a deep breath, then leaped down, landing steadily on the ground, then opened my arms for her to jump. Su Wudi prepared herself for a long time, finally gathering enough courage to lean over. I caught her in a princess carry, catching her securely. This scene looked exactly like something out of an idol drama. However, as soon as I turned my head, I caught sight of a familiar figure, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a brown leather jacket, carrying a silver thermos. It was none other than my class advisor, Zhang Zhiyuan. Zhuangxiang, what on earth are you doing? Zhang Zhiyuan had witnessed my entire wall climbing process. He was just afraid of scaring me and making me twist my ankle. So he waited until I landed before speaking up. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if you killed him, that the top student in class would skip school by climbing a wall.
Who is he?
Su Wudi asked innocently. Run, quick. I grabbed Su Wudi's hand, turned around, and ran for my life. Stop right there, you brat.
Stop for me?
Zhang Zhiyuan chased us for over a kilometer. Finally, due to his age, his stamina wasn't what it used to be, so he had to give up in frustration. He panted heavily, leaned against a utility pole, and unscrewed his thermos to take a sip of goji berry tea. Teacher Zhang, I'll write a self-reflection for you tomorrow. Just let me cut loose for once today. I waved hard at teacher Zhang Jiyuan, then disappeared into the crowd. How long are you going to hold my hand? Su Wuti blinked her big sparkling eyes. Sorry, I quickly let go, holding the hand of such a beautiful girl. The feeling was actually quite wonderful. Too bad it hadn't been very long before she noticed. Old Zhang, thanks for the assist. We walked side by side on the long, busy street. I asked Su Wuti,
Why did you skip class?
Su Wuti replied naively, I wasn't planning on skipping class. I was just going to pick some ginkgo leaves. It's because you wanted to skip that I came along with you. Nonsense, it's clearly during class hours.
Why aren't you in the classroom?
My class is having PE right now,
Su Wuti explained with a smile.
I was immediately speechless. It's one thing for me to skip class, but dragging a student from another class along, that's truly adding crime upon crime. What about you?
Why did you skip?
Su Wuti asked. I'm going through some sad things, so I wanted to cut loose a bit. I tried to keep my tone light and nonchalant. Something sad. Then let me take you to eat something delicious. You'll feel better right away after eating. The delicious food Su Wuti mentioned was fried potatoes. The seller was a middle-aged woman who gave her a kind smile as soon as she saw her. Little butterfly, it seems like it's been a long time since you visited. Su Wuti also gave a sweet smile. Auntie, 2 portions of potatoes, please. And make them very spicy. This is my friend. His name is Zhuang Zhang. My face darkened. She can't even remember my name, and she calls us friends. That's right, Zhuang Ziang.
Wait for me here for a bit.
I'm going to buy some cola. Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Coke, everyone knows. Coke has more fizz, while Pepsi is sweeter. 2.5 minutes later, we sat on the marble steps, eating fried potatoes. Tell me your sad story to make me happy for a bit. Su Wuti suddenly blinked her big eyes and said, Are you trying to rub salt in my wound? I said irritably, but she said, No, if a sad story can be told, maybe it won't feel so sad anymore. I turned my head, looking at her beautiful side profile. That innocent look makes it very easy for others to trust her. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly began to speak. When I was 12 years old, graduating from primary school, one night during summer vacation, my dad said the whole family would go to the beach together. I had never seen the ocean before, so I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night, staying up to pack my bags.
Wow, your dad is so nice.
I've never seen the ocean either. Su Wuti showed clear admiration. However, when I woke up the next morning, I saw that the 3 of them were already gone. It turns out, the whole family in my dad's mouth didn't include me. My gaze suddenly darkened. Su Wuti remained silent. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. She wanted to comfort me, but didn't know how to start. Suddenly, she used a bamboo skewer to spear a potato and brought it right to my mouth. Do you want to taste some of mine? Or aren't they the same? I was a bit dazed. They're not the same, because I'm feeding you. Tasting a piece of her potato, the flavor was indeed different. There was a bit of sweetness seeping into my heart. When I was 14 years old, in the middle of the night, I had a severe stomach ache. So painful, I wished I were dead. Struggling miserably on the bed, my dad woke up and whipped me with a belt, telling me to shut up because my younger brother had a piano exam the next day, and I wasn't allowed to disturb his sleep. I recalled the past, and my eyes instinctively turned red. That was the darkest night of my life. This thing is like a thorn embedded in my heart. I've never told anyone, but the girl in front of me gave me an indescribable feeling of trust. Zhuang Zhang, you've got a nosebleed. Sorry, it must be because the potatoes were too spicy. Su Wuti hurriedly pulled out tissues to help me stop the bleeding. I felt waves of warmth from her fingertips soaking into my skin, and the pent-up sorrow in my heart gradually faded away. After the bleeding stopped, I said gratefully, Thanks, I've been getting nosebleeds often for the past 6 months. It's not the potatoes' fault. Su Wuti took out a handful of change from her pocket, counted it for a bit. A total of 53 yuan, she said in a sweet voice. I'll keep 4 yuan for the bus. The remaining 49 yuan, I can treat you to everything. Anyway, whenever I'm sad, I eat delicious food like crazy. And that way, I don't seem to feel sad anymore. I smiled and said, In this world, only love and good food cannot be failed. But I'm the guy, let me treat you. No! I'm treating you today. Next time, when I'm sad, you can treat me then. Su Wuti stubbornly puffed out her small lips. Alright, my skin is pretty thick too. I'm never usually polite with anyone. I agreed readily. We finished the potatoes, drank all the Coke, and continued our gourmet journey. We raided everywhere, from grilled meat skewers to pancakes, from Odin to spicy malatang. After Su Wuti's 49 yuan was all gone, I spent money to buy her a strawberry milk tea. I'm so full, I'm about to burst, so I didn't want to drink anything else.
Wow, Zhuang Ziang.
This is absolutely delicious. Do you want to taste? Su Wuti exclaimed with excited praise. She brought the milk tea closer. How am I supposed to taste it? I saw the straw on top was full of bite marks. Even if she hadn't bitten it to pieces like that, 2 people can't just share one straw, right? After all, we've only known each other for an hour. Men and women should keep their distance. Su Wuti pulled another straw from behind her back. When I went to buy the Coke earlier, I asked for an extra one. Here, have a sip. I stared into the girl's clear eyes, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help myself, bending down to take a sip. The rich flavor of the milk tea exploded on my tongue. The aftertaste lasted a long time. It was clearly just an ordinary strawberry milk tea, yet it seemed to taste much better than usual. Sharing a milk tea with 2 straws. Usually only couples in love do that. Was she doing this on purpose? Or is she just that innocent? I think my looks aren't bad. Not enough to make such a beautiful girl. Fall in love at first sight, so she must be naturally airheaded. She must be the airheaded type. Zhuangzang, we're considered friends now, right? Of course. Didn't you just tell the potato lady that we are friends?
Zhuangziang, you're not going back to school this afternoon either.
Su Wudi was beaming with joy. I'm not going back, I answered firmly. Strolling the streets with a girl is much more interesting than sitting in a classroom since I was a child. For the first time, in being a bad kid, I feel truly exhilarated. So, where are we going this afternoon? Su Wudi suddenly leaned in close to me. The faint scent of the young girl's body drifted into every breath I took. I thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you like reading books?" Su Wudi frowned and shook her head vigorously. "I don't like it, especially math books. I didn't mean textbooks, but extracurricular books." I explained hurriedly. In that case, I quite like them.
I love both comics and joke books.
The corners of Su Wudi's mouth curved into a beautiful smile. "All right then, let's go to the library to read this afternoon. Are you allowed to bring food into the library?" "Of course not." I raised my voice. "You really are a foodie. No wonder you're so strong." Su Wudi stared at the convenience store by the roadside. "Not even candy. I can eat it secretly." "Candy should be okay, right?" "Great. Let's go buy some." Su Wudi was as happy as a child, pulling my hand as we walked into the store and bought a bag of fruit-flavored hard candy. Arriving at the library, I found demigods and semi-devils on the shelf, intending to continue reading from this morning. Even though the TV series has been remade countless times, the unique charm of the written word is something that films can never replace. When I walked to the reading area, Su Wudi was already sitting at a table, carefully holding a children's edition, a collection of witty jokes, her face beaming with a bright smile.
Wow. The book you're reading is so deep.
I teased her intentionally. Su Wudi naturally caught my sarcasm, but she didn't mind and said, "In life, as long as you're happy, it's enough. Why bother being so deep?" True, the more knowledge you have doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happier. I wholeheartedly agreed that's right. Whether you're a scientist, a thinker, or a philosopher, everyone has to die in the end. I was stunned for a moment, then muttered to myself, "Yeah, I'm also someone who's about to die." The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window at an angle. Just like that, we stayed in the library all afternoon. Leaving the library, I watched Su Wudi board the bus until she disappeared into the busy traffic. Damn it, I forgot to ask for her phone number. The next day at school, I went straight to the 5th floor, confirming with my own eyes that class 22 was the last one. "So, little butterfly,
Who are you exactly?
where do you come from?" Back in the classroom, Lu Ruyan in the row ahead turned around. "Zhuangziang, I didn't know you were sick. I can forgive you for yesterday's matter. Forgive me. I didn't do anything wrong."
Why do I need your forgiveness?
As my best friend, Teng Cheng had always been disgruntled with Lu Ruyan, so he spoke up righteously. "School beauty Lu, let's make things clear today. If you like Zhuangziang, then the two of you should be together. But if you don't like him, then don't come around and tease him."
What does it have to do with you?
Lu Ruyan glared at Teng Cheng furiously. "I just don't want to date for the time being. I never said I didn't like him. As long as his attitude is sincere and he persists, I will definitely consider him in the future." Teng Cheng shouted in anger. "Listen to yourself. How can you say that? Isn't it obvious? You're just keeping a spare tire. You boys are truly ridiculous. Just because you pursued me a little, does that mean I have to agree immediately? Wouldn't that make me look too cheap?" Lu Ruyan argued eloquently. Teng Cheng was so angry he was speechless. "Then what if Zhuangziang is halfway through pursuing you? And you meet another guy you like? Then of course I have to be with my true love. Loving someone shouldn't involve calculating gains and losses. If he truly likes me, he should wish me happiness." Hearing this twisted logic, Teng Cheng was completely at a loss for words. What on earth is wrong with this world? What makes these girls so blindly confident? Lu Ruyan, I've thought it over carefully.
Actually, I don't even like you that much.
I won't bother you anymore from now on, and I hope you won't trouble me either. In the last 3 months of my life, I don't want to be a miserable, lovesick fool. Having said this, I feel as relieved as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. Lu Ruyan trembled with rage. "I'm declaring right now, Zhuangziang, you've completely lost the chance to pursue me." Lu Ruyan spoke as if delivering a final verdict. "Who wants you, you weirdo?" "Well said. I've wanted to advise you to do that for a long time. You're handsome, and you're great at studying. You'll definitely find a girl 100 times prettier than her." Teng Cheng retorted sharply. "Have you lost your mind? Ruyan is the school beauty. Who could possibly be prettier than her? Zhuangziang, I order you to apologize to Ruyan immediately." A sudden questioning voice cut in. The person who just spoke was Ji Bada, Hez the vice president, and because I, the class president, usually outshine him, he's always been resentful and defiant. "Who the hell do you think you are to order me around? You're just another simp at Lu Ruyan's feet, and you'll always be second place, kid." I laughed coldly. Normally I wouldn't speak so rudely, but I don't want to restrain myself anymore. There is no need to be polite to someone who's looking for trouble. Just then, a classmate shouted for me. There's a girl outside looking for you. Hearing that, I looked out the window, and my breath suddenly caught. The girl outside was wearing a pure white shirt, paired with a dark blue pleated skirt. She turned and smiled, more enchanting than spring blossoms.
Little butterfly.
I jumped up and rushed outside. Inside the classroom, a sudden commotion broke out. Who is that girl? She looks so beautiful. It turns out our school actually has a girl even more beautiful than Liu Ruyan. No wonder Zhuang Xiang doesn't want to pursue Liu Ruyan anymore. Truly, comparing people just makes you die of envy, and comparing goods makes you want to throw them away. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's face became extremely unsightly. I strode hurriedly out to the hallway. What brought you here? Su Wudi pulled a tube of medicine from behind her back. This is for you. The doctor said it can treat nosebleeds. I reached out to take it. It was just a normal hemostatic ointment. Of course, I knew my illness well. This medicine couldn't cure it, but I still gave a slight smile.
Thank you.
It's still early before class starts. Would you like to sit over there with me for a while? Su Wudi pointed toward a flower bed not far away. Of course. I nodded hurriedly. Su Wudi lightly adjusted her skirt and sat down by the flower bed. Was the strawberry cake yesterday delicious? Hearing that question, my heart tightened. Last night, Su Wudi told me to take a piece of cake home for my younger brother to try and ease our relationship, but I didn't have the heart to tell her that. That lovely sweet cake had been heartlessly trampled into a pile of mush. A girl so pure and innocent must believe that the world is full of goodness everywhere. So, I decided to weave a lie. Thanks for the suggestion. My brother loved that cake. He ate until cream was all over his mouth. He even called me Big Brother. My dad was very happy too. He even asked about my studies. When he heard I was top of the class again, he gave me a tight hug. My stepmother cooked a table full of delicious food and kept putting food on my plate, praising me for being both smart and sensible. Su Wudi hugged her knees with both hands, lightly tilted her head up, and listened quietly to my story. The scene I just described has appeared in my dreams countless times. I thought I could say it perfectly without a flaw, but the forced smile on my lips was incredibly stiff. Having been a good kid all my life, naturally I wasn't good at lying at all. Zhuang Zhang, you're such a big dummy. You're lying to me, aren't you? Friends should tell each other the truth. Su Wudi suddenly spoke up.
I'm sorry. I apologize softly.
Oftentimes, the truth is incredibly cruel. I don't want to pass my pain on to my friends. Zhuang Zhang, are you still very sad? Su Wudi asked gently. Then after school, this noon, I'll take you to eat something delicious again. Remember to wait for me here.
Oh, okay.
It's almost time for class. Su Wudi stood up and waved goodbye to me. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished into the crowd. Returning to the classroom, Tang Cheng immediately leaned in close. Hey, who is that girl? I told you about her last night. Shez, the girl I met when I climbed over the wall. You didn't even believe me back then. Now I totally believe you. No wonder you stopped pursuing Liu Ruyan. Tang Cheng spoke loudly on purpose. Compared to that girl just now, Liu Ruyan really is just too ordinary. Liu Ruyan had been pricking up her ears to eavesdrop on our conversation. Now she turned around, shooting a murderous glare at Tang Cheng, then looked at me deeply, her mood seemingly very complex. I wasn't pursuing her anymore. To her, that was just losing a spare tire. But now that a girl many times more beautiful has appeared, the nature of the story has completely changed. It was as if she had been utterly defeated by someone else, for a school beauty who always holds her head high. This was an unbearable humiliation. Finally, 12 o'clock noon arrived, and the bell for lunch break rang out cheerfully. Tang Cheng patted my shoulder. Hey, are we still eating at the cafeteria today? I have something to do. Ask someone else. I craned my neck to look at the flower bed outside the window.
What are you busy with?
Don, we usually have lunch together. Tang Cheng asked curiously. Explain later when I get back. I'm off now. I hurriedly packed my bag and dashed out of the classroom. Tang Cheng watched with wide eyes, feeling as if he had just been abandoned, until he saw the girl standing next to me. And then he was so angry his lungs were about to burst. Truly a case of choosing a girl over friends.
What a beast.
The moment I saw Su Wudi, my smile instantly brightened. I asked tentatively, what floor is your classroom on? You got down here really fast. The 5th floor. Because I wanted to see you. I ran down here like crazy. Su Wudi panted softly. A strange light suddenly flickered in my eyes. So I'm actually worth someone running to meet like this.
What do you want to eat?
It's on me, I said with a smile. Let's have mini hot pot. There are so many choices. Speaking of food, Su Wudi looked so hungry she was about to drool. Mini hot pot on a sunny afternoon like this. Aren't you afraid of smelling like it? If you want to eat something, just eat it. Why do you have to hesitate so much? This girl is truly very free-spirited. When I'm with her, I feel like I'm becoming much more fond of life. Su Wudi ordered a spicy mini hot pot. Then she turned to me and said with a laugh, taste for hot pot. All matters resolved.
Delicious,
I replied, holding my head high. Su Wudi raised her glass to clink with mine. Zhuang Zhang, I wish for you to forget all your worries and to be happy every single day, I said emotionally. Little butterfly, thank you. The bubbly gulp of Coke went down my throat, bringing a slight tingling sensation. Gazing at her beautiful fairy-like face, I couldn't help but ask, little butterfly, how are you always so full of life? Being happy is passing a day, and not being happy is also finishing a day. So why don't we choose to be happy every day? Su Woody smiled and asked back. I nodded quietly. She made a lot of sense, and there was no way to argue. After finishing lunch, I planned to walk around the nearby apartment complexes to see if there were any suitable rooms for rent. For these final 3 months, I want to live alone. Hearing that, Su Woody insisted on coming with me. Many rental notices were posted at the apartment complex gate. I took a liking to a 1-bedroom apartment, so I called the number. Not long after, an elderly woman around 60 years old arrived to show me the room. Are you two living together?
Ba Liu asked.
Oh no, it's just for me, I explained hurriedly, feeling a little bit embarrassed. It's okay. This old lady is very open-minded. You young people, dating and all that, is perfectly normal, Ba Liu said with a chuckle. Su Woody's face turned beet red upon hearing that. Don't let her daily chatter fool you, speaking as smoothly as honey, because at times like this, she's as quiet as a clam. I looked through the room. It was very clean and tidy, and the natural light was also great, so I decided to rent it immediately. According to standard rental rules, 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent up front amounted to a total of 1,200 yuan. I said with a smile to Su Woody, little butterfly, 3 months from now, could you help me return this room? You can keep the remaining deposit to go eat mini hot pot. Su Woody blinked her large watery eyes.
Why won't you return the room yourself?
Perhaps by then, I won't be able to do it myself anymore. My gaze suddenly darkened. I guessed that by that time, I'd likely be in the hospital. Leaving the rental room, we went to a nearby supermarket together. To shop for some essential items, I specifically chose to buy a desk calendar, the kind where you tear off a page for every day that passes. 90 days, and it's only such a thin stack. By the time I walked out, I saw Su Woody tenderly holding a glass fish tank, with 2 bright red goldfish swimming inside. Zhuangxiang, this is a gift for you. Congratulations on finding a new home.
Why are you giving me these 2 fish?
I'm already struggling to take care of myself, I muttered softly. This is to add some life to your new home. Promise me, absolutely don't let them die. Su Woody warned seriously. Don't let them die. I was momentarily stunned. I mean, these 2 fish. If you let them die, I definitely won't forgive you. Su Woody lightly shook her small fist. I looked deep into Su Woody's eyes. To be able to be friends with a girl like this is truly an immense happiness. But why did I have to wait until my life was nearing its end to meet you? Little butterfly, if only I could have known you a bit sooner. How wonderful that would have been to love until this heart breaks. Please don't blame anyone, just because this meeting was so wonderful. Even if tears dry up, even if wounds are so deep the heart turns to ash, then there's nothing left to fear or regret. Little butterfly, give me your phone number. So, next time I want to meet up, I can call you directly. On the way back to school, I had to arrange my words in my head for a long time before I could gather the courage to ask for her number. Su Woody reached into her pocket and pulled out a phone only as thick as a card. It was as thin as a piece of paper. This kind of device can only be used for calls and texts, completely incomparable to a smartphone in terms of features. We happily exchanged our contact information. Su Woody said, it's best if you look for me during the day. I'm usually not around in the evening. Grandma doesn't allow me to play with my phone either. What is there to play with on this phone of yours? I laughed out loud and said, Zhuangzang, you're such a dummy. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Su Woody pretended to be angry and rushed forward to tug hard on my shirt. Class 9 is on the 2nd floor of the building, so we parted ways at the stairwell corner. Goodbye, little butterfly. I'll text you later.
Yeah, when I'm busy, I might not see the phone right away.
But once I do, I'll definitely reply to you. Watching Su Woody walk upstairs, I only then turned back toward my classroom. But halfway there, I suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned around to head up the stairs, wanting to catch up and see clearly exactly which class little butterfly is in. But even after going through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, I couldn't find any sign of her anymore. Did she walk that fast? I patted the stair railing and walked downstairs slowly in disappointment. We already consider each other friends, yet she still won't tell me her real class. The final class ended exactly at 6 p.m. Class advisor Zhang Zhiyuan entered the classroom and waved for me to come over. Zhuangzang, come with me. I hurriedly packed my bag and followed him. When we were a good distance from the classroom, I asked carefully Teacher Zhang, where are we going? To the hospital. I need to meet your attending physician in person to discuss with him in detail about the terminal illness you're carrying. I had only told this to Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan and pleaded with him to keep my secret. After all, he's the teacher I've respected the most. I didn't want to hide anything from him, yet Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan still refused to give up on any tiny chance to save my life, even if there really was no way to turn things around. He still wanted to hear the doctor confirm it personally. Arriving at the central hospital, I took Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan to Dr.
Chen Dexius office.
Doctor. Chen slightly adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, then reached out to shake Teacher Zhang's hand. Hello. Hello, doctor. Are you Zhuangxiang's father? Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan hurriedly corrected him. Oh no, I'm his class advisor. With an illness this serious, why haven't his parents shown up yet? Doctor, Chen Dexu expressed his great curiosity. His parents are both elsewhere, so they asked me to come and assess the situation first. Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan had to find an excuse to deflect. Then the two of them discussed my condition for a long time. Doctor, Chen was an extremely cautious person, and his medical expertise was incredibly profound. He used many advanced medical terms. To summarize it in 8 words, severe illness, beyond cure. Even gods would find it hard to change. In teacher Zhang Zhiyuan's eyes, the last flicker of hope finally died out slowly. The boy is only 18 years old. How did things end up like this? There was a girl who had this illness before, even younger than this boy. Anyway, let's not mention it again. When you discuss this with his parents, please try to choose your words very carefully. Doctor, Chen sighed softly, leaving the hospital. Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan's mood became incredibly heavy, and he remained silent for a long time. Teacher Zhang, do you believe it now? I spoke with a tone of relief.
Zhuangzong, what do you want to eat tonight? My treat.
Teacher Zhang Zhiyuan's voice was choked with pain. Did you forget what I said? I don't want sympathy or pity from anyone. No, that's not what I meant. Teacher Zhang hurriedly explained. Just taking me to the school gate is enough, sir. Then please go home early to your wife and kids, I said generously. Although I wanted to take this chance to feast on Teacher Zhang's dime, I overdid it with the mini hot pot this noon. So tonight, I should probably eat something light, to avoid putting too much pressure on my stomach. Returning to my rental room, following the doctor's orders, I swallowed a large handful of colorful pills. A slight doubt flickered in my mind. I wonder what this pile of medicine actually does. If I take them, I live for 3 more months? And if I don't, it'll still only last 90 days. Night fell, covering everything in darkness. I tightly gripped the phone in my hand. To a contact saved as Zhao Hu Dai. Message after message was composed. Written, then edited, then deleted again and again. Finally, one sentence was finished. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I will bring it to you. But I waited and waited, and still, Su Yudi did not reply. Late at night like this, what could she be busy with? I stared at the screen and took a chance to give her a call. We are sorry. The number you have dialed is currently out of service area. Please try again later. In this day and age, is there still a place without signal? Are you a primitive person living in the mountains? Early the next morning, I woke up with a start. But when I picked up my phone and saw Su Yudi's message, my sleepiness vanished completely. I made some green dumplings by hand. Do you want some? Immediately typed a reply.
Sure. I'll buy the drinks then.
Fresh milk or soy milk?
Soy milk, please.
Wait for me at the bus stop. This time, Su Yudi replied instantly. I sprang out of bed, chose a light blue thin jacket, paired it with black trousers, and threw away yesterday's flowery shirt. This fits my long-standing good student image much better. Arriving at the bus stop, after waiting nearly 10 minutes, the number 19 bus slowly arrived. The doors opened, and Su Yudi stepped off. Seeing her, I felt a bit strange. It's been 3 days. And Shez always in the same outfit.
White clothes should get dirty easily.
Her shirt and shoes were always perfectly clean without a speck of dust. Xiao Dai, I called out.
Zhuangziang.
Sorry, have you been waiting long? Su Yudi blinked her large, sparkling eyes. No, I just got here too. Look, the soy milk is still hot. I smiled and said, here, have one. Su Yudi took out a green dumpling from her backpack. I took a bite. It was red bean filling. It was sweet and refreshing without being cloying.
Wow. It's both beautiful and delicious.
Did you really make this yourself? Su Yudi nodded. Of course, wormwood can clear heat and dispel dampness. Eat more and you definitely won't have nosebleeds anymore.
What?
Did you make this specifically for me? I was a bit taken aback. Of course, making this is quite a hassle. I had to get up very early today. Su Yudi covered her small mouth and yawned as she spoke. My heart suddenly felt warm. I never expected someone to put so much effort in for me.
What a pity.
This dumpling cannot cure my nosebleeds. Xiao Dai, my health is fine. Don't do so much for me in the future. Su Yudi shook her head stubbornly. No. We're friends. Friends should look out for each other. I silently bit into the dumpling. My heart, a mess of emotions. God, are you playing a joke on me? Why, when I'm about to die? Did you bring someone like her into my life? Oh, right. Zhuangziang. Sorry, I'm not allowed to use my phone at night. I only saw your message this morning. Su Yudi suddenly remembered the message and hurriedly apologized. It's okay. I knew you'd reply once you saw it. It's almost time for class. Thanks for the soy milk. Bye. Su Yudi lightly stepped up the stairs, vanishing around the corner in a few steps. When I walked into the classroom,
Lu Ruyan was eating fried buns.
Ji Boda was beside her, sucking up, poking a straw into a carton of hot milk for her. As expected, a campus belle is never short of simps. She doesn't even need to buy fried buns. People compete to buy them for her. When Lu Ruyan saw me, her expression became a bit strained, and she spoke up.
Zhuangziang.
I said I didn't need it, but Ji Boda insisted on buying it for me. I gave an indifferent smile.
Why are you telling me this?
Then I flopped into my seat and pulled a magazine out of Teng Cheng's desk to read. Lu Ruyan was stunned, frozen in place. Ruyan, drink the milk. It's still hot. Ji Boda was still devotedly simping for the bell. Ji Boda, don't buy breakfast for me anymore. I'm afraid Zhuangziang will misunderstand. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Hearing this, Ji Boda, Felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Snow fell purely white. The north wind wailed desolately. Heaven and earth turned a shade of gloom. After morning classes ended, I went down to the cafeteria with Teng Cheng. Actually, I had hesitated several times, wanting to message Su Yudi to have lunch together. Then I thought, since we just met this morning, bothering her constantly might seem a bit too clingy. So I gave up on the idea. Hey,
Why do you look like your mind is somewhere else?
Teng Cheng asked curiously. I don't. I'm very seriously eating my lunch. Though my mouth was busy eating, my eyes never stopped searching the crowd. If looking for someone, Teng Cheng asked mysteriously, tell me more.
How did you meet that girl?
So I began telling him everything from the chance meeting under the ginkgo tree, story of Su Yudi gradually unfolding, all the way to finishing our books at the library and seeing her off on the number 19 bus. You said you both ran into Mr. Zhang, and then held hands and ran for half a block. Teng Cheng's eyes widened.
That's right.
Skipping class and bumping right into the homeroom teacher. No one could be unluckier than me, right? I gave a bitter laugh. That's not the point. Point is, you already held that girl's hand. Don't you know that holding hands leads to pregnancy? Teng Cheng cried out. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Annoyed, I snatched a piece of braised meat from his plate. Teng Cheng, a guy who's been single since birth, kept shamelessly pestering me, demanding I describe how it felt to hold a girl's hand. Was it soft? Was it smooth? Did my heart race? But I didn't bother paying him any attention. Hey there, busy eater. Can I sit here? Suddenly, a familiar gentle voice rang out. I looked up in surprise and met Su Yudi's eyes. Teng Cheng hurriedly said, please sit. Please sit. Hi. I'm Su Yudi, Zhuangzang's friend. Su Yudi introduced herself to Teng Cheng. My name is Teng Cheng. I'm Zhuangzang's daddy. No. I'm also his best friend. Teng Cheng had never spoken to such a beautiful girl before, so he was a bit tongue-tied. I sighed inwardly.
What a hopeless guy.
His tongue gets all twisted the moment he sees a pretty girl. Drinks are on me.
What would you like to drink?
Su Yudi looked at the nearby vending machine. Great. I'll have a Fanta, Teng Cheng said quickly.
I'll have a Coke.
After returning with the drinks, Su Yudi asked Teng Cheng, is Zhuangzang usually a very boring person? Teng Cheng nodded emphatically. He's an emotionless homework-making machine. He can't do anything besides studying, especially gaming. He's so bad he makes me want to cry. Gaming. Su Yudi's eyes showed clear confusion. You know Arena of Valor? Don't you play it? Teng Cheng asked. His phone probably only has Snake and Tetris on it. She chuckled and said, you dummy, Zhuangzang. Don't mock my phone. Su Yudi pouted her lips, looking incredibly adorable. Xiao Dai, my bad. Seeing her about to make a move, I hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao Dai, Teng Cheng was stunned. You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already using such cheesy nicknames. I'm the butterfly. I'm Dai. Su Yudi pointed to herself. In this moment, Teng Cheng felt like a third wheel. Not even playing Arena of Valor. These two are definitely from the same world.
Wait, that line sounds familiar.
Are you sure you don't play? After lunch, the three of them walked out of the cafeteria. It wasn't even 12:30 yet. I planned to head back to my rental for a nap. So I asked Su Yudi, I'm going home for a nap. Want to come with me? Huh? Su Yudi looked shy. Who asks something like that so directly? Teng Cheng was also embarrassed. Should I go ahead then? I rented a 1-bedroom apartment. The sofa in the living room. If Xiao Dai wanted to come over, I could give her the bed and sleep on the sofa myself. But that tactless Teng Cheng insisted on seeing my new place no matter what. Finally, Su Yudi smiled and said goodbye, saying she'd head back to class for a nap. I shot Teng Cheng a murderous glare. I'm afraid I can't let you stay here anymore. Then the two of us went back to the rental. The 30-square-meter room. Took Teng Cheng only 2.5 seconds to tour. Not bad. I want to move out and live alone too. I glared at him. Isn't your 180-square-meter duplex good enough for you? Forgive me for being wild and loving freedom my whole life. This kid really doesn't know how good he has it. If I had a happy family like his, I could never bring myself to leave home. Then both of us took off our shoes and lay side by side on the bed, staring at the plain white ceiling. Hey, Su Yudi is so beautiful. Are you planning to drop Lu Ruyan and pursue her instead? Teng Cheng asked nosily. Don't talk nonsense. I've only known her for 3 days. I immediately denied it. A girl like her easily makes people fall in love at first sight.
Why are you still pretending?
Facing this question, sharp pain rose in my heart. I won't pursue her. I don't have the right. How could someone with only 3 months to live pursue a girl?
Wouldn't that just be hurting her?
I no longer deserve to have love. Teng Cheng was dazed by my sudden,
Drop in spirits.
not pursuing such a lovely girl. Are you sick? I continued to stare at the ceiling, smiling sorrowfully. Yes, I'm sick. Of course. Teng Cheng didn't catch the deep meaning in my words, thinking there was just something wrong with my head, or that I was just too shy to admit I liked her. So I didn't want to acknowledge it. After a silence, I suddenly asked, hey, if we don't see each other again in the future, will you miss me? Miss your head. Go wherever you want, and leave me in peace. I'm jealous of you to death. You're handsome. You're smart. You make me look like a total loser. Teng Cheng grumbled.
I'm the one with the problem.
Being friends with the top student in the grade, whenever I make a small mistake at home, my parents use you as an example to lecture me.
Why are you so annoying?
If you didn't exist, I'd probably buy a string of firecrackers to celebrate. I turned over slightly, and a tear silently fell onto the pillow. Scenes from the past flickered in my mind. On the first day of school, I met Teng Cheng. Very quickly, we became as close as brothers. This guy is easygoing, simple-minded, always acting like he's missing a nerve, never knowing what sadness is. He really treats me like family. When I was class president, he was always the most enthusiastic supporter. Whenever there was a class activity, he participated actively, making my job so much easier. When I liked Liu Ruyan, he acted as my wingman, supporting me fully. Later, when he saw Liu Ruyan's true colors, he decisively told me to give her up. He even invited me over whenever his family had good food. To the point his parents joked they were raising 2 sons. Teng Cheng got tired of complaining and was snoring within 2.5 minutes. I looked at Teng Cheng's sleeping face. I'm lucky to have such a good brother, so that when I look back on my youth, it's not all bitter. Hey, promise me, when I'm gone, don't be too sad. Just do as you said. Buy a string of firecrackers and send me off, if you ever get the chance. To see the final episode of Detective Conan, remember to burn a copy for me. From the other side, I will watch over you for a peaceful life. On the way to school the next day, Teng Cheng was like a hyperactive child, miming basketball shots, kicking pebbles on the road, and bumping into trees. I pointed to a ginkgo tree by the road. Can you reach that leaf over there? Teng Cheng swiped his nose and said with full confidence, "What if I can? Then you're the man." I laughed. The words, "you're the man," are the highest praise between boys. To earn that honor, he would do anything. Teng Cheng took a few steps of a run-up, then leaped into the air, plucking that large ginkgo leaf. Am I the man? Or what? Teng Cheng proudly handed the leaf to me. This leaf is only beautiful when it turns yellow in autumn. Autumn is still so far away. I probably won't live to see it, I whispered to myself. Only 10 minutes into the first afternoon class, Mr. Zhang Zhiyuan came to call me out. The whole class was surprised. Mr. Zhang has been calling him out quite often lately. Hasn't he already stepped down as class president? Mr. Zhang, you keep looking for me like this. The way the other students look at me is getting weirder. I complained as we stood in the hallway. I have no choice, your father is here. Mr. Zhang Zhiyuan shrugged. What is he doing here? I was incredibly shocked, since I moved back here for school. Zhuang Wenjiao has only visited once. That was on the first day to handle registration. And even then, he only stayed for half an hour. After getting a call from a gambling buddy, he hurried off. From then on, whether it was holidays or the start of a term, or even parent-teacher meetings, he always had an excuse to skip. Sometimes he didn't even bother with an excuse, just stating boldly, "You're not a child anymore. You still need a parent to drop you off and pick you up?" I could only laugh bitterly. Even when I was a child, you never dropped me off. Arriving at the teacher's office, I saw my father sitting there with a livid face, and Qin Shulan standing beside him with her arms crossed.
Father, what are you doing here?
My face was cold. My father questioned me loudly.
Zhuangziang.
Think you're all grown up now, do you? You have the nerve to run away from home. Do you even see me as your father anymore? When you slapped me without knowing right from wrong, did you even see me as your son? I remained incredibly calm. The greatest pain is when the heart turns cold. I no longer had any hope for this father. I left home. Wasn't it to give the 3 of you back your happy family? Isn't that a win-win situation? Qin Shulan cut in, sighing. Your father was just a bit hot-headed back then. He was just afraid you would do something to hurt Wu Hang. If you resent your father over such a small thing, you're being truly unreasonable. It sounded like advice, but it was delivered with a sarcastic, biting tone. She didn't mention Zhuang Wu Hang's fault at all, only focusing on driving a wedge between my father and me. Having lived with this woman for over 10 years, I knew her needle hidden in cotton tactics all too well. Aunt Qin. While talking to my father. Please keep your mouth shut.
What kind of attitude is that?
Qin Shulan shot a glance at my father. Look at this good son you raised. He doesn't have an ounce of respect for his elders. My father flared up in rage. I am your father? If I hit you, it's only right. You have to stand there and take it. How dare you speak to Aunt Qin like that? Apologize immediately. You don't even know basic manners. All that studying is just a waste of time. An elder. The corner of my mouth quirked into a mocking smile. By what right do you bring a strange woman home? And force me to call her aunt, and then she naturally becomes my superior. Does she have anything to do with me? Even for half a cent? Besides stabbing me in the back and hurling indirect insults, what else can she do? For over 10 years, I've put up with this woman and her pig-stupid son. I've had enough. Today, even if the sky falls, I will never acknowledge her as my elder. Father, if you only came here today to argue with me, then you can leave now. This is a school, not a place for you to cause a scene. My eyes were as cold as ice. You're coming home with me today. Your grandfather heard you ran away, and his heart condition has flared up again, just because of your stupidity and selfishness. How much trouble have you caused this family? He scolded me, and I gave a small sneer. I knew it. It seems grandfather forced you to come and bring me back. Otherwise, you'd be busy at the mahjong parlor right now. One question, are you coming back or not?
Am not.
My gaze was firm. I finally escaped that suffocating house. Why would I be stupid enough to go back? My resistance made him feel he was losing face. You animal? Think I can't discipline you? I showed no fear. Father, you should leave. At least for now, I still want to call you father. Let's preserve our final bit of dignity. When I was 5, not long after my father divorced my mother, he often went out drinking and would stumble home in a drunken stupor, often grabbing me while I was fast asleep, finding any excuse to beat and scold me. He scolded me because I looked too much like my mother, so just seeing me was an eyesore to him. He scolded me because this mouth only knew how to eat and waste money. Later, when he started dating Kin Shulan, he hid the fact that he had a son and sent me to the countryside to be cared for by my grandparents. I attended kindergarten in the village for half a year. Then, at my grandparents' insistence, they finally brought me back to the city so I could receive a better education. But even though my father was my legal guardian, the ones who actually raised me were my grandparents from the countryside. Every month, they sent my living expenses to my father's card and asked him to transfer it to me. But acting as the middleman, whenever my father lost at gambling or had a run of bad luck, he would often skim money off my allowance. Now, even though he was in the school office, my father was about to roll up his sleeves to strike me.
Stop.
Mr. Zhang Jiyuan rushed in to intervene just in time. My father glared at Mr.
Zhang Jiyuan.
What kind of way does this school teach its students, letting him become this rebellious? I see he has grown a backbone of defiance. You haven't even attended a single parent-teacher meeting. So how could you possibly know how the school has been raising your son? Of course you wouldn't have a clue. Teacher Zhang Jiyuan was one to back down, glaring right back at him. I see you're about to turn him into a total failure. He roared at the top of his lungs. Fine. Then today, I'll let you see for yourself exactly what kind of person we've helped your son become. Teacher Zhang Jiwan began to lose his temper as well. He yanked open his desk drawer and pulled out a thick stack of documents. They were all the score sheets from various exams, big and small, from the past 2 years.
See for yourself.
Teacher Zhang Jiyuan slammed the transcript pile down in front of my father. My father picked up the first transcript. It was the report from the entrance exam 2 years ago. At the very first line, the name Zhuangxiang stood out brilliantly. With a total score of 689, ranked first in the class, and also holding the first place in the entire grade. Then, he picked up the second sheet. It was from the first monthly exam. Zhuangxiang was still at the top of the chart, just as before. The third sheet was the midterm. The fourth was another monthly exam, and the fifth was the final exam. After looking through every single transcript, Zhuang Wenzao's eyes filled with disbelief and shock, without a single exception. Zhuang Zhang's name was like it had been nailed into that top line, unshakable as a rock. Qin Shulin, standing beside him, had also finished looking at the scores. She muttered under her breath, "In this school of yours, is it really that hard to rank first in the grade?" Zhang Jiyuan looked at her as if she were a total fool. There are 22 classes in the entire grade. Over 1,000 students, what do you think? With more than 1,000 students in the grade, holding the #1 spot for 2 consecutive years. How immense do you think that difficulty is? My father probably couldn't even fathom it. He only knew that his youngest son, Zhuang Yuhang, who is in elementary school, has a class of over 40 students, and one only needs to look at Zhuang Yuhang's rank to know exactly how many students are in his class. Mr. Zhuang, you have never once come to a school parent-teacher meeting. However many parents of the students in my class all want to get to know you. Zhang Jiyuan said in a heavy voice. Get to know me.
For what?
My father was a bit taken aback. They want to ask you for advice on how to raise a child who is so outstanding. Zhang Jiyuan chuckled mockingly. Isn't it quite ironic? My father's expression was grim. For a moment, he didn't know how to argue back. Mr. Zhuang, if this isn't enough, I can show you a few more photos as well. Zhang Jiyuan took out his phone, opened a private photo album, and handed it to my father. Those were photos of me receiving awards and competitions over the past 2 years. In this photo, he wasn't just fighting for himself, but for the class, bringing so much honor to the school. Other people's children, even if they only get 3rd place, would receive a hug and words of encouragement from their parents. But every time Zhuangxiang won 1st place, he could only stand all alone on the podium, watching others with eyes full of longing. Almost every single time, the person by his side was just a homeroom teacher like me. Please, ask your own heart. Are you truly a qualified father? Faced with Zhang Jiyuan's interrogation, my father was instantly speechless. Hearing my teacher's words, I tried my best to hold it in, but my eyes were already rimmed with red. Isn't family affection something you're born with? Why is it that what others obtain so easily, I have given my absolute all for, yet still end up empty-handed? But at this very moment, I have completely given up hope. I no longer crave recognition from my father, nor do I wish to see the mother I haven't met in all these years. Anyway, I was never their pride and joy. With only 3 months left to live, please just let me face death in peace. The office fell silent for a long time, till finally my father spoke up. Teacher, even if Zhuangxiang's grades are good, that's still no excuse for him to talk back to his parents and run away. If I had to live in a family like that, I would run away too. Zhang Jiyuan snapped indignantly.
What?
As a teacher, how can you say such things? My father flew into a towering rage, precisely because I'm a teacher. That am even speaking politely to you. Otherwise, my words would be far more unpleasant. Zhang Jiyuan shot back sharply, not yielding a single inch. At that moment, Qin Shulan's phone rang, the piercing ringtone shattering the stifling atmosphere. She answered, said a few words, and hurriedly hung up. Then she leaned in close to my father's ear and whispered, "Yu Hang got into a fight at school. The teacher told us to head over there immediately." My father instantly glared at me with ferocious eyes. "I'm asking you one last time. Are you coming home or not?"
Am not.
That place isn't my home. My mind was made up. Fine, if you don't come back today, then don't you ever dare show your face again for the rest of your life. My father kicked the chair aside and stormed out in a huff. Qin Shulan followed close behind, her eyes unable to hide the schadenfreude at my misery. Only teacher Zhang and I remained in the office. Every ounce of strength within me seemed to have completely withered away. Zhuangziang, don't be too sad. There are still many people in this world who love you, like me or Tang Cheng. Please, think of us more often. Zhang Jiyuan advised gently.
Teacher Zhang, thank you.
I clenched my teeth, struggling to hold back the tears. Teacher Zhang, can I take the afternoon off? With this state of mind anyway, I wouldn't be able to focus on anything. All right, I'll approve your leave. Go and clear your head for a bit. Stepping out of the office, I felt like a lost soul. Walking aimlessly, suddenly, a ding sounded, and my phone in my pocket received a text. Xiao Hudi, Zhuangziang, you big dummy, are you feeling down again? Quickly texted back. How did you know I took the afternoon off? Xiao Hudi replied immediately. Come to the wall to pick me up. It's too high for me to jump down. After getting the message, I headed to the spot where we climbed the wall 2 days ago. From afar, I could see Su Wudi sitting on the wall, her small feet in white canvas shoes, dangling in midair. The wall is so high, how did you even get up there? I asked curiously. I borrowed a ladder from the equipment room.
Su Wudi explained with a smile.
I became even more puzzled. How could a girl as beautiful as a school bell carry a ladder across the stadium without getting caught by the guards?
What are you dazing about? Catch me.
Su Wudi urged. I quickly spread my arms wide, signaling for her to jump down. Su Wudi took the leap, falling accurately into my arms. She was so light. Lifting her took no effort at all. Gazing at her flawless, exquisite face from such a close distance, my breath grew heavy, my heart thumping wildly. Are you planning to hold me like this forever? Su Wudi's small face flushed a soft pink. Only then did I snap out of it, awkwardly setting her down on the ground. Xiao Hudi, are you skipping class again?
Want your homeroom teacher caused trouble for you.
In not skipping. I have a leave of absence slip. Of course I didn't believe her. How could that be? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Su Wudi took off her crossbody bag, unzipped it, and pulled out a stack of leave slips. They were already signed by her homeroom teacher, but the date part was left blank, which meant any day Su Wudi wanted to go out, she could just fill in the date herself. Is that even possible? My eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what they call someone else's homeroom teacher? But wait, if you have leave slips, why do you still need to climb the wall? Taking this route is faster, and I can eat so many delicious snacks too. The foodie logic of Su Wudi left me speechless. I always felt this girl was quite mysterious, making it impossible to see through her. I moved on to another question. How did you know I was sad? Su Wudi raised her right hand, using her index finger to gently poke my chest. She tiptoed slightly, leaning close to my ear. Because we're friends. So we have telepathy. The warmth from her breath made my neck feel a tingle. This telepathy reason sounds a bit too casual. Follow me. Su Wudi naturally grabbed my wrist, leading me away from the snack street, down a long flight of stone steps. Su Wudi then took off her shoes and socks, revealing her fair, jade-like feet, gently stepping onto the smooth pebbles. Tiny waves with white foam soaked the hem of her deep blue dress. You take off your shoes too. Come down and play with me. Su Wudi waved me over. We're clearly supposed to be in class, yet here we are playing with water. Is this really okay? I hesitated slightly. From the time you were little until now, have you always followed the rules like this? This sentence instantly hit my sore spot. True. Why must I always live by the rules? I quickly took off my shoes, rolled up my pants, and stepped carefully one by one onto the pebbles to reach Su Wudi's side. Su Wudi cupped her hands around her mouth, turned toward the gently flowing river, and shouted, "Zhuangziang is a big dummy." The shout drifted with the wind into the bridge archway, echoing back in waves of sound. Zhuangziang is a big dummy. Big dummy. Why are you calling me names again? A dummy wouldn't know how to watch One Piece. I grumbled with dissatisfaction. Because you're always moping, just torturing yourself. Isn't that exactly being a big dummy? Su Wudi pouted her cherry-like lips. She shouted again. Big dummy. You have to be happy every day. I turned to look at Xiao Hudi's perfect profile, and an indescribable pain suddenly welled up in my heart. I felt like I had been poisoned by this girl. Even though I knew it was impossible, I kept sinking deeper, unable to pull myself away. 3 months from now, how am I supposed to face that farewell? I used all my strength to keep from crying out loud. Stifled sobs still escaped me. 2 days ago, when I saw my diagnosis at the hospital, although there was a moment of shock, it wasn't even that heartbreaking, because in this cold world, originally, there was nothing left for me to miss, but now my heart was filled with 10,000 regrets. Why? Oh, why did I have to meet you? At the exact time I am so gravely ill, I struggled to stop the flow of tears. Xiao Hudi, am not sad anymore. Let the river water wash away all your troubles. From now on, you must live happily every single day. Su Wudi said with a sniffle. Suddenly, a large wave surged in. The river water rose a bit more. Reaching up to Su Wudi's calves, she had to use both hands to bunch up the hem of her dress. Backing away bit by bit, the stones are very slippery. Be careful not to fall. I quickly warned her, carry me up. Su Wudi's small face showed a hint of panic. Without saying a word, I slipped my arms under her knees and lifted her in a princess carry. Since I had already carried her twice while climbing the wall, I was already quite used to it. Both of us went to the grass and sat down. Su Wudi rested her tiny, beautiful feet on my legs to dry. I asked myself, I was never someone with a foot fetish before, but those fair, soft feet right before my eyes still made me unable to resist taking a few peeks. Big dummy, why do you keep staring at my feet? Su Wudi asked with a blush. I'm not. I was looking at the grass. I stubbornly refused to admit it. You've looked at them 7 times already.
Nonsense. My gaze just needs a place to land.
Feeling exposed, my cheeks burned slightly. Fine. It's not like I'm blaming you. Help me put my shoes on. Put them on yourself. It's not like you don't have hands. Stingy guy. Su Wudi and I just sat there on the grass, absent-mindedly staring up at the sky, silently admiring the drifting clouds. Occasionally, a few butterflies would flutter past our view. If only I were truly a little butterfly, that would be great. I could fly to the other bank to see the scenery there. Su Wudi sighed wistfully. We can fly a kite, letting it see that place on our behalf, I suggested with a smile. Then Su Wudi looked at the position of the sun, shook her head and said, It's too late today, I have to go catch the bus in a bit. Can't you go back a bit later? I felt a little disappointed. I can't. Grandma will be angry if I'm late. From Su Wudi's tone, it seemed her grandmother was quite strict. She absolutely had to take the 6:10 bus. Xiao Hudi, tomorrow is Saturday, no school. How about we come here to fly a kite? I proposed another option. Sure. Let's meet at Jishan Park tomorrow morning. Su Wudi nodded in immediate agreement. Just then, my father's call came in. I stared at the screen for over 10 seconds before sliding to answer. Dad, what is it this time? Zhuang Xiang, your brother got into a fight with a friend at school. Things have gotten a bit complicated. You need to get over here right now. His voice was harsh, carrying a commanding tone. Isn't him fighting others a daily occurrence?
What does that have to do with me?
I found it ridiculous. The homeroom teacher of the student he fought with heard it was actually your elementary school literature teacher. If you come here and say a few nice words, then this matter will be settled easily. The elementary school Zhuang Yuheng attends is also my alma mater, since I ranked first in the entire grade every time. Many teachers still remember the name Zhuang Xiang. This time Zhuang Yuheng fought a student from another class and broke the other person's nasal bridge. That student's parents are both currently elsewhere, but the homeroom teacher adamantly refused to let it go, insisting my father provide a satisfactory explanation. Learning that the teacher had once taught me, my father immediately planned to play the emotional card. Unexpectedly, they didn't care at all, even thinking he was talking nonsense. In the same family, how could 2 children be raised so completely opposite as Zhuang Xiang and Zhuang Yuheng? My father wanted to prove he was my dad, but after rummaging through his phone's photo album for ages, he couldn't find a single photo of me anywhere. In his helplessness, he had to swallow his pride and call me, telling me to go over there. If he hit someone, then you parents should just pay the compensation. If an apology is needed, then apologize. I'm very busy right now, I don't have time to go.
Zhuang Xiang, I raised you this big.
Yet you don't have a shred of gratitude.
Yu Heng is your brother.
If He's in trouble, will you as the older brother not even help? You're so highly educated, yet you don't even know the basic principles of being a decent person. Basic human principles, huh? You should go discuss those thoroughly with your precious son. I don't have time to interfere. I didn't care to listen to my father's nagging any longer, and decisively hung up. Then Su Wudi and I headed to the bus stop. Many students leaving school were already waiting for the bus there. As soon as Su Wudi appeared, she immediately caught all the boys' attention. This girl was truly too beautiful. If the atmosphere around her had turned sweeter. However, I felt a bit bothered, honestly just wanting to get a giant mask to hide that face of hers. Bus number 19 was slowly turning into the corner of the street, meaning it was almost time to say goodbye. Even knowing we'd meet again tomorrow, my heart still felt a bit of reluctance. Tomorrow, I'll wait for you at the park. You absolutely must come. Of course, I'll come. If you don't believe me, let's pinky swear. Su Wudi held out her right pinky finger. I frowned slightly. We're 18 now? Isn't pinky swearing a bit too childish? So many people are looking. Hurry up. Su Wudi couldn't wait any longer. She just grabbed my hand and hooked our pinkies together. Pinky swear. Promise now. It won't change even for 100 years. Su Wudi muttered. Didn't forget to press our thumbs together to seal it. Looking incredibly solemn, a pinky swear is the most sacred oath of a child. In the adult world, despite using countless legal and moral frameworks to bind human trust, there are still always betrayals and deceitful backpedaling. Goodbye, Xiao Hudi. Goodbye, big dummy. I stood watching the bus as it slowly drove away until the taillights vanished completely before turning to leave. But after only a few steps, A black car suddenly pulled up beside me. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Ruyan's face. Ever since I met Xiao Hudi, I found this face looking more and more ordinary the more I saw it.
Zhuang Ziang, tomorrow is Saturday.
And I don't have anything planned either. The grade school Belle Liu thought that just by saying this, I would take the initiative to ask her out. Her surprise, I just replied indifferently. If you have nothing to do, stay home and practice exam questions. Your grades have been slipping quite a bit lately.
Lu Ruyan froze upon hearing that.
Completely unexpected that I wouldn't give her any face at all. I've already taken the initiative to give you a chance, and you're still playing hard to get. Jibata invited me to see a movie tomorrow. Lu Ruyan added another sentence. Oh, then I wish you two a fun time. I replied flatly when Lu Ruyan didn't get the answer she wanted. She had absolutely no idea how to react next.
Zhuang Zhang, what on earth is wrong with you?
It's just that I didn't immediately accept your pursuit, and you already gave up on chasing me.
Last time I said you didn't have a chance.
It was just an angry outburst. Don't you realize that? I have such a kind heart. As long as you persist and don't give up to show me your true feelings, then your chance of winning me over is still very high. You're not allowed to park on the roadside. You should head off now. I dropped that sentence and just kept walking straight, leaving Liu Ruyan alone, dazed in the wind, feeling the defeat of her spare tire being completely out of control. When I got back to the dorm, I found Teng Cheng waiting at the door. I smiled and asked, "Hey man, what are you doing here?" Teng Cheng answered grumpily, "You skipped school again this afternoon?"
Wasn't it because I was worried about you?
And why couldn't I reach you on your phone? Only then did I remember that earlier, not wanting to answer my dad's call. I had set it to do not disturb mode. I quickly apologized.
All right, my bad.
Hey brother, lately you've been doing this over and over, either asking for leave or skipping classes. Are you hiding something from me? Even as carefree as Teng Cheng is, he had noticed my unusual behavior. For a top student who always ranks first in the grade, to miss school this often was unprecedented. Faced with my closest brother, I intended to keep my illness a secret for now, so that if he found out a bit later, the pain would also arrive a bit later. If a free spirit like Teng Cheng were to shed tears, it wouldn't be cool at all anymore. My dad came to school and really annoyed me. I wasn't in a good mood, so I asked Teacher Zhang for leave. This was also my honest truth, just with a little something kept to myself. Just thinking of that gambling addict dad of yours. To think he'd still dare show his face at school. If you're afraid of being labeled an unfilial son, then let me take action and teach the old man a lesson. Teng Cheng was burning with rage. Forget it, Im. Just afraid you wouldn't be able to outfight him. A surge of warmth suddenly rose in my heart. Having one soulmate in life is enough. This quote is from Mr.
Lu Shun.
It's truly a Lu Xun famous saying. I originally planned to stay in the dorm and finish my bowl of sour and spicy instant noodles, but Teng Cheng insisted that since the weekend was rare, he had to pull me back to his house for a meal. Along the way, he called his mother Mrs. Fan Lin, telling her to make a few more dishes that I love. I deeply respect Teng Cheng's parents. They're so sincere and kind, elegant, and very approachable, unlike my father Zhuang Wenjiao, who is always full of aggression, and even less like my stepmother Qin Shulan with her sinister heart. Xiao Zhuang, you're here. You two just sit and relax for a while. Dinner is almost ready. I just followed Deng Cheng through the front door. When I heard the warm greetings from his parents,
Hello, uncle and auntie.
I'm here to bother your family again. Uncle Tian Yun, sitting on the sofa watching TV, said with a smile, Xiao Zhuang, I can't thank you enough. Ever since Deng Cheng started hanging out with you, his grades have improved tremendously. Evening news was playing on the TV. Medical experts stated that, due to the deteriorating environment and the immense pressure of modern life, the number of cancer patients is trending younger and younger. Many young people at the peak of their youth, unfortunately, fall victim to terminal illnesses. Uncle Tian Yun sighed with regret after watching, then reminded Deng Cheng, Xiao Zhuang, you two must eat properly at school and take good care of your health. Dad, don't you worry? With this body of mine, I could even pass the pilot exam. Deng Cheng confidently patted his chest. I could only bite my lower lip, unable to utter a single word. Elsewhere, Zhuang Wenjiao was dealing with Zhuang Wuheng's fight. He had been overwhelmed all afternoon, having to pay a large sum in compensation and force Zhuang Wuheng to apologize to finally get the matter settled. By the time he got home, it was pitch black outside.
Wu Heng, please cause less trouble for me from now on.
Zhuang Wenjiao spoke with a rare tone of severity.
Why are you shouting so loud?
What if you scare Wu Heng? Qin Shulan immediately jumped to her son's defense, saying with a sarcastic and mocking tone, Isn't this all because Zhuang Xingang hit Wu Heng the other day? Hez in a bad mood because of it, which is why he got into a conflict with his classmate at school. Zhuang Wu Heng took the opportunity to shift the blame. That's right. It's all Zhuang Zineng's fault. He should just drop dead out there and never show his face here again. For the time being, he probably won't be coming back. Zhuang Wenjiao felt mentally and physically exhausted, looking at the clutter scattered all over the house, and the filthy floor only made him more frustrated. Previously, Zhuang Zhengang would always clean everything up quietly.
Why is it that after has been gone for only 2 days?
The house has already turned into such a mess. At that moment, the phone in Zhuang Wenjiao's pocket rang again. It was his father calling from the countryside. He quickly answered, using sweet words to soothe him. Hez just being throwing a tantrum. Dad, just let him stay out for a few days, and hell come back on his own. His father. It's only natural for me to discipline him. As for being sick in the hospital, he's so young. Nothing serious could happen. After calming his father down, Zhang Wenjiao collapsed onto the sofa. The scene in the school office this afternoon replayed in his mind like a movie.
Was Zhuang Zinenggang really that outstanding?
Why? As his father, had he never known?
Qin Shulin was beside him, complaining that Ziangang was so smart, yet wouldn't bother to tutor Wu Hang, leaving him at the bottom of the class. He truly has no sense of responsibility as an older brother. In the end, he's just a selfish person who only cares about himself. No matter how smart he is, if his character is trash, he's useless. An unknown fire suddenly flared up inside Zhuang Wenjiao, and he slammed his hand down on the table. He is my son. Since when is it your turn to criticize him? You'd better focus on raising your own son well. I'd be happy if he just stopped causing me trouble. He had thought that without Zhuang Zinenggang, they would become a happy family of 3. But now he realized he had been far too naive. After Deng Chang and I finished dinner, we slipped into the bedroom and he called out, "Hey, spill it. Where did you run off to this afternoon?" Deng Chang looked at me as if he were interrogating a criminal. Su Yudi and I sat by the river all afternoon. I confessed honestly. Xiao Hu die again? Deng Chang stared into my eyes for a long time, then let out a sigh.
You're done for.
You've truly fallen in love. I quickly denied it. Stop talking nonsense. We're just good friends. Ask your own heart. You really only want to be friends with her? Deng Chang grinned mischievously. That question made me feel uneasy. Su Yudi was such a lovely girl. Any normal guy would be moved by her. But not normal. I'm terminally ill. I have no right to let my heart be moved. My boy She's a good girl. Hundreds of times better than Lu Ruyan. Go for it, okay? I'll be your best man in the future. Deng Chang held beautiful expectations for the future, wanting to be my best man, and a sudden surge of bitterness welled up inside me. That future was so wonderful that I didn't even dare to dream of it. I suddenly realized I'm increasingly reluctant to leave this world, reluctant to leave Deng Chang, and even more reluctant to leave Xiao Hu Dai. But this cruel illness will not allow me to have such long-term life plans. It seems as though the heavens are playing a massive joke on me. Remembering our date tomorrow morning, I didn't stay overnight at Deng Chang's house, but returned to my rented room instead. Gazing up at the night sky, it was filled with shimmering stars. I've heard that after people die, they become stars in the sky. If so, which star will I become? I picked up my phone as if compelled by something, and dialed Xiao Hu Dai's number once more. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently out of the service area. Please try again later. It was exactly like last time. Every time night falls, Xiao Hu Dai disappears, completely unreachable, only to suddenly reappear the next day, like a mysterious shooting star passing by, lighting up my otherwise dark life. The following day, I went to Jishan Park, and after searching for a while, I found Su Yudi by the flower bed. It was already the 4th day, and she was still wearing the same outfit. Her clothes were pristinely clean without a speck of dust, looking just like brand new. She was holding a cardboard box, absorbed in feeding the stray cats. Her eyes filled with love and compassion. A whole clouder of cats of all different colors surrounded her in the center, constantly letting out meows. Short whiskers, where did you go? You've gotten yourself all dirty. Pudding? Have you been sneaking off on dates behind my back lately? Oh, jeez. You're just skin and bones. Hurry up and eat some more. Standing at a distance, I overheard Su Yudi chatting with the cats. I found the scene so delightful, never imagining she would give each stray cat such a unique name. Xiao Hu Dai, I called out. Zhuang Zingong, you're here. Su Yudi turned around and smiled. And in that moment, it felt as though all the flowers faded before her beauty. I silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she didn't call me a big idiot. I shook the breakfast bag in my hand. You nourish the cats, and I'm here to nourish you. This little glutton, Su Yudi, had absolutely no resistance to delicious food. She immediately took the bag from me, sat down by the flower bed, and began eating with gusto, not forgetting to share some with the little cats as she ate. Kept my eyes fixed on her, a gentle smile touching my lips. A girl this beautiful, yet she didn't act reserved at all, nor did she care about her image while eating.
What are you looking at me for?
You should eat too. You big idiot. Su Yudi shot me a look, and only then did I pull my gaze away. Picking up the warm milk to take a sip, I felt so strange. Even being called a big idiot made me feel a bit restless. While eating, Su Yudi would occasionally glance around everywhere. Yes, if searching for something. I noticed and immediately asked,
"What are you looking for?"
Su Yudi slightly furrowed her brows. Tom hasn't shown up yet. Tom, I asked, a bit puzzled. The little gray cat. He usually looks so silly, just like the cat from that cartoon. The image of a silly cat who could never catch a mouse immediately popped into my head. A cat that had brought innocent laughter to so many children's lives. Has a stray, after all. He's probably just off playing somewhere. Hell, surely be back in a few days. I tried to comfort Su Yudi, but she said no. I used to come feed him every weekend. He would never want to leave me. Su Yudi muttered softly. There is a sanitation worker over there. How about we go over and ask her? I pointed toward the cleaning truck in the distance. Then we stood up and headed toward the worker. But for some reason, an ominous premonition stirred within my heart. Excuse me, did you see a small gray cat? Has about this long, quite small. And he has a white spot on his ear. Su Yudi patiently described Tom the cat's identifying features to the woman. That cat is dead, dear, she replied.
What?
The milk carton in Su Yuri's hand dropped to the ground, horror written all over her small face. He was hit by a car while crossing the road, and someone buried him by the roadside. Perhaps fearing Su Yuri would be frightened, she tried to summarize the event as briefly as possible. How could this be?
Why did it happen?
Su Yuri repeated those words several times, tears streaming down her face. Standing right beside her, I could clearly feel the profound sorrow surrounding her. The woman sighed in sympathy. She truly was a kind-hearted girl, sobbing like this over a stray cat. Xiao Hu Dai. Don't cry anymore. Cats have 9 lives, you know? I comforted her softly. Su Yuri leaned her head against my shoulder, sniffling and sobbing quietly. I liked Tom the best. He was so adorable. My hand hesitated in midair. Then I mustered the courage to gently stroke her hair. Xiao Hu Dai, don't be sad anymore. Every cat must eventually die, just like all people. I paused for a long moment before saying painfully, we all must eventually leave this world. Su Yuri looked up, her eyes blurred with tears. It seemed she didn't quite grasp the deeper meaning of my words. I looked deep into her eyes. People must also eventually part ways, just like you and me. Sooner or later, there will come a day when we can no longer meet. Why don't you want to be my friend anymore? Su Yuri asked with a choked up voice. It's not that, Xiao Hu Dai. I want to be your best friend for my entire life.
Then please, don't ever leave me.
I tried to speak as delicately as possible, but all efforts were in vain. Even I don't know if in 3 months' time I'll have the courage to face that parting. If we kept dwelling on this unsolvable topic, it would only make the mood more somber. I forced a smile. No more crying, okay? We promise to be happy every day, and we still have a kite to fly. Let me cry just a little bit longer. It'll only be for a moment, Su Yuri pleaded, and I nodded. All right. It's still early. It's okay, even if you cry a little longer. My eyes were filled with pity. In the future, when I truly depart, will you shed tears for me? If you don't cry, it would seem we weren't close enough. But if you cry too much, then my heart will ache uncontrollably. So please just cry a tiny bit. A long while later, the bright morning light began to dawn, shining on the many flowers and the lush green grass. The stray cats, full and satisfied, had also scattered in all directions. Quickly took out a tissue and gently wiped away the traces of tears still on Su Yuri's lashes. There, finished. Now let's go fly the kite. At noon, it'll take you to eat lots of delicious food. You said it yourself when you're sad, you have to eat lots of good food. Su Yuri rubbed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure, then slung her crossbody bag over her shoulder.
Let's go. Let's head to your little room.
What for? I asked, somewhat surprised. To make the kite, obviously.
What did you think I was gonna do?
Su Yuri asked in return. And only then did I understand. I thought we were going to a shop to buy a ready-made kite, but Su Yuri wanted to make one with her own hands. Clearly, making it yourself is much more meaningful. Meticulously crafting a kite yourself, then watching it soar high in the blue sky, is truly a deeply satisfying feeling. As soon as we returned to the room, Su Yuri took out bamboo strips, schwan paper, along with thread, glue, candles, a craft knife, and brushes. This level of professionalism left me standing there in shock. Are you really going to make a kite by hand? Of course. Do I look like I'm joking? Su Yuri replied with a very serious expression. The process of Su Yuri making that kite completely won me over and left me stunned. How could this girl's hands be so skillful while I stood there like an idiot, only able to stand by and stare blankly, unable to help her with anything at all? Su Yuri used thread to secure the bamboo strips, meticulously shaping them into the skeletal frame of a butterfly, then used glue to attach the schwan paper on top, carefully trimming away the excess parts. And just like that, the basic form of the kite was finished. However, to turn the kite from a mere toy into a true work of art, the most important part was the patterns painted on it. Next, Su Yuri spent over half an hour painting, and only then did she finally set down the brush and let out a soft sigh of relief. A lifelike butterfly appeared right before my eyes on that kite. Xiao Hu Di, you're so amazing. I didn't spare any praise. My grandmother taught me this. When I was little, I made them myself every year. Su Yuri also seemed very pleased with her accomplishment. Then, she picked up the brush again, and in a space deliberately left blank, she wrote a small line of text. Zhuangzi and Gang is a big idiot. Calling me that daily is one thing, but why do you have to write it on the kite too? I muttered, showing my dissatisfaction. So that this kite can carry your stupidity away. And maybe you'll become a little smarter later on. Su Yuri smiled mischievously. I wasn't about to give in, so I picked up a brush and immediately wrote another line right next to hers. Xiao Hu Dai is a little dummy. Su Yuri's handwriting was slender and gentle, while mine was bold and free-flowing. Just like that. The 12 words were crowded together, appearing as a black smudge at first glance, making the kite's overall colors look a bit unbalanced and less beautiful. Su Yuri pouted. I picked up the brush once more, dipped it into some bright red ink, and drew a heart between those 2 lines of text. That red hue was like a touch of soul, suddenly making the colors vivid and layered. However, When Su Yudi saw the heart between our two names, her face suddenly flushed, her eyes sparkling with a charming shyness. Afterward, we walked out together to the grassy area by the river. The sky was clear as if it had just been washed. A gentle breeze caressing us, making it truly ideal weather for kite flying. We ran back and forth on the grass a few times, and the butterfly kite soared higher and higher, gradually shrinking against the horizon, looking exactly like a real butterfly fluttering its wings. Su Yudi sat on the grass, laughing with pure, innocent joy. Happiness is sometimes just that simple and pure. I quietly watched Su Yudi, the sunlight piercing through the golden clouds, enveloping her in a radiant glow. The peach tree is young and elegant. Brilliant are its flowers. This girl is going to her future home. She will live in harmony with all its people. Those are famous lines from the classic of poetry, describing the radiant scene of a young girl going to be married. I suddenly remembered Deng Cheng's offer to be my best man last night, and an indescribable ache suddenly surged in my heart. If Su Yudi were to put on a wedding dress, she would surely be ethereal in her beauty. It's just a pity that I will never have the chance to witness it. Whatever lucky man marries her must have saved the entire galaxy in his past life. The kite went higher and higher, gradually becoming a tiny dot beneath the clouds. The sun also began to shine intensely, making my vision blur. Suddenly, Su Yudi took a craft knife out of her backpack. "What are you doing?" I asked in a panic. "I'm going to cut the string, so that butterfly can truly fly free." Su Yudi's eyes were crystal clear. "You put so much effort into making this kite. It's such a pity to just let it go." I tried to dissuade her. "I've fully enjoyed the process of creating it, and that's more than enough for me. Now, I want it to be able to fly to even further places." Su Yudi replied decisively. In her heart, the kite wasn't just a toy, but a butterfly imbued with soul and life. I didn't offer any more advice. Ia's doing so would make me feel quite vulgar, without a hint of regret. Su Yudi decisively cut the kite string. The butterfly was finally completely free of its bonds, drifting on the breeze toward a distant shore, carrying the names of Zhuangzi Nungang and Xiaohu Dai, going off together to find true freedom. I shoved my hands into my pockets, standing there watching the kite slowly vanish on the horizon, then turned my gaze to quietly admire the girl standing beside me. It was almost high noon, time once again to enjoy some delicious food. Su Yudi insisted on going to a BBQ buffet. She took out all the money she had and counted it, then said, "I have 46 yuan here," leaving 4 yuan for the bus home, and giving the remaining 42 yuan to you. "If it's not enough, you can cover the rest." I gently shook my head in refusal. "You don't need to give me money. Didn't I say last time that it's on me?" Su Yudi still insisted, so I was forced to helplessly accept the money. My savings of over 6,000 yuan, after spending 1,200 yuan on rent, was now just a little over 5,000 yuan. With my normal spending habits, holding out for 3 months is entirely possible, as long as I don't go out for feast every day like this. But since meeting this little glutton, costs seem to be rising slightly, exceeding my initial calculations. Going for BBQ means you have to grill it yourself. Participating in the process is much more fun than other dishes. Su Yudi quickly brushed a layer of oil onto the grill, then arranged various cuts of fresh meat on top. In no time, the meat began to sizzle and drip with fat.
Waiting until the meat was just done.
She picked up the first piece, dipped it generously into the sauce, wrapped it neatly in a lettuce leaf, held it to my lips, and said, "Now, open wide." I obediently opened my mouth to let her feed me, and that first bite brought an immense sense of satisfaction. I was also busy peeling shrimp for Su Yudi, my hands covered in grease. But the white, plump shrimp meat quickly filled the plate in front of Xiaohu Dai. The scene looked just like a perfectly matched couple, and the diners at surrounding tables couldn't help but cast admiring glances our way.
Wow, that young couple looks so affectionate.
That girl is really beautiful, and so gentle too. The guy is also incredibly handsome. He even peels shrimp with such elegance. Those whispers reached my ears, satisfying a bit of my small vanity. If Xiaohu Dai were truly my girlfriend, what could be more wonderful in this life? Actually, I had brought Lu Ruyan to this BBQ place once before. That time, I didn't just have to sit and grill the meat. I also had to peel shrimp for her and pour her drinks. That great beauty, Lu didn't lift a finger, simply sitting there with her mouth open, waiting to be fed. I worked tirelessly all throughout, and before I could even get a few bites into my own stomach, Lu Ruyan said she was full and demanded to leave immediately. I had to regretfully settle the bill as fast as possible to get that campus goddess home on time. And afterward, I had to stop by and buy 2 plain steamed buns to ease my hunger. Truly the wretched fate of a devoted suitor. Compared to Xiaohu Dai, Lu Ruyan really doesn't amount to anything at all.
What would you like to drink?
Coke as usual, I asked with a smile. Su Yudi waved her hand slightly. Lean in a bit closer. I leaned down. I didn't know why picking a drink had to be so secretive.
Su Yudi leaned close to my ear.
Her crimson lips parted slightly. "Yes," she voiced an incredibly bold idea.
"What? Drink?"
"Drink alcohol." I immediately stared in astonishment. Su Yudi blinked her eyes curiously. "I heard people say that alcohol tastes great, and after drinking it, you feel like you're floating on clouds. I've been a good kid my whole life, and I've never actually tried alcohol before. I only heard grown-ups say that drinking makes it easy to act out." Our eyes met deeply, wildly testing the dangerous boundaries. Finally, I decided to take the plunge. "If we're drinking, let's drink." What's there to be afraid of? In these last 3 months of my life, I want to break every forbidden chain, and I don't care about being a good kid anymore. If I die without ever knowing what it's like to be drunk, then I've truly lived this life in vain. The beer at this BBQ place is self-service, so I grabbed 2 bottles and filled our glasses. The golden liquid bubbled with white foam, emitting a faint scent of barley. Sue Woody raised her glass. Hey dummy, you have to be truly happy every single day. Cheers, let's drink up to my dear friend. The 2 of us clinked glasses, making a crisp sound, and then we both tilted our heads back and downed it in one go. The moment the alcohol touched my tongue, I felt an immediate, intense bitterness. Along with the sharp, burning sting of the alcohol, I frowned. Compared to milk tea or Coke, this stuff really tastes awful, no different from horse urine. Then I stole a glance at Sue Woody. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together too, looking like she wasn't having a great time either. But when our eyes met, neither of us wanted to back down. So we both closed our eyes and forced the rest of the drink down. Xiao Dai's face turned noticeably red, making her look more adorable than ever. Zhuangzong, is the wine good? Sue Woody asked shyly. Of course it's good. I drink it at home all the time. I tried to act tough to save face.
Yeah, I think it's good too.
I want another glass. Let's go get 2 more bottles later. Sue Woody started competing with me, and she filled up the 2 glasses again. I swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a wave of regret. My vanity was really going to be the death of me. After eating a couple of shrimp, we clinked glasses once more. Another clear clink echoed in the air, and we each gulped down our drinks again, both of us keeping a close eye on the other from the corner of our vision, fearing the other would cheat. Xiao Dai's cheeks were even redder now, and she suddenly became incredibly excited, starting to talk more and more. She chirped on without stopping, sharing all the jokes she'd been keeping for a long time. Though the alcohol content in beer isn't high, I was just a beginner, so those few glasses in my stomach made my head start to spin, and my cheeks were burning hot. Xiao Dai suddenly seemed to double before my eyes, and though I couldn't follow her jokes at all, I still just laughed along like an idiot. After all, being able to eat with Xiao Dai was already a matter of immense happiness. I don't know when it happened. We had both finished 2 bottles of beer each. I struggled to get up in my drunken state, my footsteps wobbly as I went to pay the bill. When I came back, I saw Xiao Dai slumped over the table, her head resting on her arm, looking so innocent and adorable in her daze. Xiao Dai, let me take you home so you can sleep. I gently shook her.
You dummy. Carry me.
Sue Woody murmured in her delirium. When I'm sober, carrying her wouldn't be an issue. But right now, I couldn't even stand steady myself. It was truly beyond my strength. We had to support each other, staggering out of the barbecue shop. Luckily, my rented place wasn't too far away, and it took every bit of strength I had. Just to lay Sue Woody down on the bed, I helped her take off her canvas shoes, then gently pulled her skirt down a bit to cover those long, slender, graceful legs.
You sleep here.
And go lie on the sofa outside. I whispered the instructions in Sue Woody's ear. Right then, Sue Woody suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around my neck and pulled my head down. I was caught completely off guard, and since my footing wasn't steady, I leaned down and softly touched those cherry red lips. My mind suddenly went boom. The whole world instantly became empty, and my heart felt like it was going to leap out of my chest. Xiao Dai's lips were so soft and moist. It was only for 2.5 seconds, but it was enough to be etched into my soul. She had stolen my first kiss. Gazing at Sue Woody's delicate face, I felt as if I were in a dream. I quickly pulled the blanket back over Sue Woody and hurried out of the room. Clearly, she was the one who made the first move. Yet, in the end, I was the one acting like I'd done something wrong. I lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. My mind kept vividly replaying that brief sensation from those 2.5 seconds. I finally pulled out my Bluetooth headphones, started listening to music,
trying to calm myself down.
Along with the melancholic melodies, the drunkenness finally washed over me like waves from the sea, and then I fell into a deep sleep. The leading lady in my dream was Xiao Dai, of course. The images were so vivid they'd make anyone flush red. Truly hard to put into words. I'm sure no one wants to see these scenes, so let's just set them aside and skip them, shall we? I don't know how much time had passed, but I suddenly felt an itch on my nose and instinctively let out a loud sneeze. Opening my eyes, I saw Sue Woody's radiant smile. She was holding a feather from who knows where, giggling away. "You're teasing me again," I said while rubbing my nose.
You lazy pig.
The sun is about to set and you're still sleeping. Sue Woody playfully made a face. Suddenly, I felt something was off. So embarrassed my face turned beet red. I quickly jumped up and rushed into the bedroom, then locked the door from the inside. I had to hide this evidence of guilt right away and wash it later tonight. It took a few minutes before I dared to show my face outside. It seems Sue Woody also noticed Eddie G just changed into new pants. Zhuangziang, you didn't take advantage of me while I was drunk, did you? Don't you remember anything? I was shocked. You don't remember anything. I only remember being at the barbecue shop and then opening my eyes to find you on my bed. Sue Woody's face looked so perfectly innocent, while I silently cried out in grievance. There is no one quite like you. Getting wild using alcohol as an excuse. Stealing my first kiss. And now you're turning around and blaming me. Could only manage a stiff reply. You reeked of alcohol. And you smelled awful too. Who would want to take advantage of you anyway? But you took off my shoes. If I didn't, you'd have made my bed all dirty. Sue Woody thought that made sense. So she didn't bother to press the matter further. But thinking back to how I looked at her small feet yesterday, she still felt something was a bit strange. In the round fishbowl on the table, 2 goldfish were swimming around freely. Sue Woody picked up the fish food jar nearby, dropped a bit into the water for them, then rested her chin on her hand and watched them eat. Hey dummy, look at them. They're so happy. Nothing like you at all. You're not a fish. So, how do you know they're happy? I retorted. You're not me either. So how do you know that? I don't know the joy of the fish. Sue Woody fired back immediately. Well, you're not me. So how do you know that I don't know? That you don't know about the joy of the fish? My words left Sue Woody thinking for a long time, to the point that she almost fried her brain. She reached out and gave my arm a hard pinch. That's for having such a slick tongue. Cried out in pain. I guess you really can't reason with girls.
Zhuangziang, I have to go home now.
Sue Woody glanced out the window. The sky had already begun to turn into the colors of dusk. Do you have to leave so early? I was planning to take you out for dinner. She declined. I can't. I have to catch the 6:10 bus. A look of regret flashed in Sue Woody's eyes too, but she was forced to return before it got completely dark. I felt a bit helpless, guessing that her family must be very strict. Besides, it really isn't safe for a girl to be out late at night. Then the two of us went to the bus stop together, sitting on the bench eating Odin, while waiting for the number 19 bus. Even though I didn't want it to happen at all, the bus appeared anyway regardless of my wishes. It just turned the corner over there. Will you come again tomorrow? I asked hurriedly. Is there anything fun happening tomorrow? Sue Woody blinked her big, round, sparkling eyes. We could go to the library and read joke books. I blurted it out, but then I immediately thought it was a terrible idea. It was the weekend. So there weren't many people waiting for the bus. The moment the doors opened, Sue Woody stepped onto the bus, looking at her slender silhouette. I suddenly felt an immense sense of emptiness. I should have suggested somewhere more interesting. At the very moment the doors were about to close, Sue Woody suddenly turned her head back. All right then, let's meet at the library entrance tomorrow morning. The bus began to pull away, carrying the girl further and further away. I just stood there and spun around a few times, grinning like a complete fool. I desperately wished for tomorrow to come quickly, even though it meant it'd be one step closer to death. Back at the rented house, I had a simple bowl of pickled vegetable noodles. At around 8 p.m., I sent Zhao Dai a message. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Just like before. There was no reply at all. A long while later, my phone suddenly started ringing loudly. I quickly picked it up to check. It turned out to be a video call from my best friend Teng Cheng. Hey son, why is it you? Teng Cheng looked very depressed on the screen. Judging by your voice, you seem pretty disappointed. I finally forced a weak smile. It's nothing.
So where did you go this weekend?
What, playing? It's not like you don't know? My mom forced me to go to extra classes. Teng Cheng complained incessantly. Then he started pouring his heart out about how difficult his time at the extra classes was, sitting with a bunch of real nerds, feeling like he was about to be crushed. It took me quite a lot of effort to comfort him before he finally quieted down a bit. Seriously, I really want to find someone to love. Teng Cheng suddenly asked, hey, have you ever kissed a girl? What? I've never even been in a relationship. So how could I have kissed anyone? Felt a bit guilty, and my speech became stuttery. Guess what a girl's lips taste like? Strawberry flavor, maybe. Teng Cheng guessed curiously. Probably not. I think it must definitely be the taste of beer. I blurted it out without thinking. Did you get your head caught in a door? How could a girl's lips taste like beer? Teng Cheng looked at me with disdain. Forget it. Talking to you about this is useless. After all, you've never kissed anyone. The two of us chatted about random things for a while longer. Before ending the call, I remembered those 2.5 unforgettable seconds this afternoon, silently confirming once more that a girl's lips really do taste like beer. Suddenly, I remembered that in my closet, there was still something hidden that I couldn't let anyone see. I hurried into the bathroom, poured out half a bag of laundry powder, and scrubbed vigorously. The scene from that dream still made me blush intensely. After finishing the laundry, I did my personal hygiene, then lay lazily on the bed playing with my phone. Just as I opened the class group chat, I saw a message from the new class president, Jibata, tagging everyone. It was basically saying that next Tuesday and Wednesday would be the grade-wide monthly exams, telling everyone to prepare in advance. Originally, this was just a simple announcement. The whole class just needed to know, but he loved to show off his leadership authority, forcing everyone to reply upon receiving it. Most people basically didn't even bother to notice him, with only a few scattered classmates. Obediently replying with received, Jibata looked extremely dissatisfied, so he sent another message.
Why are there only a few of you?
Is everyone else dead asleep? Teng Cheng found this incredibly annoying to watch, and immediately fired back without any hesitation. Stop acting like a chicken feather is an imperial decree. Back when Zhuangziang was class president, he wasn't as fussy as you. I'm the class president now. So I'm the one who sets the rules? Jibata quickly typed a reply. A new official needs to make a strong impression, and if I can't establish that fire now, then how can I build up my prestige? I'm afraid my future work will be hard to carry out. He was silently holding back his anger, wanting to show off to Lu Ruyan, as well as wanting to show all the teachers and students that he was much more outstanding than Zhuangziang. But alas, man proposes, God disposes. His classmates basically didn't give him the time of day. Jibata couldn't see the simultaneous received flood he expected. Instead, There was a series of mocking and sarcastic remarks. It's just a lowly class president position. It's only his turn because Zhuangziang didn't want it. He really thinks He's the center of the universe. In my heart, I only recognize Zhuangziang as the class president. He's been the top of the grade for 2 consecutive years. I dare anyone to break that record. Ibata was so angry he ground his teeth, the flames of jealousy burning fiercely within him. At that moment, I casually replied with 2 words, received.
School beauty, Liu Ruyan immediately followed received.
Then came Teng Cheng, Zhang Yu, and Deng Yihei. Everyone simultaneously messaged received. Witnessing this scene, Ji Bada finally realized with bitterness that Zhuangziang's status in the hearts of his classmates was something he could fundamentally never shake. After messaging, I put my phone down, read a magazine for a bit, then fell asleep, my heart full of anticipation for the library date with Xiao Dai tomorrow. Early the next morning, I hopped on my clunky bicycle and pedaled straight to the library, finding Su Wuti waiting under the birch tree out front, her beauty like a fairy descended from heaven. Xiao Dai, I shouted loudly. You're so slow. The breakfast I bought is almost cold now.
Su Wuti pouted playfully.
Sorry, it'll be faster next time. I quickly apologized profusely. Every time I meet Xiao Dai, I look forward to the next time and the time after that. I wish we could spend every day together like this. Today was the weekend, so there were quite a lot of people at the library. I told Su Wuti to find a seat first, while I went to look for books. I hadn't finished Demigods and Semi-Devils yet, so I wanted to read the rest, but when I finished getting the book and returned to the reading area, it took a while to find Su Wuti in a secluded corner. Xiao Dai, why did you choose such an out-of-the-way spot? I think it's a bit far. Hey, let me tell you, I just encountered something extremely scary. Su Wuti said with a very mysterious face. I was stunned. In a library full of people like this, what could possibly be scary? Su Wuti saw I didn't believe her. So she hurried to say, I clearly saw many empty seats. But when I went to sit down, the person next to them told me that those seats were taken. Just like that. I tried to hold back my laughter. Isn't it scary? They were clearly empty, yet those people insisted someone was sitting there. Su Wuti said with a very serious face. I couldn't tell for a moment if she was teasing me, or if she was just that honest and naive. I smiled slightly. Alright, let's read then. This time, Su Wuti wasn't reading jokes, but was incredibly focused on the book Nanjing, one of the 4 classics of Oriental medicine, traditionally attributed to Bian Ke. I felt it was a bit unusual. Out of the blue, why are you reading a medical book? I whispered softly. Oh, I'm just looking at it for fun. Just a bit curious. Su Wuti gave a perfunctory explanation. Is one of your relatives sick? No, not at all. Seeing that Su Wuti didn't seem to want to answer further, I didn't have the heart to keep pressing her, because things like a sick family member aren't usually things people want to talk much about. But then I suddenly remembered, since I'm seriously ill myself, how could I have the presence of mind to worry about others? In Ji Wulun it's said, being born is the beginning of death, and death is also the beginning of a new life. Everything in this world is constantly being born and growing, and will gradually wither and vanish. Will humans, after leaving this world, truly return to empty dust? At around 11:30 a.m., Su Wuti reached over with her small hand, and lightly scratched the back of my hand.
What's wrong?
I looked up. I'm so hungry. Su Wuti pouted her little mouth, looking absolutely pitiful. I was speechless. You're like a hungry ghost incarnate.
Didn't you just finish eating buns?
Then we went to return our books together, and stepped out of the library grounds. Only then could Su Wuti talk as loudly as she wanted. She seemed incredibly excited, like a little bird that had just been released from its cage. Zhuangziang, what are we having for lunch today? I started counting on my fingers. Hot pot, beer barbecue, milk tea, then ice cream. Hearing me list out such a long list of delicious food, Xiao Dai's mouth was almost watering. But then I suddenly did a sharp U-turn. We can't eat any of those. The light in Xiao Dai's eyes vanished instantly. I'm just a poor student after all, and I don't have a personal income. If we keep eating and living lavishly like this, it won't be long before we're begging on the streets. Saying that, I lightly tapped her forehead. Su Wuti hurriedly unzipped her backpack, and managed to find 2 20 yuan bills. This is all I have left for today. But you have to leave me some money for the bus. I laughed. Is your backpack some kind of magic bag? Why does it seem to produce money every day? Su Wuti shook her head. It doesn't. Every morning, my grandmother stuffs money in here for me. But since I spent it all on breakfast for you earlier, there's not much left now. Hearing her say that, I really didn't have the heart to let her pay. Thinking for a moment, I know a clay pot noodle shop. It's delicious and incredibly cheap. Want to go? Of course, as long as there's food. Su Wuti grinned happily. This girl really isn't a picky eater at all. By the time the 2 of us reached the noodle shop, it was exactly noon, with customers coming and going in crowds. The sound of lively laughter filling the room, a very warm and everyday atmosphere. And as soon as Su Wuti appeared, she immediately caught the attention of countless people. I quickly pulled her away to find a seat, tucking her away in a secluded corner. We ordered 2 portions of chicken broth noodles, and the owner brought the food out very quickly. The broth was crystal clear, and the aroma was rich and fragrant. Su Wuti couldn't wait and took a gulp immediately. It was so hot, she had to stick her tongue out and pant.
Slow down.
Otherwise people will think I haven't fed you in days. I teased her. This broth is amazing. Su Wuti praised it with with a smile. In this girl's eyes, it seems there's nothing that doesn't taste good. A girl this easygoing is truly easy to please. Zhangxiang, didn't you run away from home? What are you doing showing your face here now? A shrill voice suddenly came from the side. I turned back and met the provocative gaze of Zhuang Yuhang, who was with some friends from the same neighborhood, also having noodles here together. I basically didn't want to deal with him, so I didn't say anything and just looked away. Who's that? Su Wudi looked at Zhuang Yuhang curiously. My father's son, I replied indifferently.
So isn't that your younger brother then?
Su Wudi took a moment to think, to fully understand our complicated relationship. Seeing me ignore him, Zhuang Yuhang immediately flew into a rage. Last time at home, you dared to lay a hand on me. I haven't even settled that score with you yet, I replied coldly. The fact that him not hitting you is already showing you a lot of respect. You useless loser. I don't know what kind of medicine you took that day to actually dare to hit me. Zhuang Yuhang was incredibly arrogant. At home, he was used to my submissiveness, always enduring and patient, so he didn't take my warning seriously at all. The kids sitting with Zhuang Yuhang joined in with mocking faces. Hang, is this your motherless brother?
I heard that at your house.
He's no different from a servant, a bookworm who only knows how to study. Living like that is just so pathetic. Zhuang Yuhang laughed loudly. Exactly. Even his own mother hasn't looked at him for over 10 years. You see, that's how detestable he is. Hearing those words, I suddenly clenched my fists, my knuckles cracking. Su Wudi suddenly stood up, glaring at Zhuang Yuhang. You're so young, how can you speak like that? Has your older brother? Zhuang Yuhang glared at Su Wudi. Who do you think you are?
This loser's mistress.
Su Wudi's eyes widened, her gaze full of disbelief. How could such a small child utter such poisonous words? What kind of parents would raise a child like this? But after all, he shared the same father as Zhuangxiang. Zhuangxiang was clearly so kind and gentle. An older brother who treated him so well. Didn't he just buy you a cake a few days ago? Su Wudi still tried to talk nicely to Zhuang Yuhang. Are you talking about that cheap cake? Even a dog wouldn't eat. I trampled it into mush long ago. He even got a stinging slap from my dad and was kicked out of the house like a dog. Zhuang Yuhang let out a wild, mocking laugh. Zhuangxiang, you're a total idiot. Su Wudi looked at me, her beautiful almond eyes brimming with tears. Only now did she learn of my tragic situation that night. Yet the next day, this fool told her with a smile that his brother loved the cake, eating until it was all over his mouth, and even called him Appa, even though she knew I was lying back then. She didn't expect the truth to be this cruel. Throughout that entire night, Xiang's heart must have endured so much torment. How disappointed must one be in their family to leave home so resolutely, packing everything into that cramped rented room, staying with this loser. It seems you're not a decent girl either. Zhuang Yuhang glanced at Su Wudi contemptuously. As soon as the words left his mouth, I couldn't hold back anymore. I raised my hand and delivered a powerful slap that sent Zhuang Yuhang tumbling down. The loud slap startled all the diners in the small shop, their eyes all turning toward us at once.
You piece of trash. You dare to hit me.
Zhuang Yuhang lay on the ground, looking at me with terrified eyes. I stood tall, looking down coldly at Zhuang Yuhang. If I want to hit you, I hit you. Do I need to pick a special day for it? My slap had truly dazed Zhuang Yuhang. Did this guy swallow some explosives? Was this still the submissive punching bag he used to know? Even Su Wudi didn't expect someone as mild-mannered as me to suddenly strike out. The surrounding diners didn't know the whole story. In their eyes, I was just a bully picking on a child, and they couldn't help but point and whisper. What's wrong with this person? How can he be so rough with a child? Call the police and have him arrested. Let the officers teach him a lesson. Let me record this and post it online. Hitting someone in public like this is a total disregard for the law. If it were before, I would still care quite a bit about how others saw me, and would mostly explain patiently. But now my mindset had completely changed. After all, I was a dying man. Let these strangers say whatever they want. Who cares? My time and energy are limited. They can only be for the person I love and those who love me. The shop owner heard the commotion and ran over, looking at me in shock. Xiao Zhuang, why did you hit your brother? The owner knew me and understood a bit about my family situation, so he didn't join in the criticism like the others. Uncle, sorry for causing trouble. Well, leave right away. I told Su Wudi to wait a moment and followed the owner to pay the bill.
Zhuang Yuhang struggled to crawl up from the ground,
looking at me with intense hatred, but he was only 10 years old after all, and was no match for me physically, so he could only suppress his anger for now, planning to go home and tell his parents. I was gone for quite a while before coming back, grabbing Su Wudi's wrist. Let's go. Su Wudi didn't say anything else, obediently following me out. But at the door, Zhuang Yuhang shouted, Zhuangzang, you're finished.
You've caused big trouble.
My parents won't let you off. I gave a cold laugh. Since they don't know how to teach you, I'll do it for them. Aunt, let me see your face again, or I'll hit you every time I see you. After making the threat, I left nonchalantly. This feeling felt much better than being a submissive punching bag. Hey, you big dummy.
Why did you suddenly hit someone?
It was so scary, because he didn't just insult me, but also spoke disrespectfully to you. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of you, I answered seriously. Su Wudi then remembered. Zhuang Yuhang had indeed insulted her, saying she wasn't a decent girl, which was why I suddenly struck. A bit of sweetness rose in her heart. That brat really deserved a beating. No one mentioned the unpleasantness again. We headed back the old way, continuing to the library to read. About half an hour later, my phone vibrated. It was my father, Zhuang Wanzhao, It seemed Zhuang Yuhang had gone home to complain. I decisively rejected the call and set my phone to do not disturb. Su Wudi wanted to cheer me up, so she found some children's books. And for the rest of the afternoon, we read 7 or 8 joke books and comics. It was like eating fast food. No nutrition, but very fun. Being with the person you like. Time always flies like a galloping horse. But does a person with only 3 months left have the right to love someone? At 5:30, I returned the books and left the library with Su Wudi, walking on the path back to school. Hey, big dummy. Do you remember what we read today? Su Wudi skipped along as she walked, stepping on the sidewalk tiles.
I don't remember.
I've forgotten it all, I replied with a smile. Me too. Ha 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 ha. A trail of happy laughter was left on the road. At 6:10 bus no. 19 arrived as scheduled. Xiao Hudi stood on the bus, and I waved goodbye longingly through the glass window. Back at the rented room, looking at the 2 goldfish in the tank, swimming tirelessly,
I fed them.
While talking foolishly, little fish, do you two think Xiao Hudi likes me? If she does, then blow a bubble. But if she doesn't, then come up here and solve a quadratic equation. I took out my phone and saw Zhuang Wanzhao had called 5 times and sent 3 60-second voice messages. I didn't bother listening to his nonsense and called him right back. That's right, I hit him because he has a foul mouth. He deserved it. Instead of criticizing me, you should look at yourself and see if you're worthy of being a father. If there's any problem from me hitting him, just take him for treatment. I don't care anyway. I have no money, and am not giving my life for it either. While I was on the phone with Zhuang Wanzhao, I could hear Qin Shilan adding fuel to the fire, cursing non-stop. I chuckled to myself. I've endured your arrogance for over 10 years. You still think of me as a punching bag for your anger? After venting my frustration, I hung up again. On the other end, Zhuang Wanzhao heard the dial tone, fuming with rage. Rebellious son, you beast. Why did I give birth to something like you? Qin Shulan sobbed and cried.
Look at what he did to Yu Hang.
The swelling still hasn't gone down, my poor baby. Zhuang Yuhang slammed the table hard. Dad, go to school tomorrow and bring him back here. Make him kneel and apologize to me. Then use a belt to whip him until his skin is torn. Zhuang Wanzhao was in a towering rage. So what if He's first in the grade every year? If he can hit his own brother, maybe tomorrow he'll dare to hit me too. The morning sun just began to rise. The early breeze was chilly. Monday would have the flag-raising ceremony, followed by the weekly assembly. The administration and student council members would summarize the past week's studies and activities. I went to the playground to gather, my eyes scanning the classes to search, trying to find Xiao Hudi's figure. But the result was very disappointing. Xiao Hudi, which class are you actually in? Actually, Idid wanted to ask Su Wudi that to her face long ago, thinking that she was hiding it for a reason. She probably had her own difficulties. ID, wait until she wanted to say it. Then it would come out naturally. The 4th period in the morning was the class meeting. Tomorrow was the monthly exam, so there was quite a bit to prepare. As soon as the bell rang, Ibata strode up to the podium, using a blackboard eraser as a gavel, slamming it hard against the teacher's desk. Everyone, quiet down. S.E.S. the class monitor. I will organize the exam room arrangements. He loved starting his sentences with class monitor, but almost none of the students below bothered to pay him any attention. Ibata had to grit his teeth and say a few more words, but realizing absolutely no one was listening, he slammed the table in anger, the sound echoing through the room. Are you guys even listening to me? Tang Cheng mocked. You've been rambling for ages? Without saying anything important. Only a ghost would want to listen to you. Jibata was huffy. Didn't Zhuangziang used to talk this much too?
Why were you willing to listen to him then?
Simple.
I respect Zhuangziang as the monitor, but I don't respect you. Tang Cheng countered based on what? Where am I inferior to him? He can rank first in the whole grade.
Can you?
That one sentence hit the mark perfectly, making it undeniable. And Jibata's face turned pale and then flushed with shame. He had been eyeing the class monitor position for so long, never expecting that before his seat even got warm. He would face a mountain of trivial troubles. Previously, when I was class monitor, everyone didn't feel much. Only now did everyone suddenly realize that I had been silently contributing a lot to the class. Lu Ruyan turned her head. Zhuangziang, you were doing such a good job as monitor?
Why did you want to resign?
I looked up slightly. I'm tired. I don't want to do it anymore. More and more students turned their gazes toward me. Zhuangzang, it's still best for you to be monitor. We all respect you. That's right. You've been class monitor for 2 years. You should finish what you started until the end. Zhuangzang, I support you. Are you having some difficulties? Just tell us. We'll help you solve them together. You've helped everyone so much before. Don't carry the burden alone when you're in trouble. Under everyone's earnest gazes, I slowly stood up, looking at the familiar faces of my friends, tears beginning to well up in my eyes. Thank you for your concern, everyone. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Resigning as monitor was a decision I made after much consideration. I'm truly sorry I can't serve everyone until graduation. I'm so sorry. The new monitor will continue to contribute to our class. I hope everyone will support and cooperate with him more. Please give him a bit more time. By the time I got to the last few sentences, my voice had begun to choke.
I'm sorry, my dear classmates.
I probably won't be able to go with everyone until graduation day. Teng Cheng slammed the table hard. Zhuangzang, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you being so wishy-washy like a girl? I put my hand on his shoulder. Soon, you'll know. The atmosphere in the class suddenly became unusually quiet. Everyone didn't know what was happening, but could feel the genuine sorrow coming from me. Bada stood on the podium, looking completely bewildered. He had always been competing with me, yet he didn't expect me to still be speaking well of him. Perhaps that was exactly why. He would never be my equal. Our stature and tolerance were worlds apart. What's going on? In this whole building, your class is the loudest. Zhang Jiyuan appeared at the door, uttering a classic teacher's line. Teacher Zhang, we're having a class meeting. We hope Zhuangziang can be monitored again. Lu Ruyan stood up boldly to speak, and as soon as she finished, the whole class responded in unison. That's right, Teacher Zhang. We don't want Zhuangziang to resign. Only he has the most authority in the class. Did something happen to Zhuangziang's family? All of us can help him. Hearing everyone's clamor, Zhang Jiyuan couldn't help but feel his nose tingle. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Zhuangziang's resignation was a decision he made after much thought. We should respect him. Even though he's no longer monitor, his contributions to the class over the past 2 years will not be forgotten by any of us in the days to come. I hope everyone will still respect and care for him just as before. After saying this, Zhang Jiyuan turned and hurried out of the classroom, secretly wiping away a tear. Luckily managing to hold it back, not letting himself burst into tears in front of the whole class. Zhang Jiyuan stood in the hallway trying to calm down.
Zhuangziang.
There's an elderly man at the security booth looking for you. An elderly man. I was a bit puzzled. He looks over 70 years old. Go and have a look. I ran all the way to the school gate. When I saw clearly the old man squatting in front of the security booth, tears suddenly poured down uncontrollably. His thin hair was completely white, and his face was full of wrinkles. He was wearing a blue Zhongshan suit, carrying a woven bamboo basket. Grandpa, why are you here? I stepped forward quickly, hugging his thin skin and bones frame, sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa stood up emotionally, sighing. I was worried about you, so I just had to come and see. Grandpa lives in the countryside. Every time he comes to the city, he has to transfer buses 3 times. He doesn't know how to use a mobile phone, so he just walked and asked for directions until he found the school. When I was 5, my parents divorced, and I was sent to live with my grandparents for 6 months. During those short 6 months, those 2 kind elders gave me a rare sense of familial warmth. Because of that, an incredibly deep emotional bond formed between the 2 of us. Later, when I was brought back to the city, he found out about my difficult situation at home. Every winter and summer break, he would tell me to come back to the countryside. Furthermore, for over 10 years, most of my living expenses were provided by his hard work farming. He was my true guardian. Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being inconsiderate, making you worry. I choked out.
Good child, I know.
You must have suffered a lot at home. Don't be afraid. Grandpa is here to get justice for you. Grandpa gently stroked my back. He knew my nature was gentle, that I always treated everyone well. Once I had committed such a rebellious act, it was certain that I had suffered extreme grievances and had completely lost hope in my father and stepmother. It's just that he didn't know there was another piece of colossal bad news, and I didn't dare tell him the truth. Zhang Jiyuan walked over then, and seeing the 2 hugging and crying, thinking of my illness, his eyes reddened once more. I wiped away my tears. Grandpa, this is Teacher Zhang, my class advisor. Grandpa hurried to bow to Zhang Jiyuan. Teacher, my Zhang has caused you a lot of trouble. Zhang Jiyuan quickly returned the gesture. Grandpa, please don't do that. Zhuangzang is the most outstanding student I've ever taught. I feel very proud of him. Then Grandpa took some eggs out of the bamboo basket and thrust them into Zhang Jiyuan's hands. Teacher Zhang, country people don't have anything valuable. These are free-range eggs from our own hens. Please take them home. No, I can't. We have regulations. We're not allowed to accept gifts. Zhang Jiyuan hurriedly declined. Our Xiang has no mother, and his father doesn't care about him. I beg you to help and look after him a bit more. Grandpa pleaded earnestly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will. Zhang Jiyuan couldn't hold it back anymore. He turned away and wiped his eyes. He didn't dare imagine how heartbroken the old man would be if he knew the cruel truth. After our mood stabilized, Teacher Zhang, I'm taking my grandpa to lunch. If I'm a bit late this afternoon, it's fine. You go ahead. Zhang Jiyuan said kindly. I suggested eating at a restaurant, but Grandpa insisted not to, wanting to save money, so I had to go with him to buy 2 bitter melons, and with the eggs he brought, went back to the room to make stir-fried bitter melon with eggs. I ate heartily, repeatedly praising Grandpa's cooking skills. Grandpa, I'm doing very well here. It's close to school too, so I can sleep a bit longer in the morning. Don't try to convince me to go back to that house anymore, I said cautiously. Grandpa observed the small but tidy rented room and sighed deeply, thinking about his grandson living all alone outside. His heart really didn't feel good. I'm not all alone. I have many friends at school, and everyone likes me very much. But friends aren't the same as family after all, Grandpa said with a sigh. Your father said you hit Yuhang yesterday. Is that true? I nodded. He insulted me and my friend first. Grandpa also looked serious. After eating, it'll take you back there. To settle this once and for all. As long as you did nothing wrong, Grandpa will stand up and protect you. I hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. I didn't want my 70-year-old grandfather to keep worrying over these trivial matters of mine. As for what happens 3 months from now, I could only take it one day at a time. Then the two of us appeared at the doorstep. My father was extremely surprised, Dad.
Why are you here?
Why didn't you tell me beforehand so I could come pick you up? Grandpa said angrily. You've kicked even my grandson out of the house. You won't even let me come see how he is. Chin Shulin stepped out with a fake smile, greeting him awkwardly. It wasn't time for afternoon classes yet, so Zhuang Yuhang was also at home. Both mother and son looked at me with eyes full of hatred. After closing the room door, my father roared at me in a rage. Look at what you've done. Your grandfather is already at this age. If anything unfortunate happens to him on the road, would you be able to bear the responsibility? Who gave you permission to yell at my grandson? I came to visit him because I wanted to. Grandfather slammed his hand down on the tea table. It is truly a case of diamond cut diamond. My father suddenly became quite submissive. He bowed his head, remaining silent for a long time. But grandfather's anger had not yet subsided. He questioned loudly again. You hit Xiangang, didn't you? He is your own biological son. How could you bring yourself to do that? Moreover, even if you hit someone, don't hit them in the face. My father justified himself. I am his father. I have the duty to discipline him. Do you see yourself as a father figure at all? What right do you have to discipline him? Grandfather was determined to vent my anger for me. My father fell silent. Chin Shulin spoke up from the side. Father, you have to be fair. Wu Hang is also your grandson. He was slapped by Zhuangzi Nonggang. How do we settle this? Zhuang Wu Hang chimed in. Fats, right? This loser has gone crazy lately. Shut up. He is your older brother. Grandfather flew into a rage. He could not understand at all how this couple could spoil their child to this extent. There is no way a younger brother should treat an older brother like that, constantly calling him a loser.
Father, no matter what you say.
The fact that Zhuang Zingong hit Wu Hang yesterday is the truth. He must apologize to Wu Hang. You cannot just blindly protect him like that. My father told grandfather. Grandfather frowned deeply. In my father's words, Zhuangzi Nonggang was Zhuangzi Nonggang, while Zhuang Wu Hang was Wu Hang. Just that tiny difference alone was enough to see how I had lived in this house with so much suppression and melancholy. Meanwhile, Chin Shulan stood by, adding fuel to the fire. Now he dares to hit his younger brother. In a few days, he will surely dare to hit his parents. And after that, he just hit his grandfather too, with such a crooked character. No matter how highly educated or knowledgeable he is, he will only harm society in the future. Before he makes an even bigger mistake, he needs to be disciplined very strictly. Looking at her harsh face, grandfather did not bother to pay attention, but turned to look at me, Xian Gang. Tell me, why did you hit Wu Hang? I glanced at Zhuang Wu Hang because he deserved a beating. You loser! Are you tired of living? Zhuang Wu Hang screamed. Now with his parents backing him, he was no longer afraid. As for this grandfather in front of him, Zhuang Wu Hang hardly saw him a few times a year. In his eyes, he was just a senile old man. Father, look, this attitude of Zhuang Zinonggang. Does it look like he wants to repent at all? Qin Shulan snorted loudly. You beast, making a mistake, yet still being so arrogant. Do you really think I'm nothing? My father pointed directly at my face and cursed. Grandfather said angrily, things are not clear yet. Why do you all keep insisting on blaming Zinonggang? Qin Shulan spoke sarcastically. If you want to favor him like that, then there is nothing I can do. My son and I are truly miserable, being bullied by everyone ganging up on us. My father still had some respect for grandfather. So he tried to explain, Father, many neighbors saw what happened yesterday. Zhuang Zinggang is not focusing on his studies and is dating some good-for-nothing girl. And as a result, he was caught by Wu Hang, so he went crazy and started hitting people. This behavior is truly appalling. My eyes burned with anger, and my voice suddenly hardened.
Who are you calling a good-for-nothing girl?
What? My father was stunned.
Good-for-nothing girl. That's how Zhuang Wu Hang described Su Yudi. He did not expect me to react so strongly after hearing that. So young, yet not focusing on studying properly. Instead, always hanging out with girls. Who knows what kind of
dirty, shady things he will do in the future.
Qin Shulan continued to taunt. I clenched my fists tightly, wanting nothing more than to rush over and slap that woman a few times. At the same time, I felt deeply ashamed toward Little Butterfly, because she had to suffer such insults on my account. Father, about yesterday. Have you really investigated it thoroughly? I asked loudly. My father asserted firmly. Of course, so many people witnessed it. You slapped Wu Hang right in front of everyone. No, you have not investigated anything at all. I shook my head bitterly. In the depths of your mind. You have already assumed that Zhuang Wu Hang is your precious son, while I, no matter what I do, I'm always in the wrong. Insolent.
I always treat the two of you equally.
My father was still stubbornly arguing. Ask your own conscience. Can you even believe those words yourself? I let out a cold smile under my cold gaze. My father suddenly felt a pang of guilt. No matter how he rationalized it, he could not hide the truth that he always discriminated between his two sons. If you truly want to know the truth of the matter, you should know that the noodle shop has surveillance cameras. My voice suddenly became unusually calm. Hearing this, my father's face froze, and Zhuang Wu Hang's eyes gradually became uneasy. I directed my gaze straight at Qin Shulan. Auntie Qin, do you want to enjoy the sight of me disciplining your son so impressively? With that, I took out my phone and opened a video clip. Yesterday, when I went to pay, it took me quite a while to come back because I had asked the shop owner for this surveillance footage because I know Zhuang Wu Hang's personality all too well. If I did not present clear evidence in front of him, he would never admit to his mistakes. Then the arrogant and contemptuous words of Zhuang Wu Hang echoed from the phone speaker. Within less than 2 minutes, he had called me a loser countless times until I could not hold back anymore and slapped him. Grandfather said with full indignation.
Well slapped.
If Si Eungong had not struck then, would he still be worthy of being a man? My father was speechless, unable to argue back. No matter how biased he was, he could see clearly that Zhuang Wu Hang was constantly provoking, truly bringing this beating upon himself. Qin Shulan opened her mouth to say something. For the moment, she could not find a proper reason, so she had to remain silent as well. Perhaps she was secretly thinking that I was truly a scheming and calculated person, even keeping the surveillance video as evidence. At this rate, if there was a property dispute later on, Zhuang Wu Hang probably would not stand a chance against me. Zhuang Wenjiao, now do you understand which of your 2 sons is the one who truly lacks discipline? Grandfather growled. My father replied, Father, I have been so busy with work, so I did not have time to look into this thoroughly. Wu Hang is still just a child. He did not mean it. My father began to make excuses guiltily again. He dares to call his older brother a loser, and you still say he did not mean it. Grandfather was fuming with rage. My father saw that the situation was bad. Continuing to defend Wu Hang really was not going well. So he waved his hand, signaling, Wu Hang, come over here and apologize to Zhuang Zinonggang, and let's call it settled. He dared to hit me.
Why should I have to apologize to him?
Zhuang Wu Hang remained unchanged, determined not to admit he was wrong. No need. I don't need anyone to apologize. I shook my head calmly. What's an apology good for anyway? You cannot eat it, and you cannot wear it. When language no longer protects one's self-esteem, then fists become the final weapon. In front of grandfather, I did not want to continue arguing any further. To avoid making him even more upset. Grandfather, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's go. Grandfather nodded decisively. All right, let's go. It's fine if we never come back to this house. After saying that, he gave my father a sharp glare. Father, how about I take you back to the countryside? My father's face showed clear remorse. No need. If you have so much free time, then spend less time gambling and spend more time properly educating your son. Grandfather stubbornly turned and walked away. My grandfather and I gradually walked away, leaving the 3 of them standing there looking at each other in confusion. As the atmosphere became incredibly heavy and gloomy. Father, it's just that I find that loser so annoying to look at. Zhuang Wu Hang was still grumbling resentfully. Immediately, my father dealt him a thunderous slap. Shut up. He is your older brother. As we stepped out of the house, grandfather was filled with remorse. Zi Ingang, I have not taken good care of you, making you suffer so many disadvantages and grievances. I shook my head, grandfather. I'm fine. Now that I have moved out to live on my own, I feel very free and happy. I looked at my grandfather with his white hair, my heart tightening with sorrow. Grandparents work hard in the fields back home, saving every penny to support my education. This gratitude as deep as the ocean, unfortunately, I no longer have the chance to repay. Grandfather suddenly smiled kindly and asked, Zi Ingang, that girl eating with you in the video, is she your girlfriend? My face suddenly turned bright red. No, she is not. She is a good friend of mine named Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly? What a lovely name. Grandfather looked at my expression and could immediately guess the thoughts of his grandson. In the eyes of previous generations regarding young people in love, they actually have a much more open and liberal perspective. After all, in the countryside back then, it was perfectly normal to get married at 17 or 18. I have grown up now. At this age, having a girl I secretly admire is just a natural part of life. Grandfather temporarily brushed aside the unpleasantness from earlier and shifted to a completely different topic. If you like that girl so much, then you should actively ask her out more often. When I was young and wanted to pursue your grandmother, her father used to chase me through the village with a carrying pole every day. In the end, thanks to having this thick skin, I was finally able to take her as my wife. I listened quietly to his stories, but infinite sorrow welled up in my heart. With less than 3 months to live, I essentially no longer have the right to pursue the girl I love. Passing by a phone store, I took my grandfather's hand. Grandfather, let me buy you a phone. That way it'll be easier for the 2 of us to stay in touch later. Grandfather thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This matter of buying a phone. People had already advised him on it several times before, but because he kept worrying about the monthly fees, he always said the landline at home was enough. But after experiencing this event, he finally thought more clearly about it, so he could contact me anytime to worry less. Eventually, we walked into the store together. Chose a phone with a large screen and clear keypad, and specifically, the speaker volume had to be very loud in total, including the phone and the SIM card. It only cost a bit over 200 yuan. Grandfather intended to pay for it himself, but I adamantly refused and quickly scanned the code to pay immediately, although most of my money also came from him. In this brief remaining time, the chances for me to repay his kindness are truly few. Afterward, I sat on the bench in front of the phone store, patiently teaching grandfather how to use the phone, from making calls and video calls to even scrolling through TikTok. Long ago, you were the one who taught me how to hold chopsticks and taught me how to tie my shoelaces. Now that you are old and frail, it's my turn to teach you how to use a phone, I said with a smile. Finally, Finally, fearing he would affect my studies, grandfather suggested returning to the countryside right away. I saw him off all the way to the bus station to wait. Ingang, it's about 3 months until your summer break, right? Grandfather asked me excitedly. 3 months. My heart suddenly tightened in terror. Right now, I'm extremely sensitive to any such period of time. But how could grandfather possibly understand those hidden thoughts? Your grandmother raised many chickens and keeps mumbling that once summer break comes and the chickens are grown, she'll make stewed chicken. Something delicious to nourish you. Hearing this, my tears were on the verge of overflowing. Everything blurring through the veil of tears. If you truly have sincere feelings for that girl, then as a man, you need to be more proactive. When summer comes, bring her to our village to visit. So your grandmother can be happy too. This old body of mine still wishes to live until the day I see you get married and hold my great-grandchild. Every loving and warm word from grandfather was like sharp knives stabbing deep into my heart. I quickly covered my mouth, trying my best not to let out a sob. Seeing me like that, grandfather thought it was because I was too attached to him. So he gave me a few more words of comfort. You child, why are you crying like that? It's not like the two of us will never see each other again. Finally, the bus slowly pulled into the station. My face was drenched in tears. Grandfather, you and grandmother must stay healthy. Grandfather gave a kind and warm smile. All right. Remember, 3 months later when summer break starts, make sure to come back home quickly. After the silhouette of the bus gradually faded from sight, I remained sitting silently on the station bench for a long time. In my head, images of my grandparents receiving the bad news about me kept appearing. They would surely cry until their hearts were torn apart. That would be truly too cruel for them. Sorry. Truly. So sorry. Grandparents. I walked toward the school gate like a lost soul. While passing the security office, an idea suddenly popped into my head. I poked my head in and said to the guard on duty, Uncle, when my grandfather came looking for me this morning,
Were you able to use my name?
To find out which class I'm in, the security guard nodded slightly. That's right, kid. Computer system has complete information on every student stored. So can you help me find a friend? Her name is Su Yudi. I earnestly pleaded with him. The guard nodded in agreement, then turned around and began searching on the computer. Just a moment later, 4 words clearly appeared on the screen. No such person found. Instantly, my eyes widened in utter shock. I truly could not believe my own eyes. Why could things possibly be like this? My head was filled with unanswered questions. Finally, I forced myself to come up with a seemingly plausible explanation. Perhaps she has 2 different names. Like Teng Cheng once said when he was little, his name was Imad, but then because the old name sounded too ordinary, it was not until he was over 10 that he decided to change it. Su Yudi must just be her childhood name, and now Shez using a different name, right? It must be that way. Otherwise, what other reasonable explanation could there possibly be? By the time I returned to the classroom, the first lesson of the afternoon had already been underway for a while. Hey bro, where have you been running off to? Teng Cheng leaned in close and whispered. My grandfather just came up from the countryside to visit. I answered him briefly and concisely.
Your little butterfly was just here looking for you.
But you were not here at the time. All the boys in our class are dying of jealousy over you. Hearing that, I hurried to take out my phone and secretly texted under the desk.
What did you need to see me for?
Why did you not just call me then? A moment later, the phone in my pocket vibrated slightly. I received a new reply message. It was from Little Butterfly. It's nothing special, really. I just suddenly felt like seeing you. I immediately texted back. After school, let's meet by the flower bed. Little Butterfly quickly sent back one word. Okay. As soon as the bell signaled the end of the lesson, I bolted out of the classroom at the speed of light. The teacher on the podium stood stunned in amazement. He had not even finished the lesson yet. He was even planning to extend into the break for another 2 minutes. Beside the flower bed where hyacinths and wisterias were blooming, that girl of pure, stainless beauty was sitting there, the peach blossom in her hair like a brilliant pink cloud. When Su Yudi saw me approaching, she stood up and handed me a cold ice cream. This made me feel even more puzzled. My grade 9 classroom is on the 2nd floor of the building, and Su Yudi once said her class was all the way on the 5th floor. I myself had just bolted out the moment I heard the bell. So where did she find the time to buy ice cream so quickly? Hey dummy, eat it quickly, otherwise it'll melt in a moment.
Butterfly.
Are you hiding something from me that's hard to talk about? Faced with my questioning, Su Yudi did not provide a direct answer. She just opened her beautiful, sparkling almond eyes wide and looked deep into my eyes. Come on, confess honestly. Aren't you also hiding some secret from me? My heart suddenly skipped a beat, and I hurriedly avoided her gaze.
Yes.
Indeed, I have an earth-shattering secret I dare not whisper to Little Butterfly, that I no longer have a future from now on. My guilty expression made Su Yudi giggle.
What are you afraid of?
It's not like I'm forcing you to tell me. Everyone has deep secrets hidden in their hearts. If you don't feel like sharing, it's fine to keep it a secret. I looked up at her, letting out a sigh of relief.
That's true.
Indeed, all of us have our own secrets, and it's not always necessary to tell everything to others. If someone doesn't want to speak, we shouldn't make it difficult for them. When the time comes and they want to share, they'll tell us naturally. Even if the name Su Yudi might be a fake name, the person of flesh and bone before me is still real. Chess still standing right here, incredibly vivid before my eyes. As long as we know how to cherish the moments we spend together and enjoy the present moments to the fullest, That's enough. I just quietly gazed at her for a long time, my lips unconsciously curling into a natural smile. This girl almost always maintains such optimism and cheerfulness. If sorrow never existed in her life. But at the same time, she is also someone with an incredibly sensitive soul. She can cry her heart out over the passing of a poor stray cat. Just being by her side, I seemingly can temporarily cast aside and forget all the pain in this life. To me, she is both as sweet as honey and as dangerous as poison. Suddenly, a few boys approached us and sat down together on the edge of the flower bed. Zhuangzi and Gang, an important exam is coming up. Yet you still have the mind to sit here leisurely skipping class, just to sit beside a pretty girl and enjoy ice cream like this. The person who just spoke was my friend Deng Haijun. He's a student from class 15. Deng Haijun has consistently maintained his position at the top of the class for years, and the people with him today are also all the top students from other classes. However, because an exceptional existence like me is here, in any exam, those smart friends could only take turns holding the second position on the rankings. In this academic world, like a wild young man, standing proudly atop a high mountain, shouting down below. Everyone, keep doing your best. Put all your effort into competing for that second place. I send my most sincere blessings to all of you. During the school's internal assessment exams, they were all silently striving, hardening their resolve to overcome me, just to taste the joy of being number one for once. But when representing the school together in major external competitions, we frequently became comrades in arms, standing shoulder to shoulder. Under my leadership, everyone joined forces to bring glory and noble achievements to this school. So our relationship is something of both rivals and soulmates. Hi June, I heard a rumor that you're aiming for the top of the entire grade. I intentionally teased my friend. Of course, among us here, who wouldn't want to be first in the grade? Deng Haijun replied with a less than happy face. I thought for a moment, then smiled and said, anyway, since our relationship is pretty good, how about I generously give you all a chance for once? Tomorrow, I'll just decide to skip the exam and be done with it. Skip the exam? Would you really bring yourself to do that? Deng Haijun was extremely surprised to hear me say that. Lately, I've been feeling like playing around a bit, so I naturally don't have any interest in exams anymore. I continued to joke in a subtle way. Those top students looked at each other in confusion, their eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Your tone sounds as if you're bestowing a favor on us. What I want is to defeat you properly and fairly, not to see you run away halfway like a coward. Actually, I've never believed that you're invincible. I'll definitely beat you at least once before we graduate. Among these excellent students, there's always a sense of mutual respect and understanding. Actually, I know all too well that recently, they must have heard rumors that I'm facing some problems. So I've been suddenly skipping school for no reason. That's why they agreed to come here to find me, hoping to encourage me to pick myself up soon, so we can all engage in a fair competition together. Su Yudi, standing beside me, spoke up after grasping the gist of the story. Zhuangzi and Gang, turns out your academic performance is that outstanding. I could only give a forced smile. Actually, I'm not that talented. It's just thanks to the support of my colleagues here. Deng Haijun and his friends suddenly showed awkward expressions. Who are you implying, you punk? When you hit someone, you don't hit them in the face? Haven't you heard that before? Su Yudi gave me a hard pat on the shoulder and encouraged me. Why would you skip the exam? Don't do that. You should just put all your effort into doing well on the exam for me and use your ability to defeat them all. And who are you anyway? Your words sound a bit arrogant, don't they? Deng Haijun glanced at Su Yudi with a scrutinizing look. This smart friend actually has a bit of a quirky and eccentric personality. In his world, girls aren't divided between beautiful and ugly. Even if it's someone as breathtakingly beautiful as Su Yudi, in his eyes, she is just an obstacle on the path of education. Deng Haijun secretly thought that me clinging to girls like this was a sign that I was starting to fall and lose myself. Actually, I used to be a very humble person. Whenever I won first place in exams, I would tell them it was just luck, while not forgetting to give them encouragement so we could all strive together. But now things are no longer the same as before. It was time for me to let my true self be revealed. I looked at Su Yudi. Do you really want me to take first place? Su Yudi nodded, of course. If I get first place, can you promise me one thing? If it's not too much, I'll consider it. Hearing that, my gaze gradually grew sharp, and a smile played at the corners of my lips. I stood up and glanced at the group. Deng Haijun and the others were sitting on the flower bed. Forgive my bluntness, but in my opinion, everyone here is just trash. Upon hearing this, little butterfly couldn't help but clutch her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Deng Haijun and the others turned bright red, itching to rush forward and tear me apart. You're looking down on us a bit too much. If I don't grind you into the dirt, it'll be hard to vent this frustration. Where's my 40-meter greatsword?
I'm going to hack him to pieces.
Seeing their furious expressions, I also burst out laughing. I patted Deng Haijun on the shoulder. Didn't you guys want a fair competition? I won't be holding back. Deng Haijun gave me a punch. Don't get cocky too soon. I've been burning the midnight oil every single day this month. The school bell rang just then, and I headed upstairs with Su Yudi. We parted ways at the corner of the second floor. Good luck, dummy. You too. Deng Haijun and the others followed behind. Hearing how Su Yudi called me, there was another moment of silence. If Hez a dummy, then what does that make us? The last class of the afternoon came to an end because they had to set up the exam rooms. School was dismissed a bit later than usual. I checked the time. It was past 6:10 p.m. I couldn't help but text Little Butterfly.
Are you on the bus yet?
Little Butterfly replied quickly.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Since I was free anyway, I went to check out the exam rooms first. Each classroom has 30 seats, with the student's name and number taped to the top right of the desks. The school arranges exam rooms based on the number of strokes in the students' surnames. The candidates sitting in front and behind me were both named Zhuang. Counted. The name Zhuang has 6 strokes, while the name Su has 7. Su Yudi's exam room probably wasn't far from mine. I went to search in the classrooms behind, and quickly found the room for students with the surname Su. But after checking over and over again, there was absolutely no one named Su Yudi on any of the exam lists. I stood there, dazed for several minutes. Ever since I met Su Yudi, scenes kept playing back in my mind. The inconsistencies were piling up.
Little Butterfly.
What on earth are you hiding from me? Leaving the school, I went to the snack street to find something to eat. From a distance, I saw that fried potato stall. This was the first food Su Yudi and I shared on the day we met. The name Little Butterfly was actually first coined by the lady at the potato stall. Auntie, can I have a portion of potatoes? Make it extra spicy, please. I walked forward a few steps. She was busy, but she still smiled and nodded. It seemed she still remembered me. I pretended to ask her casually, Auntie, how did you know Little Butterfly? She thought for a moment and said, that girl used to come here for potatoes a lot, always chirping about all sorts of things. She is such a lovely girl, so she left a very deep impression on me. So when did you first see her? Probably about 3 months ago. I stopped there, asking no more questions. Otherwise, she might misunderstand and think I'm some creep with bad intentions. Eating the tongue-numbing spicy potatoes and holding a cold cup of Coke, I ran into Liu Ruyan and Ji Boda. Zhuang Zhang, the exam is tomorrow. I was feeling a bit nervous, so I asked Ji Boda to go for barbecue with me. There is nothing between us, so don't get the wrong idea. Liu Ruyan spoke up first. I was bewildered.
You two just go ahead and eat.
Why explain it to me? Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. You see me with Ji Boda and you don't care at all. Of course not. It's normal for classmates to eat together, I said with a smile. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth in anger, her small face flushing red. Well played, Zhuangzong. Didn't you say you liked me before? Now I'm with another guy. Yet, you're not even a little bit jealous. You men are all jerks. None of you are any good. Zhuangzang, why don't you join us? Jiboda asked tentatively, since I had stood up for him. In yesterday's class meeting, he felt too awkward to be hostile anymore. Sure. I've got nothing else to do at home anyway. I agreed immediately. Jiboda was speechless. I was just being polite, but he really didn't treat himself like a stranger. He wanted to slap himself.
Why did I even ask?
After all that effort to get Liu Ruyan out, now there's a third wheel, and it'll cost me more money too. Talk about backfiring.
The barbecue place we went to was
the same one Su Yudi and I visited before. Seeing the beers in the glass cabinet, I couldn't help but smile. The barbecue here was a buffet. The moment Jiboda sat down, he started busily, brushing oil, grilling meat, and mixing sauces.
Liu Ruyan, as always.
Like a noble princess, just sat there waiting to enjoy the meal. I was also too lazy to lift a finger, like a king, using a bamboo skewer to eat potatoes. Can you stop just eating potatoes? Isn't that just wasting my money? Jiboda glared at me. The buffet is charged per person. Filling my stomach with potatoes was truly uneconomical, but I didn't care much, still eating with relish. Liu Ruyan felt uneasy, because clearly, the last time I was with her, I had taken perfect care of her. It hadn't been long, yet now I was acting so indifferent to her. It must be because he now had a prettier girl by his side. As the first plate of food was ready, Jiboda automatically started peeling shrimp for Liu Ruyan. I laughed and said, your shrimp peeling skills are good. Peel two for me too. Can't. You peel them yourself, Jiboda grumbled. I'm just too lazy to wash my hands. Just be a good guy and peel them for me while you're at it, I said nonchalantly. Jiboda was huffing with rage. Good guy, my foot? Your whole family are the good guys. Liu Ruyan burst out laughing. Seeing Jiboda left speechless by me was actually quite funny. Zhuangzong, that girl who came to see you outside the classroom. Is she your girlfriend?
Liu Ruyan hesitated for a long time before daring to ask.
I shook my head. No, we only met each other last week. Upon receiving this answer, Liu Ruyan felt slightly more at ease. She asked again, so what class is she in? I answered honestly. Actually, I don't know. She said Shez in class 23, but everyone knows there are only 22 classes in our grade. So that must be a lie. That's so weird. If our grade had such a beautiful girl, how could no one know her? Gee. Boda chimed in. A hint of jealousy rose in Liu Ruyan as she asked, is she that beautiful? Just how beautiful is she? Jiboda immediately backtracked. Of course, compared to you, Shez a notch below. The questions they had, ID already thought about. Little Butterfly was always shrouded in a mist of mystery. Throughout the meal, Liu Ruyan spent most of the time talking to me. I was also quite generous, sharing some exam tips with him. As for Jiboda, he acted like a waiter the whole time, only busy with grilling meat, and barely managed to eat a few bites himself. I looked at him with sympathy. Seeing him felt like seeing a shadow of my former self. Being a simp truly lacks any dignity. Liu Ruyan put down her chopsticks. I'm full. It's not good to eat too much at night. Otherwise, it'll get fat. I was almost done too. Since Id just finished a portion of potatoes, I followed up. What? Is everyone done eating? I've only just started. Jiboda started to panic. Lu Ruyan said warmly, then you stay here and eat some more. Zhuang Zhang and I are heading out first. I stifled a laugh. Jiboda, thanks for the treat. Him slipping away first. With that, the two of us stood up together and walked out of the barbecue place side by side. Jiboda stood there, dazed, the chicken wing in his mouth suddenly losing all its flavor. Snow fell white and thick, the north wind rustling. The whole world was submerged in a hazy blur. Ruyan, you should take a taxi home. I stood by the roadside, intending to help Lu Ruyan hail a taxi.
Wait, Zhuangziang.
I have something to tell you.
Lu Ruyan bit her red lips.
I turned back to look at the school beauty before me. Yet, in my mind, only little butterfly's face appeared. In this moment, I suddenly understood the meaning of those lines. Once you have seen the great ocean, other waters mean nothing. Apart from the clouds of Mount Wu, no other clouds compare. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a long time before gathering the courage to say, Zhuangziang, I've reflected on myself these past few days. My previous attitude towards you was indeed not good. I've thought it through now. I can still give you a chance. A chance for what? I smiled faintly. As long as you show me your true heart. Then, within the next 3 months, you still have a hope of winning me over. Lu Ruyan declared boldly, in her mind. For a girl to be able to say such words was already an extremely large concession. I should have been moved to tears and overjoyed to accept this benevolence. Unexpectedly, my face remained as calm as ever, which left the school beauty deeply disappointed. Ruyan, I'm afraid I can't wait for 3 months. Lu Ruyan didn't understand the hidden meaning in my words. You can't even wait for 3 measly months. Then how am I supposed to know? If you're being sincere or just playing around? I let out a sigh. You've misunderstood. The girl I like doesn't seem to be you anymore. Hearing my reply, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a long while. I just haven't accepted your confession for the time being. It's not like I rejected you completely. On what grounds do you dare to change your mind on your own? Zhuangziang. So were all the things you said about liking me before just lies? Lu Ruyan was somewhat agitated. Ruyan, I really did like you before. Since that love went unrequited, I should have the right to take it back. I answered calmly. Why don't you have any patience?
Why give up halfway?
Lu Ruyan questioned. She always believed that. Once a boy liked her, he should always stay in place and wait for her, never leaving her side. She never considered that the boy also has the right to walk away. I looked at the school beauty I had liked for so long, deciding to speak my true thoughts once and for all. Ruyan, I only now realize my feelings for you before were just a superficial attraction because you're the school beauty, the center of attention. Pursuing you could satisfy my own vanity until I met her. Did I know what it feels like? Truly love someone with all my heart. Being with Little Butterfly is a wonderful feeling I've never experienced before, where I can forget the pain, forget time, and forget this whole world. It feels like even though the world is vast, it only consists of the two of us. Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears. Impossible. We've known each other for 2 years, and you only met her last week. I smiled. True love cannot be measured by the length of time. You don't even know what class she's in. Aren't you afraid of being tricked by her? Lu Ruyan shouted. Even if it's a trick, I don't care. Just like a moth. Even if it knows it will be burned by the flame, it will still dive in without any hesitation. I thought to myself, for someone whose life is about to end, what is there left to be tricked for? In these final days, I no longer worry about anything else. I just want to live true to the most honest thoughts in my heart. To walk the rest of this short life. I waved for a taxi and politely opened the door for Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, when you meet someone like that, perhaps you'll understand how I feel. Sitting in the taxi, Lu Ruyan wept silently. She clearly realized that she had lost Zhuangziang forever. Was that girl really that good? Back at my rented room, I changed the water in the fish tank, then sprinkled a bit of food. In maybe 2 months, I'll have to return these 2 fish to Little Butterfly. Just then, the phone rang. It was my treating physician, Chen Dexiu. There was nothing special, just checking in on my health. Dr. Chen, is there really no other way? Sorry, child. Xiao Zhuang understands.
Thank you, doctor.
Chen Dexiu didn't know how to comfort me. Just told me to come to the hospital in 2 days, so he could check on me again. Even though I knew it was futile, hanging up, I opened the packet of medicine, tossed a handful of those foul-smelling pills into my mouth, and took a gulp of water to swallow them. The nausea surging from my stomach made me dry heave several times. Now, I suddenly didn't want to die so much anymore. If only I could live for 1 more day, just to look at her a little longer. I would be content. The next morning, the phone by the bed rang loudly. I reached out from under the covers, fumbling to swipe the screen and answer. Pressed the speakerphone button. My voice still groggy with sleep. Hello, who is it this early in the morning? A clear female voice rang from the speaker. You lazy pig. The sun's already high in the sky, and you're still sleeping in. My eyes immediately flew open, and I bolted upright in bed. This was the first time Su Yudi had ever called me. Little Butterfly. Where are you? I'm out buying breakfast. I'll come find you in a bit.
What do you want to eat?
Any breakfast Little Butterfly buys would taste delicious. Hurriedly hanging up, I scrambled up to tidy my messy room. Then I rushed into the bathroom to wash up, the warm water cascading over my skin, washing away all the exhaustion after a long night. In my dreams last night, I was again with Little Butterfly doing unspeakable things. I dressed neatly, and the knock on the door came just in time. Opening the door, I met the smile I had missed every single night. Little Butterfly, good morning. Dummy, the sun's already high. It's not early anymore. Su Yudi had bought 2 portions of porridge, along with tea marinated eggs. While I was bowing my head to sip the porridge, she was meticulously peeling an egg. Once finished, she put it in my bowl, then picked up another one. I felt a bit shy. I can do it myself. Su Yudi smiled. Eat it to nourish your brain. You have to do really well on the exam today. Beat all those people from yesterday. Don't just talk big and then fail to deliver. Don't you worry, those guys, in my eyes, are nothing but trash. I declared boldly with high spirits, bragging without any shame. Su Yudi glared at me. I've been first in the grade for 2 years straight. Haven't you ever heard? I was a bit surprised, really. I think I might have heard something about it. Su Yudi replied casually. I resentfully took a bite of the egg. Looking at you, I can tell you're a poor student, never caring about exam rankings at all. I suddenly remembered checking the exam rooms yesterday afternoon, and that there was no Su Yudi in the list of candidates named Su. However, after hesitating several times, in the end, I still didn't ask her. If she had her own hidden troubles, pestering her would only make things more awkward for her. After finishing breakfast, Su Yudi took a red string out of her pocket and tied it around my wrist. I frowned. What's this? A guy isn't wearing this a bit too feminine. Su Yudi said, I heard that wearing this during an exam brings a lot of luck. So superstitious. I never wore one before, and I still came out first in the grade, I muttered. If you don't like it, you can just take it off and throw it away. Fine, I'll wear it. I raised my wrist to look. The red string was vibrantly colored, with a faint scent of peach blossoms. All right. Hope the god of exams blesses me. We went to school together, on the tree-lined path in the schoolyard full of fallen petals. The peach blossoms were beginning to fade. Arriving at the exam room door, I asked, Little butterfly, what room are you in? Su Yudi smiled and replied, I'm not taking the exam. I was a bit dazed. Su Yudi pulled out that stack of leave application forms again, waving them in front of me. The teacher's signature on them looked like scribbled charms. Impossible to make out a single word. I was about to ask more, but the bell signaling the start of the exam rang. Good luck with the exam. I'll buy you a Coke when you come out. Su Yudi shoved me into the classroom. I sat in my seat, smelling the faint peach blossom scent from the red string on my wrist, my heart full of confusing thoughts. What teacher would sign so many leave forms for a student and even let her skip the monthly exams? Little butterfly, could it be that you're just like me? The first subject was language arts. While I was still lost in idle thoughts, the exam papers were handed out. I skimmed through it quickly. After confirming there were no misprints, I held my pen to write my name. But just as I made the first stroke, I suddenly paused. This might be the last time in my life I'll take an exam. To always be so conventional would be far too dull. Might as well let loose just this once. In the name box, I wrote the 3 characters Su Yudi. For the class, I wrote class 23. I didn't know her candidate Gnome, so I had to use my own. The language arts exam didn't challenge me at all, only that there were a lot of characters to write, making my hand a bit tired. Reaching the fill-in-the-blanks section for classical poetry, the line before the emperor's spring heart is entrusted to the cuckoo. I looked up out the window. From this angle, I could see the basketball court. The wind blew softly through the ginkgo trees, taking a few green leaves with it as they fell, looking just like butterflies fluttering about. The beauty of our first meeting came back to me. A long while later, I withdrew my gaze and carefully wrote the answer on the paper. Zhuangzhou awoke from a dream of being a butterfly. The whole room was pin-drop silent.
Exam questions at this level
were just child's play to me. Thus, I finished the paper in less than an hour. I decisively grabbed my work, went up to hand it in early to the proctor, then strode confidently out of the exam room. Proctor looked at the name on the exam paper. I couldn't help but frown slightly, wondering what on earth this child's parents were thinking to give their son such a name. I took out my phone and called Su Yudi. Xiao Hudi, where are you? I finished my exam early. Oh, are you waiting for me by the flower bed? I put my phone away and walked toward the blooming flower bed. It was filled with hyacinths and wisteria, which had become our usual meeting spot. I sat down by the flower bed. Suddenly, my vision went dark. A pair of warm hands gently covered my eyes, and a muffled voice whispered in my ear. Guess who I am? Daunt? You think you're being a bit childish? I quickly pulled Xiao Hudi's hands away. You're no fun at all. You never play along. Su Yudi pouted her lips. She took out a can of Coke she had bought and handed it to me. Zhuangziang, I wish you a victorious return. Go and bravely seize that #1 spot. Su Yudi jumped up and shouted, You promised me, remember. If you get first place, you have to do one thing for me. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Su Yudi playfully exaggerated, crossing her arms in defense. You better not have any wicked intentions toward this lady. I laughed. With those meager assets of yours, I'm not even interested. You big idiot, do you have a death wish? All right, I'm sorry. Coke is spilling everywhere. We ended up having lunch together at the cafeteria, and then it was time for a midday nap. Xiao Hudi, I have to go back for a nap. Do you want to come with me? I asked nervously. But what about your best friend? Su Yudi suddenly remembered Deng Cheng.
What best friend?
Actually, he and I aren't that close. I replied instantly. Since Deng Cheng couldn't hear me anyway, it should be fine to say that. Choosing romance over friends is truly a man's nature. Su Yudi pressed her lips together and giggled. She agreed to go back for a nap together. Xiao Hudi, I've noticed you're always alone. Don't you have any friends? While walking down the street, I voiced the question that had been on my mind. Am I not your friend then?
Su Yudi countered.
I mean, besides me. Then it's probably because no one likes me. Su Woody shook her head slightly. Of course, I didn't believe her. How could such a beautiful and lovely girl not have anyone who liked her? If you wanted to make friends, I'm afraid every boy in school would be lining up. Su Woody suddenly stopped. She tilted her head and looked straight into my eyes. So, do you like me? My heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy blow, and then it began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. My face flushed hot in an instant. After hesitating for a long time, I finally found the courage to answer, I do. Su Woody immediately flashed a radiant smile. Me too.
What?
My heart beat even faster.
You like me too?
Does this mean we're confessing our love to each other? I said that I really like myself too. Su Woody's eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed. My pounding heart suddenly went dead silent, like a flat line. What a disappointment. Don't joke around like that. Arriving at the bottom of my rented apartment, we ran into Madame Lu, the landlord. She warmly greeted Su Woody. Is Zhao Hudi here to play with Zhuang again? Su Woody politely replied, Hello, Grandma. Madame Lu, we're just going back for a short nap. Since it's broad daylight, you must keep it quiet. Don't disturb the neighbors. Madame Lu lowered her voice to remind us. It's not what you think, Grandma. My face turned bright red. Su Woody looked up at the sky, pretending not to understand anything, but her pale ears were slowly being dyed red. She looked incredibly adorable. Madame Lu was an experienced person, so she obviously saw there was something between us, but afraid of embarrassing us, she stopped joking and walked away. Inside the room, I told Su Woody to sleep on the bed, while I would take the sofa. But Su Woody said she wanted to talk with me, so I had a great idea. I spread a mat right next to the bed, making a spot to lie on the floor, so that we could stay in the same room and talk. Su Woody took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. She looked down at the hard spot on the floor. Her beautiful almond eyes blinked as she looked at me. Since your spot is so hard, why don't you come up here? Those words were so easy to misinterpret. I was stunned for a few seconds, my eyes wide open, temporarily not knowing how to respond. Only then did Su Woody realize, and she blushed while trying to clarify. It just meant the mat on the floor is too hard. I coughed slightly. I know. It's okay. The atmosphere in the small room suddenly became awkward, both of us lost in our own thoughts. And for a long time, neither of us said another word. We had clearly agreed to talk together. Now we didn't know how to start. Who knows how much time passed. Before Su Woody spoke softly, Shuangzang. It'll be busy for the next few days, so I probably won't be coming to school. What is it? I was a bit surprised. Let's just say I have to be away for a while. Su Woody stammered, seemingly unwilling to explain. What about the weekend then? Aren't you planning to come and see me? I suddenly felt an unusual sense of panic. Well, can you feed the stray kittens for me this weekend? Tell them I'll visit again next time. Can I call or text you then? I asked timidly, my voice trembling slightly.
Calling probably won't work.
But as for texting, if I see it, I'll definitely reply right away. A hint of sorrow appeared in Su Woody's eyes as well. While my eyes were already turning red, I tried my best to suppress this sadness. Su Woody gently reached down and took my hand. I'll only be gone for a few days. When I get back, you'll be the first person I see. I squeezed her small, soft hand. Greedily soaking in this fleeting warmth, I screamed silently inside.
You fool, don't you know?
Forget about a few days, even just for 1 second. As long as I'm with you, then everything is incredibly precious to me. I don't have much time left. Thinking of the thick stack of leave requests in her bag, a powerful sense of unease spread through my heart. You must come back quickly. This nap was definitely not happening. Our hands were still tightly entwined, and we didn't want to part. Zhao Hudi remained as optimistic as ever, chirping away with lame, pointless jokes, while I just listened in silence, forcing out laughs to match hers. But at some point, tears began to stream down from my eyes, silently soaking the pillow. Fortunately, from this angle, Zhao Hudi wouldn't be able to see. When you're with the one you love, time passes by so incredibly fast. Before the afternoon exam started, Su Woody and I parted ways by the flower bed. Big dummy, make sure you do well on the test. And if you get first place, don't ask me to do anything unreasonable. I know, just make sure you come back soon, I said with deep reluctance. By the time I get back, the peach blossoms will probably have withered, Su Woody said with a sad tone. But the peach blossom in her hair was still so fresh, showing no sign of wilting. I sighed inwardly, afraid that after this peach blossom season, there wouldn't be another chance to see it. Go quickly, don't be late for the exam, Su Woody urged me. I nodded silently, and slowly turned to leave. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against me, leaning close against my back, and a pair of delicate arms wrapped around my waist. Zhao Hudi, don't say anything. Just let me hold you for a moment. In that moment, the wind seemed to stop blowing, and besides the rapid pounding of my heart, I couldn't hear any other sound. If only time could stop right now. If love has even a fraction of sweetness, I'd rather just fade away right here. The bell for the exam rang, and it was time for us to part. Su, Woody, let go, big dummy. Don't turn around. Just keep walking straight ahead. I suppressed the urge to turn back and look at her, and walked away decisively. And I climbed the stairs to the second floor, and looked down at the flower bed again. My beloved's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the white and pink hyacinths remained, gently swaying in the breeze. The afternoon exam was math, and on the answer sheet, I still wrote the name Su Woody, class 23, and I still handed it in early. After finishing, I walked down the stairs and happened to run into Deng Haijun. I greeted him. Haijun, maybe you really will get first place this time? Deng Haijun laughed. Why say that? Did the math test stump you?
How could that be?
The exam was way too easy. I just forgot to write my name. Deng Haijun was stunned, his eyes filled with suspicion. How could the top student in the grade be this confused? Besides, since you turned it in so early, how could you possibly forget to write your name? Haijun, take a walk with me for a bit. Man, why are you being so mysterious all of a sudden? Two guys walking around school together. Doesn't that sound a bit cheesy? Despite his words, Deng Haijun ultimately agreed to my request. Strolling down the path, I gazed into the distance and said softly, Haijun, after this month's exam, I won't be taking any more exams. From now on, you'll probably always be the top of the grade? Deng Haijun asked in shock.
What do you mean by that?
Are you planning to transfer schools? Something like that. It won't be long now. I probably won't be at this school anymore. Are you crazy? You're about to graduate. So why on earth would you transfer now? Deng Haijun shouted. When I'm gone, you'll be number one. So why do you sound like you don't want me to go? I joked with him. You'd better be serious. Don't joke with me about this. Deng Haijun's expression changed completely. Of course, I'm serious. He's competitive students like us. We must always prioritize accuracy. I dropped the playful act, becoming more serious than ever. We've participated in so many competitions together. We were once teammates standing side by side, sharing the glory of victory, and also tasting the bitterness of defeat. Now it's time to say a proper goodbye. Zhuangziang, you bastard. Running away at the crucial moment? Are you even a man? I've always wanted to defeat you, but I want to win fair and square, in a fair and honest competition. Not because of your charity. If it wasn't for the desire to surpass you, I would never have achieved what I have today. Now, you're just going to walk away like that. What's that about? Deng Haijun suddenly blew up, leaving Zhuangziang stunned and at a loss. I never expected that the guy who always saw me as his arch rival would be so reluctant to see me go. Haijun, you'll face many stronger opponents in the future, but never forget the one who was once your biggest hurdle. Zhuangziang, do you really have to go? Deng Haijun asked in a low voice. I really must. I flashed a bitter smile. This wasn't something he could decide. Deng Haijun had a certain admiration for me, but at the same time he felt a deep sense of regret over losing such an outstanding rival. The two of us sat at the bus stop, watching the busy traffic flow past, and talked for a long time, from our first encounter when school started, to the first time we competed on the same team. Every scene from the past came flooding back clearly, filling our hearts with overflowing emotion. Youth quietly slipped away amidst tears and sweat. Suddenly, bus line number 19 turned the corner. I checked my phone. It was exactly 6:10, but Xiao Hoodie's figure was nowhere to be seen. Haijun, do you know where this number 19 bus goes? I asked. Xiao Yao Palace, isn't it clearly written on the sign? Deng Haijun pointed to the sign right behind us. If you're free, how about taking a bus ride with me? It'll cover all the tickets. I laughed and said, the ticket is only $2. You sure are being generous. Deng Haijun replied sarcastically. I frowned slightly, thinking, that's right. A bus trip only costs $2, but Zhao Hudi always saved up $4 whenever she went back, which means she has to transfer one more time. Finding out where she lived really wouldn't be easy. The two of us got on the bus, but there were no empty seats, so we had to hold onto the hand straps. Mr. Driver, there's a girl who often takes this bus. She wears a white shirt and a blue skirt, and always has a peach blossom in her hair. Do you know which stop she usually gets off at? Xiao Hudi was so beautiful. She would attract everyone's attention wherever she went. So I guess the driver would surely remember her. But the driver just waved his hand and said, I don't know. I'm not allowed to disclose passengers' private info. That answer left me speechless, unable to say more. I could only inwardly praise the driver's professionalism. He truly had a high sense of professional ethics. So all this time, you dragged me along just to chase after some girl. Deng Haijun pouted in dissatisfaction. It's the girl you met yesterday. I'm a bit worried about her, I said bluntly. Zhuangziang, take some sincere advice from me. Smart people shouldn't be foolish enough to fall into the trap of love. You're heading down the wrong path right now. Deng Haijun advised with an expressionless face. This guy. Are you really not interested in girls at all? I asked suspiciously. Women only slow down the speed of my blade. Deng Haijun used his middle finger to push up non-existent glasses on his face. In his eyes, I had clearly fallen from grace. An outstanding student like this shouldn't let romance affect his future. If you don't believe me, look at Newton, Leibniz, and even those viewers sitting in front of the screen. How many of them actually have a wife? So the two of us rattled along on the bus for a long time, not knowing which stop to get off at. So we stayed on until the final stop, Zhao Yao Palace. This was the most famous Taoist temple in the region, with incense smoke billowing all year round. The words Zhao Yao truly represent a rare state of life. Deng Haijun and I walked through the mountain gate, strolled around to take in the sights, inhaling the rich scent of spreading incense, feeling our souls suddenly become calmer. In the northern ocean there is a fish, its name is kun. Kun is so large, its size is many thousands of miles. Deng Haijun unconsciously recited lines from the Zhao Yao Yo. Haijun, do you know what sound a kun makes? I laughed and asked, Cluck, cluck. Deng Haijun asked hesitantly, even using his hands to mimic flapping wings realistically. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Turns out this quiet top student actually has a sense of humor. Hey boys. Making noise is forbidden in the temple? A voice suddenly came from behind. I quickly swallowed my laughter and turned my head toward the source of the sound. It was a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe. Oh, sorry, Taoist master. On the desk in front of the priest was a container of fortune sticks, with slips for interpreting the fortunes hanging on the wall behind him. Clearly, he was an expert in interpreting fortunes for visitors. Haijun, how about I ask for a relationship fortune for you? I started teasing him again. No thanks. I decide my own fate, not heaven. Deng Haijun would never believe in such fortune-telling. Actually, I didn't really believe it either. After all, we had all been taught the theories of dialectical materialism. These things, like asking for fortunes, were just a way to seek spiritual comfort. The priest suddenly stared at the red string on my wrist. This string is an item from our temple. I raised my wrist to look. A faint, gentle scent of peach blossoms wafted toward me. Really, a girl gave this string to me. It will help protect you and keep you safe. The priest spoke softly. A wave of indescribable emotion surged through me. It seemed Zhao Hudi really had visited this place, and maybe her home was just around here. And please let me draw a fortune stick, I asked politely. How pointless. Deng Haijun pouted slightly. Stepping before the temple hall, I began to shake the fortune container, and it took over 20 seconds for a stick to fall out. I bent down to pick it up and look. My pupils contracted. Lowest low fortune. I handed the stick to the priest. He quickly found the corresponding interpretation slip, which was a short poem. A song of clear verse, a cup of strong wine. Paradise is hard to find. The beauty is far away. Zhuangzhou dreams of becoming a butterfly. No carefree life, human existence is but a void, as expected of a lowest low fortune. Words like hard, dream, and void had no positive meaning. Young man, what is it you want to ask? The priest's face suddenly became very grave. That question made me freeze for a moment. I myself didn't even know what I should ask anymore. After all, my remaining time in this life was short, and everything in this world is ultimately just a hollow dream. After thinking for a long time, I spoke up. I'm looking for someone. Do you know where they might be right now? The priest's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Don't trouble yourself searching. They will return on their own. But how? I asked urgently. Desires of the heart can be sought morning and night. Better to stay still. Stay in place and you'll find what you seek. The priest put on a deeply mysterious and inscrutable expression, starting to speak in riddles. This was followed by a long stream of dry and incomprehensible teachings. It felt like he had said a great deal. In reality, nothing seemed to stick. My head was a jumbled mess after listening, so I finally just paid the $10 fee for the interpretation. The priest smiled happily as he took the money, then pointed toward the mountain gate. There is an old lady over there selling snacks. She's old and alone with no one to rely on. If you boys are hungry, maybe go over there and support her a bit. You just got scammed out of $10 again, didn't you? After walking a considerable distance, Deng Haijun began to mock me. I smiled slightly. It's fine, just consider it a donation to the temple. Even though my heart was still troubled by many doubts. Zhao Hudi had promised, after all, that she would only be away for a few days, so she'll definitely return to school next week. I'm sure nothing will happen. Two of us walked out of the mountain gate together, and sure enough, saw an old lady sitting there selling some snacks. Her hair had turned completely white on both sides, and her face clearly bore the marks of time and hardship. In front of her was a small carrying pole, and what she was selling was tofu pudding. Haijun, you've been walking with me all this time? Let me treat you to a bowl of tofu pudding. As a reward for having a bit of a conscience, Deng Haijun happily accepted the invitation, and both of us walked toward the stall. Spoke softly, Grandma. Could we have 2 bowls of tofu pudding? The old lady scrambled to her feet and raised her eyes to look at me. Those eyes looked incredibly clouded and melancholy, being naturally compassionate. Seeing her old and alone like this made my nose sting with emotion. Yet for some reason, the old lady's face seemed strangely familiar. Do you want savory or sweet tofu pudding? Her voice sounded somewhat hoarse. I'll have sweet. Please add extra sugar for me. Deng Haijun replied quickly. You really are a weird guy. Nobody ever eats sweet tofu pudding. I'll take a savory one. I gave him a look of pure disdain. The preference for savory versus sweet tofu pudding is truly an endless war. Watching the old lady busily scooping tofu pudding into bowls, Deng Haijun suddenly asked out of the blue, Grandma, it's already starting to get dark. Are you still out here setting up your stall? Aren't your family members worried about you? Hearing that, I frowned slightly. Hadn't the priest who interpreted the fortune just said it, that she was an old lady living all by herself? So isn't asking that like rubbing salt in her wound? Sure enough, the old woman's expression was filled with profound sorrow. I have no family left. I'm sorry. The old woman was not very good with words. I placed a 10 yuan bill on the stall. Tofu pudding is 5 yuan a bowl, and after costs. There is hardly any profit left, if it weren't for the burden of making a living. Who at this age would want to work so hard? Standing out in the cold wind late at night. Thank you, children. The old woman carefully tucked the money away. The tofu pudding was delicious. Goodbye, Grandma, we are leaving now. I smiled and nodded in farewell. The old woman's gaze lingered on my wrist. She stared at the red string for a long time. Her already cloudy eyes grew even more somber. Haijun, You really have no filter, do you? Why did you have to bring up her painful past like that? Once we were a distance away, I complained about Deng Haijun's rude behavior. Deng Haijun said sheepishly, I thought she was in cahoots with that Taoist priest, making up stories to rip off tourists. But it seems that wasn't the case. If you keep being this clueless about how the world works, you'll definitely be lonely for the rest of your life. I spoke harshly. He insisted otherwise. Immersed in the ocean of mathematics and physics, I will never feel lonely. Deng Haijun laughed out loud. He pushed the bowl toward me. It's very sweet. Do you want to try some? I said disdainfully. Tofu pudding this sweet isn't even fit for a dog. Take it away. Looking back at the lonely silhouette of the old woman, sitting with her stall in the dark night, my heart felt extremely uneasy. Recalling the strange words of the fortune-telling priest, I felt even more restless and worried. Why on earth did I have to go and draw that lower lot fortune? Truly, the world is naturally at peace. It is the mediocre who trouble themselves. Deng Haijun took a taxi home. As we parted, he was full of competitive spirit. Zhuangzang, if you keep being immersed in such sentimental emotions, then even if you don't quit halfway, you'll soon cease to be a match for me. I gave a cold laugh and snorted. As long as Im's still at this school, don't even dream about taking the #1 spot. Good. You're a worthy opponent. Want to surpass me? Wait another 100 years. After exchanging challenges, we each went our own way. Back at my rental room, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I picked up my phone, composed a message to Little Butterfly. I had a delicious bowl of tofu pudding today. Let's go together next time. Okay. I hesitated for a long time before gathering the courage to hit send. After sending it, I immediately felt regret. What a terrible excuse for an invitation. And as always, there was no reply. Next morning, the moment I woke up, the first thing I did was check my phone, but I was disappointed once again. Little Butterfly still hadn't replied. She was never like this before. She always replied before I even woke up. She once said she would definitely reply as soon as she saw it. So she must not have seen it yet. During the morning and afternoon exam sessions, I still finished the exams with ease. The name of the candidate on the identification slip was still Su Woody. I thought to myself, if I use Little Butterfly's name to rank first in the whole grade, I would definitely be able to find her class. In this vast school, someone must know her. After the exams ended, classes continued as usual for the next 2 days. Over those 2 days, I opened that message and checked it hundreds of times, but I still received no reply from Little Butterfly. It was as if she had evaporated from this world, suddenly withdrawing from my life. During Friday morning's mathematics class, my nose suddenly started bleeding again. Large and small drops of blood fell, staining the first page of my math textbook red. Eng Cheng's face turned pale with horror. He rushed to help me to the restroom to deal with it, and even planned to take me to the infirmary. Son! What on earth is wrong with you? Don't scare your father like this. I managed to squeeze out a smile. I'm fine. It's probably just internal heat. From eating too well lately, Deng Chang punched me lightly on the chest. We're like real father and son? If something's wrong, don't keep it to yourself. No matter how big the problem is, I'll shoulder it with you.
Yeah, with all this blood coming from my nose.
Could it be that I'm about to die? I continued to joke. Then die quickly, so that I, the elder, can see you off. Do you want a flip-top or a sliding lid coffin? Eng Cheng also burst out laughing, but he would never have imagined that the truth is often spoken in the form of a joke. By the way, where is your little butterfly?
Why haven't I seen her lately?
Deng Cheng suddenly realized that he hadn't seen that beautiful girl for days. It seems she has some business and took a leave of absence. My expression grew somber. Then you two really are a match made in heaven. Both of you skip school like it's a hobby, Deng Cheng teased. I stuffed some tissue into my nose, finally stopping the bleeding. There are still 20 minutes left in the period. The Doom Abbas's math class. It was so hard to escape. I don't want to go back to class early. Deng Cheng raised an eyebrow. Want to play a game? I replied with a smile. Sure, let's do it, but no picking Zhuangzhou. Deng Cheng was actually just joking, because with my personality, I would normally refuse, and then head straight back to class. Who would have guessed that a model student like me would one day become so degenerate? The two of us logged into the game and started ranking up together. Time is truly a magical thing. A 45-minute mathematics period is an absolute form of torture. That same amount of time is barely enough to finish 2 games. 2 teenagers hiding in a corner of the restroom, completely absorbed in their game. I played so poorly, it was unspeakable, and Deng Cheng scolded me relentlessly.
Why is your butterfly flying all over the place?
You aimed your first skill in the wrong direction. I'm taking the red buff. What are you doing over here? You just stole it with your second skill. Ultimate. I'm being targeted. Quick, use your ultimate. My eyes were glued to the screen, focused on controlling Zhuangzhou riding his fish. Even though I was dead weight, I was still having fun. The chances to play games with Deng Cheng are truly becoming few and far between. Team fight starting. Listen to my command. Don't use your ultimate until I say so. Deng Cheng's face was tense, as if he were facing a life and death enemy. Seeing the enemy's Guiguzi initiate, he immediately screamed, Ulti. As soon as the word left his mouth, a loud crash echoed nearby. The restroom door was flung open with force, revealing the thunderous, enraged face of Mr.
Zhang Zhuan.
Deng Cheng leaned against the wall, trembling. Mr. Zhang, have you been in this stall the whole time? Zhang Jiyuan snatched the phone away, daring to play games during class. The phone is confiscated. Go back to class and write a self-reflection right now. After saying this, he walked away while adjusting his belt. Aren't we playing this game together? Why didn't he confiscate your phone too? Dang Chang was full of grievance. I shook my head in confusion. On the screen, the uncontrolled Zhuangzhou was quickly defeated, and his death quote played, "Ugh. It's time to wake from the dream." Early Saturday morning, I bought some sausages, cut them into small pieces, and following Little Butterfly's instructions, went to West Mountain Park to feed the stray cats. As soon as I took out the food, a pack of multicolored cats quickly surrounded me. I tried to recall the names that Little Butterfly had given them: Whiskers, Cheese, Pudding, and many more. As for the cat named Tom, he would never appear again. "Young man, why isn't that girl with you?" A friendly voice spoke from behind. I turned to see the janitor I had met last time. I replied sadly. "She's been a bit busy lately. I haven't seen her for a few days either. She's such a kind-hearted girl. It's already been 3 months. She comes here every weekend to feed the cats." The janitor smiled. 3 months ago, I muttered to myself, recalling that the potato chip vendor also said that Little Butterfly had known her for 3 months. That time must have been before the Lunar New Year. The sun rose high and bright, illuminating the flora in the park. The air was incredibly fresh. I took a deep breath and walked away. I had an appointment today with Dr. Chen Detu. I had to go to the hospital for another checkup, even though I knew the results would be hopeless. The hospital hallway reeked of disinfectant, and muffled sobs could be heard from some of the wards. Entering Dr. Chen Detu's office, his expression was extremely serious. "Why are you still here alone? No family members with you?" I shook my head. At this stage, I don't want to bother anyone anymore. Chen Detu let out a sigh. He didn't ask anything more. Being a doctor for half his life, he had met all kinds of people and situations, including those with complex family secrets. After taking me through various tests, the results came in. "Do you want to see for yourself, or should I explain?" Chen Detu's expression grew even more grave. "It's best if you keep it simple, doctor. Use words that I can understand," I requested. He told me to think open-mindedly. Just those words, brief and easy to understand, but they extinguished my last flicker of hope. I felt much more pain than before, because back then, I hadn't met Little Butterfly yet. Chen Detu took a branch of peach blossoms from a vase and handed it to me. "I'm giving you this branch. Try to relax your mind a bit. Spend more of your time with those you love." I accepted the branch. "The peach blossoms must be nearly finished blooming by now, right?" Chen Detu nodded.
"Almost. This is the very last branch."
I once had a patient who loved peach blossoms, who often gave me a branch to help brighten my mood. "How is that patient now?" I asked. "That person will never see peach blossoms again." Chen Detu shook his head slightly. As a doctor, he was all too familiar with life and death. When speaking of such things, his heart barely felt a ripple. But to me, such a calm statement felt incredibly cruel. Perhaps this would be the last peach blossom branch I would ever see in my life. Holding the results slip in my hand, I walked out of Chen Detu's office. However, I happened to run into Liu Ruyan right there in the hallway. "Ruyan, what a coincidence."
Liu Ruyan's grandmother was hospitalized here
for some age-related illnesses. She had taken advantage of the weekend to visit her, never expecting to see me here. She seemed slightly delighted. "What are you doing at the hospital?" "It's nothing. I had a nosebleed yesterday, so I just came for a quick checkup." I gripped the results slip with my fingers, suddenly panicking, not knowing where to hide it. "That nosebleed yesterday scared me to death. Are you okay?" Liu Ruyan suddenly reached out and snatched the results slip from my hand. "Ruyan, don't look." I tried to stop her, but it was already too late. The slip was filled with specialized medical terminology, which Liu Ruyan didn't fully understand, but the words metastasized cancer cells left her in shock. Her hands holding the slip trembled uncontrollably, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Zhuangzhang, this isn't real, is it? Stop joking like this. This isn't funny at all. I treated you poorly before, and I know I was wrong now. Don't use things like this to scare me anymore." She broke into sobs like a child, repeatedly asking if I was faking illness just to spite her. I hadn't even expected to see her here. So how could I have prepared such a thing as a joke? "Ruyan, promise me. Don't tell anyone about this." I made the request with a calm tone. "Why did it turn out like this? You're only 18 years old." Liu Ruyan's tears fell like rain, unstoppable. "When my mother was pregnant, she almost aborted me several times. If you look at it that way, I've already lived a bonus 18 years. I gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile. "Stop smiling. I told you, there's nothing funny about this." Liu Ruyan's crying grew louder. "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the people around us," I said helplessly. "Zhuangziang, how much time is left?" 3 months. Actually, no. Another week has just passed. There are only a little over 2 months left. I remember tearing 10 pages off the new calendar I bought. The feeling of having to count down your life day by day, calendar page by page, is truly not pleasant at all. Liu Ruyan suddenly remembered that I had taken a day off last week, saying I was going for a medical checkup. After returning to school, my personality changed completely, wearing flashy shirts and acting recklessly, even reading novels during math class. After being punished, I even openly skipped school. It turned out that even then he had already received the tragic news of his terrible illness, and yet I was still being petty about him, not buying pan-fried buns and throwing a tantrum. Sorry, Zhuangzang, I really didn't know anything back then," I replied calmly. "It's fine. You don't need to apologize to me, as Liu Ruyan wiped her tears. She looked back on all the kind things I had done for her. The more she thought, the more she saw herself as stubborn and selfish, having failed such a gentle soul. Suddenly, it was as if she realized something, and she stared into my eyes. Zhuangziang, deep down,
You still like me, don't you?
Is that so?
I was slightly stunned and asked her why she thought that. Because you knew you were ill, so you intentionally distanced yourself to push me away, using harsh words to anger me, and even finding a beautiful girl to act as if you'd had a change of heart. Liu Ruyan smugly assumed her analysis was correct. I was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. My dear campus goddess, this time, you really have overthought it. Zhuangziang, sorry. Truly, deeply sorry. In the middle of the hospital lobby, Liu Ruyan kept repeating her apologies over and over. This made me feel a bit embarrassed. Goddess, you've done nothing wrong. It's just that I played the devoted lover for too long, and I've come to my senses a bit late. That's all.
Ruyan, how about this?
If you really feel bad, then treat me to lunch as compensation. I'm starting to feel hungry, he said with a smile. Liu Ruyan immediately agreed, saying she wanted to take me out for a fancy Western meal, but I flatly refused. Just some casual food outside the hospital is fine. A 15 yuan set is plenty and filling. Then we both walked to the eatery and chose a quiet corner to sit down. I ate with great appetite, while Liu Ruyan sat in a daze, unable to swallow a bite. Learning that a friend close to you has a terminal illness is truly an enormous mental shock. Moreover, over the past few days, she had begun to realize that her feelings for me might not be so simple. No longer just seeing me as a spare tire. Ruyan, from now on, don't ever apologize to me again. Otherwise, it'll feel like you're just pitying me. In these final days, I just want to live with dignity. You must keep this a secret from me. If the classmates found out, they would definitely treat me exactly as you are now. After eating a few bites, I carefully instructed her. Last time, the class wanted me back as class president. I almost burst into tears on the spot. If this news gets out, I really won't know how to face everyone. Liu Ruyan nodded, her eyes swollen from crying.
You still like me, don't you?
Honestly, why do you keep dwelling on this? Think about it. Who would want to date someone who has less than 3 months to live? I gave a bitter, forced smile. Liu Ruyan was suddenly at a loss for words. Tears began to well up in her eyes again. It was true. When you knew for certain that the other person wouldn't survive past 3 months, who would have the courage to start a romance? The campus goddess, usually so haughty and distant, now being so humble and submissive, was in truth just the stirring of compassion. But empathy can hardly be called love. Seeing Liu Ruyan's tormented state, I decided to explain everything to her clearly once and for all, so she wouldn't have to invent imaginary scenarios anymore. Ruyan, I told you straightforwardly last time, I really didn't like you that much. Between us, we were simply classmates. That girl's name is Little Butterfly. Since meeting her, I've truly understood what it feels like to have your heart flutter for someone. But unfortunately, I no longer have the chance to be with her. I had made up my mind long ago. No matter how deeply I loved Little Butterfly, I would absolutely never confess my feelings when life is measured in days. This love deserves only to be buried deep in my heart. Otherwise, when I close my eyes and leave this world, things would end peacefully for me. But what would happen to Little Butterfly, left all alone in this world? A love that is known from the start to have no future is best left unstarted. In this brief remaining time, just being her friend is enough for me. Anyway, that kiss from that day, she probably doesn't even remember it anymore. Is that Little Butterfly really that good? Liu Ruyan asked, sounding unconvinced. You've always been like a shining star above, but she brings a sense of closeness. Something real and within reach. Perhaps that is the greatest difference between you two. I expressed my view candidly. Being with a haughty girl like Liu Ruyan can make one feel incredibly tired and pressured. But when I am with Little Butterfly, I can forget all the troubles in life. Looking deep into my eyes, Liu Ruyan saw absolute sincerity. She also abandoned her irrational delusions. The thought that I had found a beautiful girl, just despite her. She thought for a while, then asked me one final question. If I had accepted your confession from the beginning, and we had actually become a couple, what would you have done when you met Little Butterfly? Then I definitely would have proactively kept my distance, and we would never have had the chance to know each other. I answered immediately without needing to think. If on that day, under the ginkgo tree, I were already a boy in a relationship, then after climbing over the school wall, we probably would have gone our separate ways, and certainly there would be no story to follow. So, Ruyan, I really must. Thank you for always rejecting me. Otherwise, I never would have had the chance to meet a girl as wonderful as her. Those words hit Liu Ruyan like a thunderous slap across the face.
That thank you sounded so bitter and painful.
After saying that, I stood up, said goodbye, and left. Liu Ruyan stood still, watching my weathered and indifferent silhouette walk away. Ia's pain, shame, and belated regret all surged within her heart. This young man's gentle warmth. She was now forever unworthy of possessing it. Returning to my small rental room, I crumpled the medical report into a ball and threw it deep into the back of my wardrobe. I stood there in a daze, watching the 2 goldfish swimming in their tank, and just sat there, motionless and lost in thought. Without little butterfly by my side, my life suddenly became empty and meaningless, and my heart was left as a desolate void. A moment later, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the bamboo flute beside the fish tank. To kill this tedious and lonely time, I picked up the bamboo flute and began to play some improvised melodies that drifted along with my emotions. I could only vaguely remember this prelude, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recall the notes that followed. It felt as if just by finishing this piece, Xiao Hudi would instantly appear before my eyes. Drowsiness washed over me, so I leaned back for a midday nap. While half asleep, my phone let out a soft ding. I reached out and picked up the phone, and the words on the screen jolted me wide awake. "I miss you so much." It was a message from Xiao Hudi. I immediately typed a reply, my hands trembling. "I miss you too. Where are you right now?" But once again, there was no response to the message I sent. It felt so uneasy, yet there was nothing I could do. Calling her only resulted in that annoying out-of-service notification. I knew Xiao Hudi must be hiding a secret from me. But wasn't I also hiding a life-shattering secret of my own? A man shouldn't cry this much, clearly. But I simply couldn't help myself. For over a decade, this life has been dark enough. Now that a ray of light has finally managed to shine in, it's already time for the final curtain call. I thought to myself that Xiao Hudi had only been gone for a few days. Yet, I was already so lost. If I were to die, how heartbroken would Xiao Hudi be? On Sunday, I sat on the grass where I once flew kites, with Xiao Hudi staring at the river in a daze, sitting there for the entire morning. Around noon, my phone suddenly rang. Anxiously, I took out my phone, but the caller was my father.
"What is it this time?" I asked coldly.
"Come home for lunch today. Your Aunt Kin has cooked a table full of delicious food." My father used a rare, gentle tone. "When you guys have good food, you never think of me." I smirked. He said, "You're still my son after all. It's been a long time. You should stop being angry. Do you really want to never come home for the rest of your life?" I raised my voice and said, "Dad, just say it straight. Is it because there's no one to mop the floor or wash the clothes?" I didn't bother being polite and got straight to the point. For all these years, I've done so many chores in that house. Mopping, cleaning windows, washing dishes, doing laundry. I even learned how to fix plumbing and clean the range hood. I live no differently than a servant. Now that I've been gone for over a week, and that mess has been dumped on Qin Shulen. She must have complained quite a lot. My father paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, "It's like this.
Yu Hang's teacher told me
that if his grades stay like this, he might have to repeat a grade. Since you're so good at studying, come home and tutor your brother a bit. If he doesn't know, why don't you hire a tutor for him?" I questioned him. My father blurted out, "Hiring a tutor is expensive." My father let it slip. I gave a cold laugh. In this father's eyes, I have never been anything more than a source of free labor. If he didn't need a favor, he probably wouldn't care if I died in the street.
That precious son of yours?
His mind isn't on his studies at all. No matter who tutors him, it'll just be a waste of effort. How can you talk about Yu Hang like that? Are you still angry about last time? Hez still a child. Surely you won't hold a grudge against him. You're already an adult. Can't you be a little more magnanimous? My anger was about to boil over. I was about to unleash the harshest rebukes. He had me on speakerphone, and Qin Shulin's complaining voice drifted through the receiver. Our Yu Hang might have called you a loser, but you slapped him, didn't you? No matter what you say, hitting someone is always worse than insulting them. We've already stopped pursuing this matter. So why are you still holding a grudge and acting so superior, refusing to come home and tutor your brother? You're not fulfilling any of your responsibilities as an older brother. I took a deep breath, then vented all my fury through the phone. In my eyes, that precious son of yours is no different from a pig. You want me to come back and tutor him? Are you daydreaming? No, Hez, not even as good as a pig. A pig knows gratitude when its owner feeds it, but he is purely an ungrateful ingrate. Of course, you two aren't any better. Living only wastes oxygen, and dying only takes up space. After venting my anger, without giving my father a chance to argue back, I decisively hung up. So satisfying. I'll have to eat an extra bowl of rice this noon. Zhuang Wanchao heard the dial tone from the phone, his face turning pale with rage. He could rack his brain and still not understand why Zhuang Xiang, who had always been so disciplined, could become so rebellious and disrespectful. Qin Shulin jumped up and began cursing. "Look at the beast you've raised. He even dares to scold us. Is there no law and order left?" Zhuang Wanchao slammed his fist onto the coffee table. I must beat him to death. I sat by the river for a while longer. Then Teng Cheng called me, asking if I wanted to come over to his house for a meal. I casually found an excuse to decline politely, because I was afraid of seeing Teng Cheng's happy family. Envy would only make my mindset twisted. Things that other children are born with, even if I gave my all to obtain them, would ultimately just be a joke. But from a certain perspective, I should still thank my father and that stepmother, because occasionally they jump out to remind me just how cold this world is, and how fickle human affection can be. There really isn't much to regret. On Monday, the brilliant bright red flag was slowly raised over the stadium. During the flag-raising ceremony, the school board
summarized last week's monthly exams,
not forgetting to drone on for a few more sentences. I had a bit of insomnia last night, So I kept yawning while standing in line. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's gaze remained fixed intensely on me, not leaving for even a single moment. She was afraid that I would suddenly collapse and then never wake up again. When the student council officer spoke, our class lost the emulation flag once again. Immediately, groans of complaint echoed everywhere. I told you so. Jibata basically can't achieve anything. Under his brilliant leadership, our class's discipline and hygiene last week were a complete mess. Without comparison, there is no pain. Only now do I understand how outstanding Zhuangziang truly is. Hearing those words, Jibata felt as if a knife were cutting his heart. He had clearly given his all. But in the end, he still wasn't even fit to carry my shoes. Only now was he willing to admit that. If he compared himself to me, there truly existed quite a significant gap. During the 4th period class meeting in the morning, Jibata couldn't avoid being criticized by everyone once again. He stood on the podium, trying to explain and justify himself. But all his words became weak and hopeless. Finally, he lost his temper and threw the chalkboard eraser away. Fine, then I'll just resign. Okay, whoever wants this class president position can just take it. This was originally a move to take 1 step back to move 2 steps forward. He thought everyone would ask him to stay. Unexpectedly, the eyes of the majority of people immediately turned toward me, full of anticipation. I helplessly stood up and said, "Our class didn't receive the emulation flag, so everyone shares a part of the responsibility. We can't just blame Jibata alone. Everyone, please, don't be too hard on him. He understood the real reason very well in his heart. That is, Jibata's prestige was insufficient, making it hard for him to command respect. So quite a few people intentionally went against his wishes or caused trouble, which is why the class's metrics dropped like that. I looked back at Jibata. You're the class president now, so don't give up so easily. Work dedicatedly for the collective so that everyone can feel your sincerity, and then they will surely support you." That's easy to say.
Then why did you abandon the job?
Jibata immediately shot back. I had reasons beyond my control. I let out a helpless sigh. Piff. Stop acting so righteous, and quit trying to lecture me. Jibata still looked completely unconvinced. That's enough, Jibata. Lu Ruyan stood up abruptly and said angrily, "I won't allow you to use that tone." When speaking to Zhuangziang, Jibata was instantly stunned. Why was our great school belle suddenly protecting Zhuangziang like this? Zhuangziang has done so much for us. What right do you have to doubt him? Lu Ruyan glared at Jibata with hostility. The entire class couldn't help but be confused, and everyone started whispering excitedly. Lu Ruyan had never treated me like this before. Back when I was pursuing her, her attitude was always indifferent and cold. Why the sudden change of heart now? Truly, a woman's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. I kept winking at Lu Ruyan, signaling her. You absolutely must not, in a moment of impulse, reveal that matter. Right at that moment, Zhang Zhiyuan appeared, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the classroom. Zhuangziang, come with me for a moment. The rest of you continue with your class meeting. Tang Cheng asked curiously. Mr. Zhang, why have you been looking for Xiang so much lately? Zhang Zhiyuan said in a low voice. Worry about yourself first. Why haven't I seen your self-reflection report yet? Tang Cheng immediately shut up. His phone was confiscated, making this entire weekend pass without any flavor. On the way to the office, Mr. Zhang asked me. I saw Liu Ruyan's eyes were welling up. Did you tell her? We happened to meet at the hospital, and she accidentally saw the test results. What did the doctor say? Just to stay optimistic. Following that conversation was a long silence. Mr. Zhang didn't know how to comfort me, so he just walked on silently with his head down. As for me, with hands in my pockets, I had an air of indifference toward the world. Once we were inside the office, a few other subject teachers were also there. Zhang Zhiyuan sat down at his desk, took a sip of goji berry tea out of habit, and glanced at me. Do you know why I called you here? I thought for a moment. Is it perhaps because the monthly exam results are out? Zhang Zhiyuan slammed the table with a loud bang.
What kind of crazy game are you playing with me?
Who on earth is Su Wudi from class 23? Mr. Zhang, if I said I was momentarily confused at the time
and wrote the wrong name, would you believe me?
I nonchalantly shrugged. Zhang Zhiyuan was about to lose his temper, but remembering my health condition, he forced himself to hold back. As the person who had consistently ranked first in the grade for the past 2 years, every exam of mine received special attention from the teachers. This time, after grading and removing the identity flaps, they didn't see my exam paper immediately, but it didn't take much time for the teachers to easily identify my work. Aside from the name and class, the exam number, handwriting, and score, all confirmed with certainty that it was my paper. This little prank of mine caused a significant amount of trouble for the school. The supervisor specifically convened a meeting with the teachers, the focus of which was to consider whether my results this time should be recognized or not. The side in favor argued that I was just pulling a harmless prank, while as for the exam itself, I was still extremely serious, and my total score was still first in the grade. so it should be recognized. The opposing side argued that we shouldn't tolerate such a habit of disregarding regulations, that if I didn't even bother to write my name properly, then no matter how high the score, it should be 0. They insisted on severe punishment to set an example. And to invalidate the exam results, both sides argued heatedly, bickering for half a day, without reaching a conclusion. That's why Zhang Zhiyuan called me here. He wanted to hear my explanation firsthand. However, with my indifferent attitude, it was clear that I didn't have even a hint of remorse. Mr. Zhang, could you tell me if this student Su Wudi is the one who ranked first in the whole grade? I asked with a smile. Mr. Zhang said, consider yourself lucky. Deng Haijun was only 2 points behind you. Zhang Jiyuan glared at me. All right, I'm a practical person anyway, so I'm not craving that empty fame. You can just invalidate the results. I acted extremely magnanimous. As long as I knew I actually came in first, it was enough, so I could still make my request to Xiao Hudi. The ranking on the scoreboard no longer mattered. Deng Haijun has been eyeing that spot for 2 years now, so I'll just consider it fulfilling his wish for once. Zhang Jiyuan let out a sigh, and then switched to a gentler tone. Fine, I'll explain it to the supervisor. For so many years, your nerves have always been as tight as a bowstring. I can understand why you'd want to loosen up a bit now, but absolutely do not do anything out of bounds. Then please return the phone to Teng Cheng, sir. I promise he won't do it again in the future. Give him an inch and hell take a mile. Take it. This thing is expensive. If it gets lost while I have it, I can't afford to replace it. Zhang Jiyuan pulled open the drawer and tossed the phone onto the desk.
Thank you, Mr.
Zhang, I wish you a long life of 100 years. I grinned and picked up the phone. Hearing this wish for a long life, Zhang Jiyuan felt an immense pang of sorrow. Ever since he learned about my illness, he really hasn't been able to be strict with me anymore. He only hoped that this good student, in his few remaining days, could feel more human warmth. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to class. I slightly raised an eyebrow. Wait, there's a teacher who wants to speak with you privately. They are on their way here now. Zhang Jiyuan called me back. Which teacher is it, sir? Hez coming over from the West Campus, so it'll probably take a little time. I felt a bit puzzled. I originally didn't know any teachers from the West Campus. Each grade has different academic tasks, and the schedules have certain differences as well. To ensure students don't interfere with each other, the school divided each grade into separate campus areas. I am currently at the East Campus. When I first enrolled, I only stayed at the West Campus for 1 year. Currently, students at the West Campus are 2 years behind them. So there's almost never any interaction on normal days. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Standing at the door was a male teacher in his early 30s, dressed very neatly with an extremely refined aura. Zhang Jiyuan greeted him warmly, and then began to introduce him to me.
Xiang, this is Mr.
Li Junin. I lowered my voice and said, I don't even know him, sir. Why is he looking for me? Zhang Jiyuan just shook his head, indicating he didn't know for sure either. Li Junin observed me for a moment, then gave a warm smile. Student Zhuangxiang, could you take a walk with me for a bit?
Yes, of course, sir.
I answered immediately. This Mr. Li gave me a very good first impression, especially his smile, which made one feel as pleasant as a spring breeze. Just as we stepped out of the office, we went up to the rooftop together. Standing from here, you can almost capture
a panoramic view of the entire school campus.
Li Junin took a deep breath before saying to me, I heard that on your last monthly exam, you wrote Su Wudi's name on it. Startled, I asked, Sir, do you know her? Li Junin nodded slightly. I'm her homeroom teacher. Hearing this, everything finally clicked, and all my previous questions were suddenly answered. No wonder that in the security room's computer system, or among the students with the surname Su in the exam rooms, the name Su Wudi could not be found anywhere. It turns out she is a student at the West Campus, and also my junior from a lower grade. And all this time, I thought she was my age. The West Campus has a total of 25 classes, and she said she was from class 23. It wasn't a lie after all. But there was a certain geographical height difference between these two campus areas. The structure of the lecture building on this side is also quite unique, with a connected corridor built on the rooftop, leading to the staircase going toward the West Campus. I thought to myself, no wonder every time Xiao Hudi said goodbye at that stairwell corner, she was actually going upstairs to return to the West Campus. The schedules for both sides of the campus aren't the same, which is why she could go buy ice cream and then wait for me even before my classes ended. Everything suddenly became perfectly logical.
Why did you write her name on your exam paper?
Li Junin asked, because I missed her so much that I unconsciously put the pen to paper. I answered honestly, she truly is a very lovely girl. I miss her very much too. Li Junin's eyes grew slightly red. What's the relationship between you and Su Wudi? We are very close friends, sir, I replied. Standing before a teacher, how could I have the nerve to profess my love for Xiao Hudi? Then I reached out and pointed toward the ginkgo tree in the northwest corner of the stadium. The first time I met her was right under that tree. She's truly an incredibly interesting person. Meeting her just once makes it very hard for her to fade from one's mind. As for the matter of climbing over the wall to skip class, naturally, it was artfully omitted by me. Even the suggestive intimate gestures, I didn't dare mention at all. Li Junin smiled and said, she really does run around all over the school. Really just like a little butterfly. Sir, Why did you give her so many leave of absence permits? I voiced the question that had been in my heart for so long. You're her close friend, yet you don't know the reason. Lee Junin asked back, as a friend if she didn't proactively tell me. Then I didn't feel it was appropriate to pry. I answered sincerely. Lee Junin said in a sorrowful tone, her health isn't very good, so I made an exception. If she didn't want to attend class, she could go out for a stroll to relax. Hearing those words, my heart suddenly sank. That so-called health not being good was clearly just a euphemism. To make a homeroom teacher so lenient, her illness must have certainly reached a serious level. Just like how Zhang Jiyuan now fulfills almost every request of mine. I had vaguely guessed this answer before, and now it has been confirmed by Lee Junin himself. It turns out Xiao Hudi is also seriously ill, yet she still lives so optimistically and positively. I felt a bit ashamed. Compared to Xiao Hudi, I truly fall far short. As for what illness Xiao Hudi actually has, I didn't continue to pry further. On one hand, it's because it's someone's private matter. On the other hand, looking at Lee Junin's expression now, he likely wouldn't want to reveal it anyway. She's truly a pitiful child, losing her parents at a very young age. She only had her grandmother to rely on to get by. Who would have thought that before Lee Junin even finished speaking, he would be so choked up that he couldn't say another word? I was stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, my mind going completely numb. Xiao Hudi's background turned out to be this tragic. Compared to her, I'm still quite lucky. A tear gently rolled down from the corner of my eye, and Lee Junin handed me a tissue. For her to have a friend like you can also be considered a stroke of luck. Sir, do you know where she's gone? I asked while wiping away the tears. Lee Junin looked up at the sky. I don't know. Perhaps she's in the place she's always dreamed of. I couldn't help but ask a bit more about Xiao Hudi. Actually, Lee Junin didn't know too much either, but he told me everything he knew back when Su Wudi was a small child. Her parents passed away in a sudden accident. Her grandmother received a compensation sum and raised her all by herself. When she was around 14 or 15, Su Wudi was diagnosed with a terminal illness, requiring frequent hospital visits for treatment. However, the compensation money from years ago wasn't much to begin with, and it was gradually drained into the bottomless pit of hospital bills. Yet she always maintained an optimistic and radiant spirit, constantly striving, full of soaring imagination, and frequently bringing joy to those around her. That's roughly all I know. She didn't tell you anything? Lee Junin asked. I sadly shook my head. No, sir. We just had fun together. Just about eating and hanging out. Lee Junin gave a bitter smile. That's just how she is. She shares her joy with everyone, but quietly bears her pain alone. I completely understand why Xiao Hudi does that. After all, she didn't reveal her illness to the other person. The sun reached its zenith, the light becoming bright and dazzling. The school bell echoed across the campus. Lee Junin patted my shoulder. Don't be sad anymore. I didn't come to find you for anything else, just to satisfy my curiosity. And to meet her friend, I respectfully replied.
Thank you for telling me so much about her, teacher.
After the two of us said goodbye, Lee Junin headed back to the West Campus. His appearance had indeed resolved most of the doubts in my heart, but I still felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. There were still some points that didn't quite add up. Furthermore, knowing that Xiao Hudi was also suffering from an illness felt like a heavy stone on my heart, making it hard to breathe. Fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on two miserable souls. Wednesday, the monthly exam results were released. For the first time in my life, I lost my top rank. In fact, I scored 0 in every subject, ranking at the very bottom of the entire grade. Seeing these results, no one in class could believe it. What happened? Did Zhuang Xiang skip the exam? Something this unusual definitely means there's a problem. Something must have happened to Zhuang Xiang. All sorts of wild rumors started spreading through the classroom. The one who felt it was most unfair was, of course, my best friend, Teng Cheng.
No way?
Absolutely no way. They must have forgotten to input your scores. Let me go find Teacher Zhang to get some justice for you. I immediately held him back. I did it on purpose. What do you mean? On purpose? Tang Cheng was completely bewildered. Did you hand in a blank paper? But I just smiled and said nothing. The next period was literature. The academic rep and some others started handing out the exam papers. Tang Cheng got his paper first. He scored 111 points. He grimaced. Is my fate destined to be a lonely one? I glanced at the questions he got wrong and felt bad for him. You didn't even memorize the scenery descriptions. You're dumber than the audience watching this. Tang Cheng blushed and argued back. Mister, blank paper over here. What right do you have to look down on me? But as soon as he finished speaking, an exam paper was brought over. The academic rep said to me, Teacher Zhang specifically said this paper is yours. I have to say, your pseudonym sounds really dainty. Teng Cheng and Liu Ruyan were stunned.
What pseudonym?
Who writes a pseudonym on an exam? Everyone leaned over to look at my paper. On the paper was an incredibly high score, 137 points. It was truly admirable. Getting that score in literature was almost unheard of. Then why did you get a 0? Liu Ruyan asked in shock. However, once she clearly saw the name written in the name section, which plainly said Su Wudi, a surge of jealousy immediately rose in her heart. Just how lovesick do you have to be to write some girl's name on your exam paper?
Smack.
Tang Cheng slapped me hard on the back. I know you and Xiao Hudi are all lovey-dovey lately, but you didn't have to show off like this. How is this 111-point single guy supposed to live? So that's why Zhuangziang got a 0. Whispers filled the entire classroom. Who is this Su Wudi? Shez, the cute girl who came to find Zhuangziang outside the class that time. Love really ruins your grades, going from first place straight to the bottom. If I had a girlfriend that pretty, forget an exam. ID plucked the stars from the sky for her. During the following periods, the exam papers for other subjects were gradually returned. My scores in every subject were unbelievably high, leaving everyone in awe, but the 3 words Su Wudi at the top were such an eyesore that people couldn't help but grit their teeth in envy. Flaunting your PDA like this is just too much. Having his results disqualified is too light for someone like him. He should be made to write a 30,000-word self-reflection. During the break, a classmate suddenly called out,
Zhuangziang.
"Someone's outside for you." I jumped up and rushed out of the room. I saw Deng Haijun with a solemn expression, the disappointment in his eyes clear as day. Deng Haijun held out class 15 score sheet for me to see. His class rank and grade rank were both clearly marked with the number 1. "Haijun, congratulations, you finally got what you wanted," I said with a smile. Check the grade rankings on the teacher's computer. If you were 2nd or 3rd, maybe I'd feel a bit happy. But ranking 1075th, that just hurts, Deng Haijun said indignantly. "I told you after the first day of exams. I just forgot to write my name." I joked casually. What you did is like fleeing before a battle. It's not manly at all. Winning first place this way didn't bring Deng Haijun any joy. He insisted on seeing my papers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. He pestered me until I was exhausted. So I had to go back to class and get all my exams. Deng Haijun added up the total score and let out a cry of agony.
What are you screaming for?
I looked bored. Only 2 points difference. Just a little more and I could have beaten you. Fair and square. Deng Haijun was extremely frustrated. I burst out laughing, finding him quite endearing. When others saw my exam papers, all their attention was on Su Wudi's name. Only he was serious enough to sit down and add up the scores. A nerd's mindset really is something else. By the way, the physics Olympiad next month, are you participating? Deng Haijun asked. No, I probably won't have time. I refused immediately without a second thought.
A flat rejection.
After all, with only a month left to live, I had no heart for exams. Deng Haijun looked like he was mourning a wasted talent, and secretly vowed to stay away from girls. That species really drains a person's resolve.
I was the perfect example.
How could girls be more interesting than physics problems? Then I took a picture of class 15's score sheet, ease proof, and told Deng Haijun to head back. I went back to my seat to take a nap. "Zhuangziang, someone's here for you?" Yet another voice called out. "Can't these people just leave me alone?" I grumbled as I stood up and walked out. The hallway was full of students running and playing, but when I saw clearly who was standing there, my mind suddenly went blank. "Xiao Hudi," I called out in a daze.
"You big dummy."
Su Wudi was clearly smiling. Her voice was thick, as if she were about to cry. I held my breath, my heart racing. Step by step, I approached her, carefully reaching out, fearing the girl in front of me was just an illusion that would vanish at a touch, until my fingertips touched her soft cheek. "Xiao Hudi, where have you been? I really missed you."
"You big dummy, I'm back."
"Why are you crying?"
Didn't we promise to be happy every day? If we hadn't been standing outside the classroom, surrounded by so many friends, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated to pull her into a tight hug. But at this moment, we could only gaze deeply into each other's eyes, choked up and unable to speak. Xiao Hudi had been gone for a whole week. During that time, I truly understood the old saying, one day apart feels like 3 autumns. But when she reappeared, her thin frame and pale face made my heart ache terribly. "What on earth have you been through this past week?" "Zhuangziang, I want to eat all the good food here, from the beginning of the street to the very end," Su Wudi announced grandly. I smiled and nodded. Forget just eating together. Even if it were through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I'd willingly go with you. At the first stop, I bought a large batch of grilled mutton skewers, asking the vendor to sprinkle plenty of chili and cumin. Xiao Hudi asked her usual catchphrase. "Coke or Pepsi?" This time I want Pepsi. It's been a rough week.
"I want a little sweetness."
The two of us sat on the marble steps, happily munching on the mutton skewers, not caring about our image at all. Spicy food usually has one characteristic. You can't stop halfway. The moment you stop, the heat hits you hard. Xiao Hudi's cheeks turned red from the spice, sweat beading on her forehead as she huffed from the heat. She downed half a cold Pepsi in one go, then let out a loud burp before feeling a bit better. I sat beside her, watching her with a smile. These unladylike actions were something Liu Ruyan would never do. That's why Liu Ruyan could never be.
He is adorable as Xiao Hudi.
A girl who is both beautiful and so down to earth is truly a fatal attraction for any guy. Su Wudi looked up at the deep blue sky. Suddenly, she raised both hands and shouted, "Whoa, this world is so wonderful." If it were before, I would have definitely laughed along with her. But now my heart felt like it was being crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. It was hard to imagine that this was a girl who had been orphaned since she was a child, living with her grandmother, and was now battling an illness. She was always so positive and optimistic, always bringing joy to everyone around her. Xiao Hudi, Where on earth did you go this past week? I knew I was asking a question I already had the answer to. After talking with teacher Lee Junin on the rooftop, I had guessed that Zhao Hudi must have needed to receive treatment. She likely spent the whole week befriending hospital beds and medicine. I went to have fun, Su Wudi said excitedly.
What kind of fun?
I didn't expose her, nor did I intend to tell her that I met her teacher and already knew everything about her situation. Isn't it better to keep the sad things buried deep down and just enjoy being happy together every day? I went to such a fun place. I even made so many new friends. Every day I could just lie around and watch the sky without having to do anything at all. At night, I slept so soundly. I was having so much fun, I almost didn't want to come back. Hearing her talk so enthusiastically, I almost believed it was true. My eyes suddenly welled up. So I just followed her lead and asked,
"Then why did you come back?"
"Because I missed you, you big dummy." Su Wudi reached out and tapped my head.
Was there a flower garden? Were there butterflies there?
Of course there were. The butterflies there were stunning, with all kinds of brilliant patterns on their wings. After that, we just chatted about random things. I tried to set aside all my worries, and together we sought the simplest of joys. After resting for a bit, we continued our sweep of the snack stalls, fries, stinky tofu, egg waffles, plus tanghulu, cold milk tea, and watermelon juice. It was as if we had been starved for days. We ate until our stomachs were completely round. Finally, we contentedly walked to the riverbank to soak up the sun. I sprawled out on the grass while Xiao Hudi rested her head on my stomach, listening to my stomach gurgle as it digested. The air was filled with the scent of fresh grass and damp earth. This moment felt as beautiful as a dream, but her disappearance for a whole week had made me deeply understand a hard truth, that when two people love each other deeply, and one must face death, one left behind is the one who truly suffers. For the deceased, everything vanishes like smoke. Everything ends, marking the close of a life. But the survivor must drown in infinite sorrow and longing, enduring the torment for a long, long time. Although from what teacher Lee Junin said, I knew Xiao Hudi was also suffering from some kind of illness, but it surely wasn't as critical as mine. Not to the point of counting down the remaining days like this. By the way, do you remember our promise? I pulled the folded monthly exam paper
out of my pocket.
Did you really get first place? Su Wudi asked in surprise. No. I ranked first counting from the bottom, I said with a smile. Then I took out my phone and showed her the scores for Class 9 and Class 15. Eng Haijun is top of the grade, and Im 1075th. Why are they all zeros? Su Wudi cried out in shock. Then she glanced at the open exam paper. Score on it was clearly very high. I pointed to the name in the section. It's all because of you. Su Wudi's eyes widened. It turned out her name could look so beautiful when written down. You big dummy. Why did you write my name there? Because I missed you so much. My hand just started writing your name on its own. My eyes shone with deep affection. So you didn't get first place. Our promise doesn't count then.
Su Wudi pouted playfully.
What do you mean it doesn't count? Try adding up my total score. It's 2 points higher than Deng Haijun's. Quickly clarified. I don't care. You got all goose eggs on the record? So it absolutely doesn't count. If you're going to cheat, then it'll have to use some force. I sprang up, slipping my hands under Su Wudi's arms, and started tickling her. Su Wudi was very ticklish. She instinctively curled up, struggling to escape, laughing until she was out of breath. Two of us played on the grass like that, happy and innocent as 3-year-olds. Okay, it counts, you big dummy. Let me go now. Xiao Hudi laughed until tears came to her eyes, begging me to stop. Only then did I stop, letting her lean against me. I helped pick the grass out of her hair and clothes. Xiao Hudi waited until she caught her breath to ask, "So what do you want me to do for you?" I affectionately patted her head. "I want to take you somewhere. It's called Nanhua Village. It's my father's hometown. My grandparents live there. Every summer or winter break, go and stay in that beautiful village. My rare happy childhood memories. Every good memory is stored there. This time, I probably can't wait until summer break. So I want to go back for a visit. Maybe
it'll be the last time."
Su Wudi initially thought I was going to ask her to do something very difficult. When she realized it was a trip, she happily agreed on the spot, but on the condition that we return before dark to catch the number 19 bus at 6:10 p.m. I was busy playing with Su Wudi's braids. Then I took the lucky red string from my wrist and tied a butterfly knot at the end of her hair. I went to Xiaoyao Palace last week and heard the fortune teller there say that this was an item from that place. Hez, no Taoist, just an old man who specializes in tricking people. Only dummies fall for his tricks. Su Wudi laughed hysterically. I thought he looked quite transcendental, speaking in all those classical illusions. Surely he wasn't a scammer. I said, lacking confidence. You big dummy? Just confess. How much did he scam you out of? 10 yuan. Su Wudi burst into mocking laughter, her laughter echoing across the green grass. With this level of IQ, you really want to be top of the grade. My face turned beet red with embarrassment. I quickly changed the subject.
Right. I also met an old lady selling snacks there.
The tofu pudding she made was delicious. Do you know her? No. I've never met her. Xiao Hudi shook her head vigorously. Found it a bit strange. She knew that Taoist, yet she didn't know the tofu pudding lady. It was confusing. I thought those two were in the same scamming ring targeting customers. Su Woody patted her chest confidently and said, if you want tofu pudding, there is no need to spend money on it. The tofu pudding I make is even better than what's in the shops. You know how to make tofu pudding? I asked with a laugh. Of course, it's a piece of cake. Then Su Woody began explaining the process of making tofu pudding in great detail. Finally, she didn't forget to add, see? Isn't it simple? I listened, dazed, and could only mutter in response, yeah. It sounds simple enough, but at this moment I suddenly really wanted to taste her tofu pudding. Dust covers the path. The water flows silently. Time quietly drifted away with the wind by the river. In a flash, it was almost 6 o'clock, and it was time for us to part again. Su Woody and I stood at the stop waiting for the bus. I hesitated for a long time before gathering the courage to say, since I'm free anyway, how about I walk you home? Xiao Hudi shook her head. No need. I'm not a kid. I can get back on my own. I want to be with you a little longer. I gently held Xiao Hudi's wrist, whining like a child. Xiao Hudi stared into my eyes, then suddenly pointed a finger at my nose and said, are you planning to follow me home? Then used the excuse of being tired to come in for a drink of water. Then stubbornly refused to leave. Maybe even asked to stay the night. All so you can do something bad to me late at night. My face turned as red as a ripe fruit. I stammered, unable to form words.
No.
Nothing like that. I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Xiao Hudi burst out laughing. Why do you look so guilty? I'm just teasing you. I gave her a mock resentful glare. You've stayed at my place twice already. Yet you won't tell me where you live. And even faked being drunk to steal my first kiss. Then you just act like nothing happened. Isn't this how a little delinquent girl acts? The number 19 bus slowly approached from the corner. It was finally time to say goodbye. Su Woody said softly, all right, I'll come find you again tomorrow to hang out. Remember that? Don't go disappearing on me again. I was reluctant to let her go. I won't. If something comes up, I'll definitely let you know in advance. Su Woody walked a few steps, then turned back to wave. Goodbye, you big dummy. Bus slowly rolled away, stirring up a few dry leaves falling on the road. After finishing dinner, I returned to my rented room and dialed my grandfather's number. The phone rang a few times before someone picked up. He probably still wasn't very skilled at using a phone. Hello, who's this? My grandfather's aged voice came from the other end. Grandpa. It's Xiang. My nose felt a bit stingy as soon as I spoke.
Xing, is that you?
Did your father bully you again? Grandpa asked anxiously.
No, Grandpa.
Ever since the day you left, I haven't gone back to that house once. I replied wistfully. Sigh. What a mess a peaceful family has become. Grandpa sighed with deep regret. Old people spend their whole lives worrying about children and grandchildren. Yet when things like this happen, we don't know how to settle it properly. Grandpa, I'm coming to visit you and Grandma this Saturday. Really? His voice was filled with immense joy. Then he paused for a moment. You're busy with your studies. If you're too busy, you don't have to come. Grandma and I are doing just fine in the country.
Well, I just really miss Grandma's cooking.
I tried to keep my voice sounding cheerful and relaxed. All right, I'll tell Grandma to start preparing early. Grandpa was overjoyed. He couldn't hide his smile while talking. Old folks are all like that, longing day and night for their grandkids to spare some time to visit. But they're too kind to say it, thinking it's enough for them just to be busy with work and school. By the way, Grandpa, I have a friend coming along. Who is it? A boy or a girl? You'll see when we get there. I'll keep it a secret for now. Xiao Hudi was so adorable. Grandma and Grandpa will surely love her. For the next 2 days, I was a bit better behaved, and I stopped skipping classes. There weren't many chances to see Xiao Hudi, basically only being able to have lunch together and take a short nap. Of course, napping was meant in the purely literal sense. However, when it came to texting, as long as it was daytime, Xiao Hudi would reply very quickly. But whenever night fell, she would immediately vanish from the face of the earth. But I'd already grown used to her unique style. For a girl having a strict upbringing is perfectly normal. After school on Friday afternoon, I saw Xiao Hudi off to her bus. It was still early, so I sat at the stop for a while, silently watching the crimson sun on the horizon. Then, I suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching. It was Deng Haijun, that nerd who seemed to have a few wires crossed. Zhuangzhang, are you busy tonight? I shook my head. Deng Haijun was overjoyed. That's great. Come to the library and solve some advanced placement problems with me. There are a few questions I only want to discuss with you. Since I was free anyway, I nodded in agreement. However, this Deng Haijun guy really has no social awareness at all. It's almost pitch black out. Don't you know you should treat someone to a meal before heading to the library? This place was overflowing with happy memories of Xiao Hudi and me, passing by a convenience store. I specifically bought a bag of fruit candies. You're a grown man bringing candy into the library. Isn't that a bit cheesy? Deng Haijun criticized. You'll understand later, I said meaningfully. When a person suddenly becomes foolish, it's usually because they've found love. It's just a pity the audience behind the screen could never experience this feeling, finding a spot in the library. Deng Haijun pulled out several reference books and began solving physics problems. At first, he was very focused, completely ignoring me, until he hit a tough question he wanted to discuss with me. Only then did he realize the person the teacher called a genius student was actually engrossed in the true story of AQ. Are you crazy? Deng Haijun grumbled. I didn't realize it before, but now I see that reading something humorous really puts one in a relaxed mood. I chuckled. The difficult question Deng Haijun faced was a problem about velocity. It really was quite challenging. I also picked up a pen and calculated non-stop on scratch paper, discussing it with Deng Haijun for a long time before we solved it. We both felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is the unique joy of being a nerd, something the audience behind the screen wouldn't understand. Deng Haijun looked at the dense formulas on the scratch paper, then glanced at the reference book beside him, and suddenly had a bizarre thought. Zhuangzong, do you think time travel is actually possible? Time travel has long been a controversial topic in the scientific world. Countless scientists have proposed various theories and predictions. For example, the famous Hawking once suggested wormholes, black holes, and the speed of light as 3 ways to achieve time travel. He even once hosted a time traveler's party, inviting people from the future to attend, but sadly, after hours of waiting, no one showed up. Compared to scientific time travel, people are likely more familiar with the term transmigration. In web novels, this is an incredibly vast genre, full of imagination and extremely entertaining. Of course, humans can travel through time. I smiled and nodded. Have you met a time traveler before? What's the theoretical basis for that statement? Deng Haijun asked seriously. I was just guessing. What theory? If scientists can't even figure it out, then with our limited intellect, is it even worth discussing? I rolled my eyes toward the sky. I heard there is a place called Blue Star, where thousands of transmigrators live, making a living as bosses and master teachers. Deng Haijun muttered. He made me burst out laughing. Who knew this straight-laced nerd actually read web novels too? At the end of our chat, I went back to the true story of AQQ, and Deng Haijun continued to chew through the tough problems. Occasionally, we'd discuss things a bit, until the library's closing music played. After heading out, I watched Deng Haijun's back. As he left, and my heart suddenly felt heavy. Suddenly, I shouted, Haijun, if you ever manage to travel through time, please go back 18 years and find my mother, and give her this message from me. Tell her I don't want to come to this world anymore. Are you crazy? Why are you saying such things? Deng Haijun turned around and scolded me. Yeah! I'm pretty sick in the head. I laughed bitterly, waving my hand as I muttered to myself. On the way back, while on the overpass, a middle-aged man in a traditional robe, wearing reading glasses, called out to me, Young man, care for a fortune reading. I stopped in my tracks. When I saw his face clearly, I gasped in surprise.
Why is it you?
Zhang Bangxian recognized me too. He beamed and said, Young man, it seems we're destined to meet. It turned out he was none other than the Taoist master who read my fortune.
Ate Xiaoyao Palace that day?
Also known as the scammer in Zhao Huddy's words, I asked curiously. Since you're not at Xiaoyao Palace, why are you out here running a fortune-telling stall? Zhang Bangxian said gloomily, business has been tough lately, and people's hearts are restless. If I don't pick up a side hustle, I'll struggle just to feed myself. I didn't believe in fortune-telling anyway, and I didn't want to waste money. So I planned to give a polite greeting and leave, but Zhang Bangxian grabbed me tight. No fee if I'm wrong. Do you believe I can guess your last name? What is it? I suddenly felt a spark of interest. Gazing from afar, a lone star and a sliver of moon are born. Zhang Bangxian said, swaying his head. I frowned. Are you playing a riddle game with me? Seeing me still thinking, Zhang Bangxian couldn't help but explain it to me immediately. North on top, south on bottom, west on left, east on right. Under the word Wang is the character for king. The lone star is a dot, and the crescent moon is a stroke. If you put them all together, you can just about make out the character, Zhuang. Hey kid, what do you think? Zhang Bangxian asked smugly. Huh? You really know my last name? I was a bit surprised. Then I suddenly remembered, my face full of suspicion. Last time at Xiaoyao Palace, didn't you? Hear my friend call me by my name. Heh heh.
Zhang Bangxian let out 2 dry coughs.
To hide his embarrassment, then said, those are just parlor tricks. Minor things not worth overthinking. We're basically acquaintances now, so I'll charge you only 10 yuan to read your palm. I immediately refused.
No.
10 yuan is enough for a bowl of beef noodles, then 5 yuan. Let's just be friends. Zhang Bangxian was incredibly slick, immediately cutting the price by 50%. No, I'm not listening to your scams. I refused again and prepared to walk away.
Wait, right there?
Zhang Bangxian raised his voice, his face turning stern. Young people really don't know their place. Always speaking so arrogantly. I'll read for you for free. Only pay me if I'm right. Okay. I still shook my head, following Zhao Huddy's advice. I remained wary of this man, afraid of being conned. So many people on the overpass are watching. At least give me some face. Or do you want me to get on my knees and beg? Zhang Bangxian had humbled himself to the extreme. I saw that he was around 50 years old, and it couldn't be easy to be out on an overpass, running a stall late at night, so a spark of compassion rose in my heart. Fine. Do you want to see the left or right hand? Left hand. I held out my left hand, intending to just go through the motions. Perhaps Zhang Bangxian wanted to use me as bait, to show off his physiognomy skills to the crowd, and lure in more customers. No matter what he said, I would treat it like wind blowing past my ears. Then Zhang Bangxian gripped my fingertips. Staring intently at the lines on my palm, he stared for a full half-minute, then suddenly let out a soft sigh. Your lifeline is too short. This is truly the sign of a short life. Those words instantly shattered my composure. If it had been before, hearing a fortune teller say such things, I would have definitely turned and left immediately. But now, having been diagnosed with a terminal illness, to have Zhang Bangxian hit the nail on the head like that, my heart couldn't help but pound with fear. Could this old scammer actually have some real talent? Usually, even if a fortune teller sees a customer's misfortune, they would speak a bit more delicately. No one starts off with such ominous words right away. Zhang Bangxian flipped my hand over, and his tone suddenly shifted. Your hands are a bit dry.
Let me recommend this hand cream to you.
It moisturizes and slows down skin aging. Only 20 yuan per tube. As he spoke, he pulled a box of hand cream from behind him. My jaw dropped in disbelief. Or aren't you a fortune teller? You're selling skincare products too. Zhang Bangxian chuckled and replied, just earning a little extra income. I've got to support myself somehow. You really aren't trustworthy at all. I don't have time to stand here and chat with you. I pulled my hand back and turned to walk away. What Xiao Hudi said was absolutely right. He really is just an old fraud. Zhang Bangxian watched my retreating back and said calmly, young lad, you'll be back to find me soon enough, I replied scornfully. If I ever come back for you to scam me again, I'll start calling you Grandpa. Zhang Bangxian remained completely unbothered, calmly pulling a pitch black pottery jun from his pocket. As I was walking, a melodious tune suddenly echoed from behind me. My body suddenly froze, my face filled with shock and bewilderment, my feet unable to take another step. Grandpa. What is the name of this song? I meekly returned to Zhang Bangxian's fortune-telling stall. Zhang Bangxian set the Zhun down and let out a hearty laugh. I told you that you'd be back. Stop being so cryptic. I'm asking you about this melody, I asked urgently. Zhang Bangxian reached out and beckoned with his finger. 10 yuan. Immediately pulled out 10 yuan and grumbled.
What a total scammer.
Zhang Bangxian joyfully took it, pretending to hold it up to the street lamp to check if it was real. Only then did he pocket the money and speak unhurriedly. This melody is called Mengdi, a Taoist piece used to worship Nanhua Zhenren. Can you teach it to me? I pleaded earnestly.
No way, unless you become a Taoist monk with me.
Zhang Bangxian flatly refused. I'll pay you. I persisted. Music is such a noble thing. How can you bring up money with me? Zhang Bangxian spoke seriously, but then suddenly arched an eyebrow. So how much were you thinking? I hesitated. When it came to haggling over prices, I was clearly no match for the old scammer in front of me. I still needed to survive on my remaining meager funds for over 2 months. Just then, the guy selling phone screen protectors shouted, "Run. The urban management is coming." Zhang Bangxian's face went pale with fright, and he immediately scrambled to pack his things. Then he glanced at me. What are you just standing there for? Give me a hand.
Yes,
I replied, rolling up the yellow cloth on the ground and bundling up all his various knickknacks. Zhang Bangxian shouldered his banner and led me as we dashed frantically down the stairs on the other side to avoid being caught by the urban management. We both weaved quickly through the crowd, and as we ran, I started feeling like something was off.
I'm not a street vendor.
Why am I huffing and puffing after him?
Why have you stopped?
Zhang Bangxian asked, panting for breath. I'm not your accomplice. Why on earth was I running? I tossed the yellow cloth bundle into his hands. Zhang Bangxian peered toward the overpass for a while, and seeing that the management wasn't chasing us, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled and said to me, "You're a truly interesting kid. Didn't you want to eat beef noodles? I know a very good noodle shop nearby," since I hadn't eaten dinner yet and was exhausted from all the running. My stomach began to growl loudly. I also desperately wanted to learn that Mengdi melody. So I followed the old scammer through several alleys to an old residential area, and sure enough, there was a noodle shop there. Zhang Bangxian ordered 2 large bowls of beef noodles, with an extra 10 yuan worth of beef. After that, I watched as Zhang Bangxian ate huge slices of beef, his mouth glistening with grease, not looking like a proper Taoist monk at all. I was so hungry I couldn't stand it anymore. So I also picked up the noodles and ate heartily. The chewy noodles, soaked in broth, slid down to my stomach, feeling incredibly warm. I felt that the flavor of this broth was very similar to my grandmother's cooking. Thinking of my grandparents back in the village, and then thinking about my illness, my vision suddenly blurred with tears. When the illness takes over, how will I even face the two of them? Isn't it just a bowl of noodles? Do you have to cry over the money that much? Zhang Bangxian curled his lip. He reluctantly moved a few slices of beef to my bowl, but then, seemingly regretting it, he took 1 slice back. I spoke with a sorrowful voice. I'm dying soon. For all this time, this secret has been weighing on my heart, making me feel like I'm suffocating. Now facing a stranger, I can't help but want to unburden myself, just to feel a little bit lighter. Dying is fine too. I saw it earlier. You really are fated for a short life. What's so great about living? And what's so painful about dying? Zhang Bangxian didn't console me at all, but instead spoke cold words, then went back to slurping his noodles. I thought he didn't believe me, so I spoke again seriously. I've been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and I only have about 2 months left to live. Zhang Bangxian remained as unperturbed as ever, his expression unchanged as he spoke. Once you're dead, do you want me to perform a funeral rite for you? I charge very low fees. Hey, do you have any humanity in you? I barked in annoyance. Everyone has to die eventually. It's not like you have a monopoly on that.
Why are you making such a fuss?
Zhang Bangxian said nonchalantly. I was on the verge of tears just a moment ago. In his mouth, it was just making a fuss. This guy definitely has something wrong in the head. Talking about death with him is like playing a lute to a cow. After that, I asked the question. I'd been holding back the whole way. How did you know that if you played Mengdi, I'd come back to find you? Do you know Xiao Hudi? Zhang Bangxian didn't answer the question directly, but instead stared at my wrist and asked, "Where's the red string on your wrist?" I gave it back to her. Zhang Bangxian's gaze suddenly shifted. Last time you asked me to read a fortune, it was to find someone, right? It seems you've achieved your wish and found her. Yes, she has come back. I nodded in confirmation. But this reunion actually means facing yet another separation. Zhang Bangxian sighed. I frowned in annoyance. This man's words really weren't pleasant to hear. Do I really need you to remind me? I suppressed the urge to storm off immediately and lowered my voice. Teach me that melody? I truly think it's beautiful. Zhang Bangxian shook his head decisively. I can't teach it to you.
That would be harming you.
It's just a piece of music. How could it possibly harm me? I was a bit taken aback. From the first time you heard this melody, you have already entered into a dream. Life, death, and separation. Just like Zhuangzhou, dreaming of a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. This deep emotion only exists in dreams. So let your body relax completely. The old scammer's words left me completely bewildered. Whether I'm dreaming or not, wouldn't I be? The first one to know. Thanks for the bowl of noodles. Wait until you learn the truth. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. At that time, if you still want to learn this melody, then come find me at Xiaoyao Palace. But you'll have to pay a fee. Zhang Bangxian pushed the bowl of noodles aside, then shouldered his bundle and strode out of the shop. A massive question mark appeared in my mind. What on earth is this truth that I don't even know about? And what does his saying entered into a dream even mean? Later, I took out my phone and searched all over the internet, but I couldn't find a single Taoist ritual piece called Mengdi. This old scammer really is full of nonsense. He's definitely just tricking people. Well, I won't waste any more thought on it. Why bother getting upset with a con artist? Returning to my rented room, I washed my face and went to bed early, my heart brimming with anticipation for tomorrow. Early the next morning, the phone ringtone by my pillow blared loudly, waking me from a deep slumber. Hello, you lazy pig. Get up already. Weren't we supposed to go out today? I'm right outside your door. I hurriedly scrambled out of bed, tried to smooth down my messy hair, and opened the door. Xiao Hudi stood there looking like a pure and ethereal fairy, with a smile so radiant and crystal clear. She was carrying a bag in her hand, breakfast she had bought for me. Wait for me a moment. Let me take a quick shower. My just woke up look must be absolutely terrible. If Xiao Hudi sees me like this, will it ruin my image in her heart? Usually guys shower very quickly, basically just scrubbing the essential parts, and then they're done. Everywhere else barely gets a drop of water. After only 2.5 minutes, I had finished showering and stepped out. Xiao Hudi was sitting on the sofa, her small legs swinging back and forth. Seeing me, she smiled sweetly.
You big dummy. Come here, let me blow dry your hair.
No need. My hair is short. It'll dry in no time. I felt a bit bashful. Leaving your hair wet like this makes it easy to get sick, Xiao Hudi said stubbornly. I had no choice but to sit obediently on the sofa, even though I'm no longer afraid of getting sick. At my age, besides a barber, no one has ever blow-dried my hair before. Xiao Hudi's movements were incredibly gentle, her fingertips lightly brushing through my hair and parting it into clean lines. Suddenly, as I looked straight ahead, my line of sight was perfectly level with her chest. Wafts of a faint fragrance drifted into my nose, and through the opening of her shirt collar, I could vaguely see skin as white as snow. For an 18-year-old boy full of vigor, how could I possibly endure this sight? A warm liquid instantly gushed from my nose. Why do you have another nosebleed? Xiao Hudi was struck with panic. I quickly covered my nose and rushed to the faucet to wash it off. The sensation of this nosebleed is completely different from the previous ones. It probably wasn't because of my illness, but because my mortal heart was stirred. Zhuangzang, are you not feeling well? Why did your nose bleed again? Su Yudi followed behind, asking innocently. After washing up, I turned back and said, button up your shirt. Maybe I won't have nosebleeds anymore. Su Yudi lowered her head and looked down, remembering the angle I had just caught a glimpse of her from, and her cheeks instantly turned bright red.
You pervert.
I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Hudi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I quickly apologized. Su Yudi obviously wasn't truly angry, but if she didn't put on a bit of a show, she would lose her sense of modesty. She buttoned up her shirt tightly and sat on the sofa, quiet as a mouse. After that, I opened the breakfast on the table and started eating with gusto.
Wow, these buns are so delicious.
Su Yudi's eyes drifted toward me. She gulped, let out a huff, and turned her face away. I held a bun right up to her mouth. If you don't eat it, I'll eat them all myself. You wouldn't dare. Su Yudi turned her head back and took a big bite of the bun. No foodie could ever resist the temptation of good food. A faint smile played on the corners of my mouth. That's a good girl. The joy of feeding Xiao Hudi made me very happy, and the bit of sulking from before vanished into thin air.
Oh, right. Last night, I ran into that old scammer you mentioned again.
He set up a fortune-telling stall on the overpass. I said casually,
What did he say to you?
Su Yudi's expression suddenly grew tense. Just a bunch of nonsense. I couldn't understand half of it. He even tricked me out of a bowl of beef noodles. I said with a laugh. Su Yudi let out a small sigh of relief upon hearing that. I continued. Actually, I wanted to learn a melody from him. The same tune I heard when I first met you. Though I don't know where it was coming from. Su Yudi looked confused.
Was there? How come I didn't hear it?
It's nothing. I remember a short part of the beginning. Let me play it for you on the flute. After speaking, I picked up the bamboo flute and played the opening of Mengdi because I hadn't practiced in so long. I missed a few notes and it didn't sound very good. Su Yudi giggled and said,
That was great.
Just don't ever play it again? Seriously, I actually thought this song had something to do with you. Put the flute down dejectedly. Su Yudi's beautiful large eyes were slightly bloodshot. She warned me, stay away from that old fraud. Don't believe a word he says. If you're not careful, he'll swindle you out of everything you own. I nodded repeatedly. Yeah, listen to you. To get from the city to Nanhua village to visit grandfather, one had to transfer buses 3 times. During the last transfer, I bought a bunch of supplements in a small town to give to my grandparents. Only then did Su Yudi snap out of it and ask urgently, where aren't we going out for fun? Where are we actually going? I replied with a smile, to my home. Xiao Hudi looked bashful. The idea of meeting the elders like this is just so embarrassing. After learning that there were only 2 kind elderly people at home, she felt a bit more at ease and insisted on using her own money to buy gifts for them. Nanhua village was a beautiful and peaceful little village, where most of the villagers shared the surname Zhuang. Perhaps the village name was meant to honor Nanhua Zhenren from over 2,000 years ago. A small winding stream flowed at the entrance of the village. The water so clear you could see the bottom. The hills were vibrant with the red of azaleas, and swarms of butterflies danced among the blossoms. Su Yudi stepped onto the stone bridge at the village entrance, and she shouted excitedly, Hey dummy, it's so beautiful here. I smiled as I looked at her. Suddenly remembering a famous quote, I would willingly transform into a stone bridge, to endure 500 years of wind and 500 years of rain, and 500 years of scorching sun, just to have this young woman walk across me. Then we crossed the stone bridge, arriving at a single-story house with a small courtyard. Grandfather was standing there, leaning on his cane, waiting expectantly. Grandpa, I waved to him from a distance.
Xiang.
He walked out emotionally to greet me. Reunited, we both had tears in our eyes. Despite Su Yudi's usual carefree and chatty nature, when she met my grandfather, she became quite shy. Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is no need for introductions. This must be Xiao Hudi, grandfather said with a bright smile. Seeing Xiao Hudi, he smiled so widely his wrinkles smoothed out. Grandpa? How do you know who I am? Su Yudi asked curiously. I've seen you on Xiang's phone. His eyes were overflowing with joy, even though his eyes weren't very sharp. In the surveillance footage from before, he had only seen a blurry figure of Xiao Hudi. As for grandmother, knowing I was coming home, she had been busy in the kitchen since early morning. Hearing voices outside, she hurried out to greet us, calling out happily,
Xiang.
I missed you so much. I rushed over and gave grandmother a big hug. Grandma, I missed you too. Then Su Yudi presented the gift she was holding to grandfather. Grandfather said happily, It's enough that you're home. You shouldn't have spent so much on gifts. The 2 elderly people would surely never suspect that my return this time was to say a final farewell. In just over 2 months, we would be separated by life and death. Large tears rolled down from the corners of my eyes. Grandmother looked at me with eyes full of love. Xiang, if your father bullies you again, just tell me, and I'll give him a beating for you. I nodded through my tears.
Yes, I know.
Thank you, Grandma. Xiao Hudi. Welcome to our home. Grandmother asked Su Yudi with a squinting smile. Are you and my Xiang dating? Su Yudi's face turned beet red. Oh no, Grandma. We're just good friends. Grandfather intentionally put on a stern face. This old woman is getting senile. The kids are still in school. Grandmother apologized quickly. Sorry, this old country lady doesn't know any better? I don't know how to talk right.
It's okay, Grandma.
Su Yudi's heart was racing like a trapped deer, and she stole a quick glance at me. As for me, my heart felt incredibly heavy. I feared that the more hope my grandparents had, the greater their disappointment would be later. But at this moment, the 2 elderly people were delighted beyond measure, already seeing Xiao Hudi as their future granddaughter-in-law. It was just past 10 a.m. Still, a while before lunchtime. The 4 of us sat in the living room watching TV. Knowing my grandparents' tastes, I specially switched to the theater channel. The TV was showing a traditional drama. I lowered my voice and said to Xiao Hudi, young people don't usually like watching this, so please bear with it for a bit to keep my grandparents company. But Xiao Hudi looked very serious. I actually find it quite interesting. A while later, the program on TV was nearing its end. I realized Su Yudi was watching intently, seemingly not just watching out of politeness, but truly feeling it with her whole heart. And she saw the lovers deeply in love. Lying Shanbo and Zhu Yintai transforming into butterflies and fluttering away together. Su Yudi's face was suddenly covered in tears. Both grandfather and grandmother were completely astonished. This girl was only listening to a play. Why is she so moved? I took a tissue and gently wiped Su Yudi's tears.
You dummy!
Do you really think people can
actually turn into butterflies after they die? Su Yudi asked with a choked voice. They will. They can be free and without a single worry, dancing among the flowers every day, I answered softly. I looked into Su Yudi's tearful eyes and whispered to myself, in the not-too-distant future, when I have passed away, I too will become a butterfly.
Landing on your hair.
Will you still be able to recognize me? The lifespan of a butterfly is not long, usually just about a month. Like that saying goes, morning mushrooms don't know the cycles of the moon. Summer cicadas don't know spring or autumn. In this vast and boundless universe, humans are truly as small as dust. More than 2 months from now, all my own loves and hates, the joys and sorrows of reunions and partings, will all eventually return to nothingness. Xiao Hudi, when that time comes, please forget about me quickly. In no time, it was time to eat. Grandmother brought out each tempting dish, full of color, aroma, and flavor, making Xiao Hudi salivate, her true foodie nature fully on display. The two elders usually lived very simply, often just needing one stir-fry to complete a meal. The viewers before the screen probably only know how to cook instant noodles. Today was different. Grandmother was overjoyed, laboring to prepare 6 dishes plus a bowl of chicken soup. Grandmother picked up 2 chicken legs, giving one to each of us. Zhang, I bought this chicken from our neighbor Mrs. XU. The ones I'm raising won't be big enough for another few months. You absolutely must bring Xiao Hudi back here during summer break. I bowed my head low, biting my lower lip, not knowing how to respond. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm truly sorry. I won't have another chance. During the meal, Grandmother kept serving food to Su Yudi, taking care of her even more than me. Grandfather poured himself a glass of white spirit, sipping it slowly, and casually asked about how we were doing at school. Su Yudi was quick-witted and spoke so charmingly that she kept the two elders laughing constantly. Xiao Hudi, my grandfather used to be the village blacksmith. He has a unique skill that he rarely performs, but when he does, everyone is in awe, I said with a smile.
What kind of skill?
Xiao Hudi asked curiously, splashing iron flowers. He heats cast iron to 1,600 degrees Celsius until it melts into liquid iron, then uses a special hitting technique to launch the molten iron dozens of meters into the air. The visual spectacle is even more powerful than fireworks. It's the ultimate romance passed down for 1,000 years. I answered proudly. A look of pride also appeared on grandfather's face.
Wow. Just imagining it is already beautiful.
Su Yudi was full of admiration. Xiao Hudi, if you want to see it.
I'll perform it for you tonight.
Grandfather was very excited, but suddenly Su Yudi apologized. Grandpa, I have to go back before dark, Xiao Hudi said with a very apologetic look.
What's the rush?
Stay one night before you head back. My grandparents hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. Su Yudi looked awkward, seeming like she wanted to say something but then stopped. She had a reason she absolutely had to leave. I quickly came to her rescue. It's okay. We can see it another time. Then come back next time to see it. There will be plenty of opportunities after all, Grandfather said with a smile. A flicker of regret appeared in Su Yudi's eyes, while I had to suppress my intense pain. Will there really be a next time? Will there be a chance to witness that 1,000-year-old ultimate romance with you again?
Dummy. Why are your eyes tearing up like that?
Su Yudi noticed my expression was unusual. It's nothing, just some oil splattered in my eye. I quickly made an excuse. Let me see. Let me wipe it for you. Su Yudi leaned in closely and affectionately. Seeing our intimate gestures, grandmother said with a smile, Xiao Hudi, so you call my Xiang dummy. Su Yudi felt a bit embarrassed hearing that. I was a bit flustered just now, so it just slipped out. Calling someone's grandson dummy right in front of them seemed a bit improper. Grandfather said to grandmother with a smile, the youngsters nowadays like calling each other names like that, just like how you always call me an old geezer. That comment made everyone burst out laughing heartily, and the atmosphere at the dining table became very joyful. Steadying my emotions, I forced a smile to join in their laughter and conversation, faced with the two people who loved me most. This was all I could do. Saohizong Busong. Su Yudi wanted to help grandmother wash the dishes. Grandmother wouldn't let her, telling her it was fine to just sit and relax. But she absolutely insisted, running around to wipe the table, then sweep the floor, then going back into the kitchen to help out. That obedient and capable appearance was something even I was seeing for the first time. No elderly person wouldn't love a granddaughter-in-law like that. In the yard, grandfather's cheeks were flushed from the spirit. Yes, he sat in his rocking chair and whispered, Xiang, she's truly a good girl. You must seize this opportunity. Don't let such a girl suffer. My face instantly turned bright red. Grandpa, we're just friends, grandfather said excitedly. This boy has been honest since he was little. Whatever he thinks is written all over his face. The way you look at Xiao Hudi is exactly how I used to look at your grandmother. Grandpa, I was suddenly speechless, not knowing what to say. Of course, I understood my own heart, but there were reasons that could not be spoken. If only I were a normal, healthy person. How wonderful that would be, since Xiao Hudi was willing to come here with you. Her heart must be with you too. Don't you dare copy your father's womanizing ways. You must be single-minded and treat her well. This old body of mine won't last much longer. My only wish is to see you get married. Grandfather kept mumbling and advising incessantly, but every single word was like a needle piercing my heart. The three people in this tiny courtyard were my deepest lingering attachments. I didn't understand what I had done wrong to be toyed with by fate to such an extent. In the kitchen, Grandmother was also whispering her secrets to Su Yudi. When Zhang was 4, he was chased all over the mountains by Mrs.
Sus dog.
When he was 7, he insisted on riding the pig I was raising. It was during the time his teeth were falling out, so he fell and knocked out his 2 front teeth. At 9, he picked up a bunch of dung beetles from a pile of cow dung and even brought them into his bed at night, making the old man so angry he almost gave him a spanking. Su Yudi laughed so hard she couldn't catch her breath. It turned out that the 3-good student Zhuangxiang was actually quite mischievous as a child. I stood up and walked into the kitchen. What are you all laughing about? Are you talking behind my back again? Hey, classmate Zhuangxiang, could you tell me how you pick up dung beetles? Su Yudi covered her mouth and giggled. Grandma,
why are you telling her every single thing?
My facial muscles twitched slightly. It's over. Looking at their faces, my dark history must have been completely exposed, Grandmother said with a laugh. Xiao Hudi, if Zhang dares to bully you at school, just come here and tell me, and I'll give him a spanking for you. Su Yudi pretended to be pitiful. Yes, Grandmother. Grandma. He scolds me all the time. Don't tell lies. When did I ever scold you? I retorted indignantly. You called me a dummy, and you even shouted it out loud, and then you even wrote it on a kite. With someone backing her up now, Su Yudi's attitude was incredibly confident, but she called me a dummy first, Grandma. Please settle this for me. Grandmother's face grew serious. Xiao Hudi is allowed to scold you, but you're not allowed to scold her. My face twisted in distress. Grandma, you're being way too biased. So what if I'm biased? I only like Xiao Hudi. What are you going to do about it? Grandmother said with full conviction.
I wouldn't dare.
As long as you're happy, Grandma, I had no choice but to admit defeat. Xiao Hudi was smug, sticking out her tongue to tease me. Grandma's the best.
Let's go. Let me peel some fruit for you. All right. Xiao Hudi is just so thoughtful.
The two of them walked out of the kitchen together, leaving behind a trail of crisp laughter. I stood still in place, watching their receding backs. Finally, I didn't need to force myself anymore, and the tears just began to fall silently. After finishing her work, Grandmother wanted to take a short nap, so she told me to take Su Yudi for a walk around the village. Su Yudi, seeing the vast field of azaleas on the mountain, couldn't wait to go see them. The mountain path was steep and rugged, overgrown with weeds and very difficult to traverse. I hesitated for a long time, my right hand repeatedly rubbing against my trousers, before finally daring to timidly reach out my hand. Su Yudi's eyes met mine for a brief moment, her cheeks slightly flushed with pink.
As she shyly extended her soft, small hand.
We gently held hands, our young hearts thumping wildly in our chests. It wasn't the first time Id held her hand, but I still felt incredibly nervous. The last time was in the rented room, and after that handshake, Xiao Hudi had disappeared for a whole week. I was truly terrified, afraid that this was once again just a fleeting tenderness. Reaching the mountain peak, Xiao Hudi was out of breath. Just then, a mountain breeze blew by, making her sea blue skirt flutter, revealing her slender, small legs, with perfect curves as white as jade. I tried my best, but it was hard to tear my eyes away from those legs.
Is it beautiful?
Su Yudi asked. Of course it's beautiful, I answered absent-mindedly. When I snapped back to reality, I realized Xiao Hudi was staring intently, ate a large bush of azaleas nearby. It turned out she was admiring the flowers. While I was admiring her legs, Su Yudi was in high spirits. She stepped onto a large rock, placed both hands by her mouth, and shouted loudly into the deep valley.
Hey dummy, can you hear me?
The shout echoed endlessly through the valley. I covered my ears, pretending to be unimpressed. Are you crazy? Why are you shouting so loud? Su Yudi waved for me to join her. Come over here and shout a few words too. Shout out all the words buried deep in your heart. It'll make you feel incredibly refreshed. I'm not going to do something so childish. I pouted my lips. Su Yudi jumped down, grabbed my hand tightly, and dragged me up onto the large rock. She cupped her hands and shouted again.
That's right. I'm sick.
Do you have the medicine? Infectious with her emotions. I finally gathered the courage to shout as loud as I could. I don't have the medicine, but I'm sick too. The voices of the two of us blended and collided within the valley. I used a joke to shout out, the secret I had buried in my heart for so long. Suddenly feeling completely unburdened, Xiao Hudi looked at me with a radiant smile, thinking I was just playing along. Well, doesn't it feel great? I also let out a burst of hearty laughter. If the people down the mountain hear us, they'll probably think we've lost our minds. I don't care at all what others think, as long as we're happy.
Su Yudi said proudly.
I was easily moved by those words. Since I was a child, Id cared too much about how others saw me, wanting everyone's approval, striving to build the image of a top student and a good son, suppressing my true nature to the absolute limit. Yet I was never happy at all, until I met Xiao Hudi. Her independence and free spirit were always so alluring. I secretly guessed that Xiao Hudi's arrival was perhaps the final ray of light God had granted me. Xiao Hudi, I miss you so much. This time, I used every ounce of my strength to shout until my last breath. The entire valley was filled only with the sound of my echo. Truly a dummy. I'm right here in front of you. So why do you have to miss me? Su Yudi asked suspiciously. Even when we're facing each other, I'll still miss you. I gazed deeply into her eyes, clear as the waters of autumn. After that moment of gazing intensely at each other, Xiao Hudi shyly lowered her head, purposefully avoiding my gaze. My heart was also racing uncontrollably. I knew that with my current physical condition, I no longer had the right to say I like you anymore. So I'll take a step back and say, I miss you so much, you dummy. I miss you very much too. Little Butterfly's voice echoed through the valley, layer upon layer, lingering endlessly. I silently gazed at her. She was as beautiful as an ethereal fairy, and I don't have the great fortune to be worthy of a girl this wonderful. After I am gone, don't miss me for too long. Just remember me for about 3 months. Exactly the amount of time we've known each other. After those 3 months, please forget me completely, so you can embrace a happy life. Don't ever think about me ever again. Going to the most beautiful blooming azaleas, I picked the prettiest flower and gave it to Little Butterfly. The first time I met you, you were carrying a peach blossom branch. Would you mind switching to this flower now? Su Yudi skipped playfully over to me and obediently tilted her head slightly. I very carefully tucked that flower into her soft cloud-like hair. A colorful butterfly flew over and fluttered around the flower. Su Yudi looked up, her eyes sparkling with affection. Dummy leaned down a little bit. Then she stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. At that very moment, I felt like ED been struck by lightning. My blood surged with overwhelming heat. The sensation on my cheek was incredibly vivid. This isn't a dream, is it? It's getting late, let's head down the mountain. Su Yudi looked at the clouds drifting on the horizon, coming down from the mountain and returning to the small courtyard. It was time to say goodbye. My heart felt incredibly heavy. Grandpa, please drink less alcohol. You need to take care of your health. Grandma, your back isn't doing well. Please don't do too much heavy work. Just spend the money you have. Don't bother saving it for me. I choked up, unable to speak, and the tears just kept falling. Grandpa found it a bit strange, because before, whenever I left, even though I was reluctant to go, I never gave so many instructions, and certainly didn't cry like this. He thought to himself, it must be that damn son of mine again, who made his grandson suffer so much grievance. Zhang, if you don't want to go home, just stay out there for a while. You must know how to take care of yourself. Grandmother also gave kind advice. You must eat well, sleep on time, and don't overwork yourself with studies. Wear more clothes when it's cold, and call home if you need money. Words like those, almost every elder says to their grandchildren, over and over again, never finding it troublesome. Before, I sometimes thought Grandma talked too much. Now, I want to hear these words 1,000 more times, 10,000 more times. Grandmother turned to look at Su Yudi.
Little Butterfly,
this is the first time you visited our home. This old woman doesn't have anything valuable to give you. Let me give you a red envelope. It's the custom for us old folks. She clearly already thought of Little Butterfly as her granddaughter-in-law. Grandma, I really can't accept this. Su Yudi hurriedly declined. Grandmother insisted on giving it, making her extremely embarrassed. She had no choice but to look at me for help. I wiped away my tears and took a deep breath. It's my grandma's heart. Just take it. Su Yudi had to accept it. Grandmother smiled brightly.
Wait until summer break.
Then you and Xiang come back here to visit, and I'll cook lots of delicious food for you. Su Yudi nodded vigorously. Thank you, Grandma. She hugged them both to say goodbye. Only then did I summon the courage to turn and leave. Little Butterfly was still preoccupied with the Iron Flower dance. After getting into the car, she immediately told me to take out my phone to find videos of it online.
Wow, this is so beautiful.
Su Yudi couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Watching it on video isn't even a tenth.
As overwhelming as seeing it in person.
When I first saw Grandpa perform the Iron Flower dance years ago, I truly couldn't believe such a scene existed on Earth. I said with deep admiration for my grandfather. Does this have to be watched at night? Su Yudi asked in a small voice.
Obviously, you wouldn't be able to see it clearly in broad daylight.
I answered without thinking. Su Yudi's lips twitched. Then she fell silent and said nothing. I didn't ask any further. Last time on the rooftop of the teaching building with Mr. Li Junin. That conversation helped clear up a few of my doubts. Little Butterfly was required to return before dark. There must be some compelling reason for it. After switching buses 3 times and a long, exhausting journey, we finally made it before 6:10, arriving at the bus stop in front of the school just in time. Before boarding the bus, Su Yudi said with a smile, I'll come find you tomorrow morning to let you taste the duhua I make myself. Do you want it sweet or savory? Savory, of course. I'm not like that guy Deng Haijun, who has an incredibly weird palate, I replied while laughing. Early the next morning, the sky was covered in thick dark clouds, and a light rain began to pitter-patter down. I felt a bit worried about Little Butterfly, so even though I really wanted to see her, I still sent her a message. The weather today isn't great. Maybe you shouldn't come. This time, Little Butterfly replied very quickly. Even if it's raining or storming, I still want to come see you. I stared at the words on the screen. My heart felt like it had been struck hard by something. To have a girl willing to brave the wind and rain, crossing mountains and rivers just to meet me, was truly an immense happiness. A pity the audience on the other side of the screen couldn't understand. Just after 9 o'clock, a knock sounded at the door. I immediately went to open it and found Su Yudi standing there. Because of the rain, the air was quite chilly, but she was still wearing that thin white shirt. I'd known her for half a month now, yet I'd never seen her wear anything else. Maybe she has a lot of identical outfits. I quickly pulled her inside. It's so cold.
Why are you dressed so lightly?
Yudi muttered. It wasn't raining when I left. I grabbed a dry towel, helped her wipe the raindrops from her hair, then found one of my jackets and draped it over her. Yudi was very careful, taking a thermos out of her backpack and placing it in front of me. Inside was the duha she had painstakingly prepared. The aroma was so irresistible that I couldn't wait. I immediately took a spoonful, blew on it gently, and brought it to Little Butterfly's lips. The first bite is for you. Little Butterfly obediently opened her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with a smile. It's so delicious. You really are a little genius. I also took a bite to try. The duha was smooth and silky on the tongue, and a familiar flavor slowly spread across my palate. My surprised look made her think I didn't like it. Yudi asked in disappointment. That's not it. I shook my head. Remember last time when I texted you saying, I had some really delicious duha? The flavor of yours is exactly like that old lady's, I said with an expression of disbelief. When Yudi heard this, the smile suddenly froze on her face. She just stared at me blankly, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming lifeless and empty.
What's wrong?
I waved my hand in front of Yudi's face.
What did that old lady look like?
Yudi's voice trembled. I heard Shez, a lonely elder, with no relatives, white hair, and a face full of wrinkles. I said with a sigh. Her eyes were very cloudy. If she had no hope left in life. It was heartbreaking to see. Before I could even finish my sentence, Yudi suddenly burst into tears. Streams of tears flowing down her face. Little Butterfly, what's the matter?
Who is that old lady?
I panicked. It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
I've failed her.
Little Butterfly didn't answer. Her crying only grew louder.
I didn't know what to do.
My heart filled with doubts. Who on earth was that old lady? Seeing Little Butterfly cry so heartbreakingly, I vaguely guessed that it was her grandmother. Yudi said yesterday that her grandmother hardly had any gray hair and very few wrinkles. Last time on the riverbank, she also said she didn't know any old ladies selling duha. Yet now, the duhawa they both made tasted exactly the same. Zhang Banxian's words suddenly echoed in my mind. At the time, I just thought the old fraud was talking nonsense. Now that I think about it, there must be something I still haven't understood. My mind was like a tangled mess. I couldn't think straight. Little Butterfly suddenly leaped up from the chair, sobbing and choking. I have to go find her. With that, she hurriedly opened the door and dashed outside. I immediately chased after her. Seeing that Little Butterfly hadn't even taken an umbrella, she ran downstairs and plunged straight into the rain. My heart was aching. I quickly grabbed a floral umbrella and ran after her. Leaving the residential area, the rain fell even harder, obscuring my vision until Little Butterfly's figure had completely vanished. I pulled out my phone and called Little Butterfly, but I only heard the long dial tone, with no one picking up. A taxi slowly decelerated by the roadside. I decisively waved it down and jumped in. Driver, take me to Zhao Yao Palace. The whole way, my mind was in a turmoil, constantly trying to find a reasonable explanation for all this. Little Butterfly's description of her grandmother's appearance. Could it be just an intentional poetic embellishment? There is clearly a granddaughter. So why did the old lady say she had no relatives? Zhao Yao Palace had no visitors. The temple gates were deserted and bleak. Surely that old lady selling snacks wouldn't be out here setting up stall either. I searched around the Taoist temple in the rain for a long time before finally finding Little Butterfly. Under a Bodhi tree. Drenched, she was huddled on the ground, shivering with her arms around her knees. I hurried over to her and gently put my arm around Little Butterfly's shoulder. Come back with me, you'll catch a cold. Little Butterfly threw her arms around me and sobbed. I can't find her. I can't find her anywhere. Let's go home first. Once the rain stops, I'll help you look for her. I reached out and carried Little Butterfly in my arms and took a taxi back to my rented room. I told Little Butterfly to take a hot shower first, while I went to the nearest clothing store to buy her some clothes. On the way back, my steps faltered, my body as hot as a coal. The demon was sounding the alarm once again. Back at the apartment, I left the clothes outside the bathroom. Little Butterfly, I'm leaving the clothes here. I feel a bit tired, so I'm going to lie down in bed for a while. Hearing Yudi reply, I then turned and went into the bedroom. Having been soaked in the rain, I started running a fever. My head was spinning and hazy. A moment later, Yudi finished changing and came out of the bathroom. Her eyes still slightly swollen and red. She went into the bedroom and found me lying on the bed, looking pale and lifeless. If I wasn't doing well at all? Dummy, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. I'll be fine after a sleep, I answered drowsily. Yudi put her hand on my forehead and found it frighteningly hot. She pulled her hand back, feeling deeply remorseful. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm always making people around me worry. Then Yudi went out, found a pharmacy to buy some fever medicine, coaxed me into taking it, and then placed a cool towel on my forehead. In my semi-conscious state, I felt her gentleness. Ever since I was little, ID always endured being sick by myself. Being cared for so thoughtfully like this was a feeling I thought I had long forgotten. I don't know how long passed, but Little Butterfly's whisper sounded in my ear. Dummy, you have to know how to take care of yourself. Get well soon. Can't keep being this selfish forever, just playing around for my own sake. I have to go back and take care of Grandma. On the days without me, you must be happy every single day. In my drowsiness, hearing those words made my heart tighten. I struggled to open my eyes. Little Butterfly, what did you just say? At that very moment, Little Butterfly leaned down and placed a kiss on my lips. The sensation on those lips was incredibly real. My whole body stiffened, my eyes widened in shock, and my mind went completely blank. My heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. How I wish time could stand still forever at this moment, until the end of the world, until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble.
Little butterfly raised her head,
And a tear fell onto my cheek. Dummy! I'm going to miss you so much. Remember to wait for me to return? With that, she looked at me one last time, summoned all her courage, and dashed out of the bedroom. I called out in a panic.
Little butterfly, where are you going?
The only response was the dry sound of the door closing. The whole world seemed to suddenly fall silent. I staggered out of bed, dragging my weak body to open the door and look downstairs. That beautiful figure had vanished without a trace. I picked up my phone to call Little Butterfly, but only received a cold notification that the phone was off.
Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly.
I leaned back against the wall and slowly slumped to the floor, constantly murmuring Little Butterfly's name. How long do you plan to disappear for this time? Will I still have enough time to wait for you to come back? Son, are you okay? Why do you look so gloomy all the time? Last weekend, I just watched a pretty tragic movie, so my heart has been feeling heavy. Oh, movies are just fiction.
You're a man. How can you let
a movie make you cry?
Looking at my closest brother, I suddenly decided to open up to him a little. Maybe talking about it would make me feel a bit better. Let me tell you about it. The male lead in that movie has cancer, and the doctor said he only has 3 months left to live at most. He was originally prepared to face death, but then he happened to meet a girl he fell deeply in love with. Tell me, should he bury this love in his heart, or should he courageously confess it? This kind of topic seems like something only girls like to discuss. Is someone like me, single since the womb, suited to talk about this?
Oh, come on. Let's just talk about it for a bit.
Assuming you were in that situation,
what would you do?
Well,
I think since he doesn't have long to live anyway, it's best to just quietly find somewhere to die, instead of making someone else suffer.
What?
What kind of nonsense are you talking? It turns out Liu Ruyan had been listening to the conversation between me and Deng Cheng, only she understood that Deng Cheng's unintentional words would cause me such an immense amount of pain. Deng Cheng had always disliked Liu Ruyan, so he intentionally argued back.
What did I say wrong?
Hez about to die. So what's the point of love? If you can't give them a future, then why mess with their life? In my opinion, if that guy really loves the girl, he should take the initiative to let go, so she can go find a new happiness. After hearing Deng Cheng's words, my face suddenly froze, my fists clenched tight, and my heart constricted as if I couldn't breathe. Xiang. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hez just a single guy. What does he know about true love?
No.
Hez right. That's right. I'm gonna die anyway, so why seek her out at all? The more deeply we love each other, the more painful it will be later. True love means thinking about the other person. I don't want to see Little Butterfly heartbroken anymore. At noon, I gave up the idea of going to the West Campus and suppressed the urge in my heart not to call or text Little Butterfly. If this time, I can't even wait for her to come back, then it's better if we just end things here. Butterfly, please forget me and live a very happy life. In the afternoon after school, as I walked out the gate, I saw a very familiar white car parked by the side of the road. I really wanted to pretend I didn't see it and just keep on walking, but the car door was already open. My father stepped out of the car, reeking of cigarette smoke, with greasy, unkempt hair. From his appearance, he must have just come from a mahjong parlor. In the passenger seat, that woman, Qin Shulan, with her heavily made-up face, poked her head out to look. Xiang, I called you. So why has your phone been off this whole time? He questioned irritably. I replied nonchalantly. I put you on my blacklist. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste my time. Someone from the village called me, saying you went back to the village last weekend, and that you even brought a girl with you. It must be that same girl from the other day you were eating noodles with, right? His face was full of seriousness. That's exactly what happened. So what? I replied very calmly. Now I no longer need to go around pleasing anyone anymore, and am no longer speaking with caution. This thing called paternal love isn't necessary anymore. My father was irritated by this look on my face, and he lashed out at me with insults. How old are you? You're in school and already dating, even daring to take some girl back to the village. Don't you think you're making your father lose face? I'm gonna go ask that damn homeroom teacher of yours if being a top student means you spend all day fooling around with girls. After I let him vent his anger, I then said calmly, I'm 18 now. I'm an adult. I have my own boundaries in everything I do, so I don't need to explain myself to you, even if you're 80 years old.
I'm still your father.
So, how could I not be able to control you? My father barked. Then when Grandpa talks to you, do you ever listen? I retorted. My father was silenced by that one sentence, and habitually rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he was about to get violent. The two of us argued right in front of the school gate, attracting quite a few students to watch. Zhuang Ziang gets first place every time, but he speaks to his father with that kind of attitude. It mentions something about dating. Does even a top student date early? If I had grades as good as his, I'd even dare to walk all over my father's head every day. If it were before, I would have cared deeply about the rumors and talk of others. But now, it doesn't matter at all. I'm not in a relationship. I just brought a friend to visit my paternal grandparents. If you went through the trouble of coming to school for this, it just proves you really have too much time on your hands. I spoke firmly and decisively. You're always hanging around that girl? Be honest. Do you have feelings for her? My father shot back, thought for a moment, then answered steadfastly. That's right. I truly like her. A real man admits when he likes someone. There is nothing to be afraid of admitting. Is it not perfectly normal for an 18-year-old boy to have a girl he likes?
Isn't that just common sense?
It's not like the audience sitting in front of a screen. Students eavesdropping around us suddenly burst into whispers.
Wow. It turns out the top student is just like us.
His head is full of girls too. Stared at by so many people, my father felt humiliated and grumbled resentfully. A girl who doesn't know how to behave, following you around everywhere. I doubt she's from a decent family. Shut up. I won't let you speak ill of her. I flared up in anger. Xiao Hu Dai is a girl in my heart, who is pure and flawless, and I absolutely will not allow anyone to slander her.
Gong, you're in the wrong.
How can you use that tone? When speaking to your father, Qin Shulan said with her nose in the air.
You shut up too.
This has nothing to do with you, I said coldly. Qin Shulan was so angry she couldn't find her words. I didn't care in the slightest about the gazes of those around us. I stared directly into my father's eyes. I truly love Xiao Hu Dai. People should be with those they love.
I'm not like you.
You clearly didn't love my mother, but still got her pregnant, then only married her because of the baby. 5 years spent in a troubled marriage like that must have made you never want to look back on it at all, right? My father was so shaken by the question that he couldn't help but take half a step back. Zhuangzi and Gang, do you even know
what you're saying?
I took another step forward, my eyes still sharp as a torch. I raised my hand and pointed at Qin Shulan.
You probably don't love
this woman either. Do you?
My father exploded in rage. You're talking nonsense. A man who has been through a divorce like you, and burdened with a child from a previous marriage, could only find just any woman to live a makeshift life with. You don't love her, which is why you drown yourself in gambling and never want to come home. Dad, you're over 40 years old, but you don't even have a single person to truly love. Your life is such a failure. My words seemed to have struck a nerve in my father's pain. My father couldn't take it anymore. He swung his leg and kicked me. I stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, already suffering from a terminal illness. And having had a fever yesterday, my body went limp, devoid of any strength, and I couldn't crawl back up. Qin Shulan screamed, Wen Zhao, let's go. This is so embarrassing. If you want to hit him, take him home and do it. Don't let everyone see this disgrace. He has been so rebellious. Beating him to death wouldn't even be enough. My father's anger still hadn't subsided. A black luxury car pulled up beside us, and Liu Ruyan rushed out of the car, hurrying to help me up. How are you feeling? I shook my head slightly. Liu Ruyan glared at my father.
Why did you hit him?
Do you even know he has?
Ruyan, don't say it.
I used all my strength to cut her off. I looked up sideways at my father. This life was given to me by you. If you beat me to death, I'll owe you nothing more. My eyes were filled with despair, and my voice was bleak. Crowd watching all felt a surge of compassion, realizing that the top student Zhuangzi Nungang they admired had always lived in such pain and bitterness. My entire body ached as if my bones were shattering. My brain felt foggy, and my eyelids grew increasingly heavy. My legs buckled beneath me, and the world began to spin. Zhuangzi, Ngang, what's wrong with you? Liu Ruyan called out in a panic. She quickly called the driver for help, lifted me into the back seat of the car, and rushed me to the hospital. My father stood there dazed for a moment, before he started muttering curses again. Hez a grown boy. It was just one kick, and Hez still playing dead with me. If Hez such a good actor, he should go apply for film school. On the way back, Zhuang Wenjiao was driving in an extremely foul mood. Qin Shulan sat in the passenger seat, suddenly speaking up to ask, is what he said true? That you never loved me? Zhuang Wenjiao replied impatiently,
love or no love?
That's only something children worry about. We're at this age already. Aren't we just making do with each other every day? That thing called love is like a ghost. Everyone has heard stories about it, but no one has ever actually seen it. Xiao Hu Dai, I just had a nightmare. I suddenly opened my eyes. The air carried the faint, sharp scent of disinfectant, and the beeping of medical equipment echoed in my ears. Zhuangzi and Gang, are you awake? Liu Ruyan stood by the bed, looking delighted.
Ruyan, thank you.
Liu Ruyan shook her head. It's nothing. You were so good to me before. I should repay you. I was too stubborn before, sorry. The usually arrogant school goddess suddenly becoming this gentle made me feel a bit shy. How long was I out? I saw that it was pitch black outside the window. About 2 hours.
Liu Ruyan asked again.
Are you hungry? Let me go out and buy you something to eat. I raised my hand, seeing the IV tube inserted into the back of my hand, and as I received the fluids, I asked, when will this be finished?
I want to go home.
Liu Ruyan said worriedly.
The doctor said you must stay in the hospital, at least for 3 more days of observation. What's the point of staying in the hospital? It's not like I can be cured anyway. I desperately wanted to rip the needle out and leave this place immediately. I love freedom and always long for an unconstrained life. Liu Ruyan saw through my thoughts. She offered a few more words of comfort, telling me not to be difficult and to cooperate with the treatment. I sighed and said, then help me with one thing. Lu Ruyan immediately nodded in agreement. I pointed to my pocket. These are the keys to the room I'm renting. There are 2 goldfish there. Please help me take care of them for now.
Give them back when I'm out of the hospital.
If I can't leave the hospital again. At this point, my voice suddenly choked up. Tears also shimmered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. At a time like this, and you're still worried about those 2 fish. They were a gift from Zhao Hu Dai. I can't let them die if I can't leave the hospital. Go to class 23 in the West Campus and help me return them to her. My voice was heavy. If I were making my last will, don't listen to Deng Cheng's nonsense. Are you really not going to see her again?
Lu Ruyan was both heartbroken and surprised.
She'd be so sad if she saw me like this. I only want her to be happy. I don't want her to suffer. As I spoke these words, my heart felt like it was being torn apart. Deng Cheng's words from earlier today had touched my soul deeply, realizing it was a love with no future. If it was destined to have no outcome, then I shouldn't sink any deeper into it. My body was still very weak, and talking for too long exhausted me. After that, Lu Ruyan took the keys from my pocket, and after clarifying the address, she suppressed her tears and stepped out of the hospital room. After Lu Ruyan left, I just stared blankly at the ceiling. Moments from the early days of knowing Zhao Hu Dai played in my mind like a film. It turned out we had been through so much together and shared so many joys.
Thank you for appearing during the
final moments of my life. But now saying goodbye is the best choice for us both. If we were like those 2 fish, then, as the saying goes, struggling together is not as good as forgetting each other in the world beyond. Please forget me. You still have a long journey ahead of you. While I can only stop here. After feeding the goldfish, Lu Ruyan bought some food. On her way back to the hospital, Ruyan, thank you so much, truly. I didn't expect you to be the one by my side at a time like this. Looking at Lu Ruyan, I felt incredibly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Don't say that. We're still good friends. Lu Ruyan was arrogant, but she had a kind heart. She knew there could never be any feelings between us beyond friendship, but was still willing, as a friend, to take care of me and stay by my side. I've hired a caregiver for you. They'll look after you tonight.
He'll help you ask Mr.
Zhang for leave tomorrow, and I'll come visit you again after school. I instructed her carefully. Only Mr. Zhang knows about my illness. Don't tell anyone else, especially Deng Cheng. It's not cool for a guy to be sniveling and crying. Anyway, this is just a temporary hospital stay. I can still hold on for a while longer. When the real final moments come, I'll say a proper goodbye to my best friend later. I'm still waiting for him to burn Conan's ending for me. The next morning, Chen Dexu came for his usual rounds. To help improve my mood, he even brought a special branch of flowers. The peach blossoms had already withered, so what he brought was an azalea branch. Young man, how are you feeling? Chen Dexu asked with a smile. It's stifling in here. When can I be discharged? I asked with a light laugh.
What's the rush?
Let's observe for 2 more days and see. It's incurable anyway. Isn't staying here just a waste of time, doctor? I always spoke in a joking tone. If I were telling a very light-hearted story. Seeing my state, Chen Dexu felt his worries might have been unnecessary. This boy's mood is good enough.
You remind me of that patient
who gave me the peach blossom branch. They were just as optimistic as you. I stretched my arms. A girl once told me, a day passes whether you're happy or not. A day passes whether you're miserable or not. So why not choose to be happy every day? Chen Dexu gave a few more instructions, then left the azalea branch by my bedside and moved on to the next room. The vibrant red flowers brought a touch of life to this clinical, stark white hospital room. I looked at the flowers and naturally, I remembered the shout on the mountaintop that day. Zhao Hu Dai, I miss you so much. I miss you incredibly. I miss you deeply. At dusk, Lu Ruyan came to visit me after school. Following behind her was my class advisor, Mr.
Zhang Zhiyuan.
The atmosphere was filled with sorrow when we met. Seeing me lying thin in the hospital bed, Mr. Zhang Zhiyuan's eyes grew red. Are you still okay? I forced out a smile. Mr. Zhang, thank you for coming to see me. Honestly, I'm fine.
Could you talk to the doctor for me?
And let me be discharged right now. No, you can't be stubborn anymore. You must listen to the doctor. Zhang Zhiyuan firmly refused. Then his expression became very serious. As your teacher, I have a responsibility toward you. This can't be hidden any longer. I'm going to inform your parents tonight. Mr.
Zhang, please don't.
I anxiously tried to stop him. Lu Ruyan interjected. Zhuangzi and Geng being in the hospital like this is because his father kicked him. What's the point of informing his parents now? Hearing that, Zhang Zhiyuan let out a long sigh. Having parents like that is truly a misfortune. I explained to Mr.
Zhang Zhiyuan.
It's not that I'm afraid of my father knowing, but I'm afraid of my paternal grandfather finding out. You've met him. He's over 70 years old. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand this shock. Zhang Zhiyuan recalled the image of that kind, simple, elderly man, realizing that if he knew his grandson was on the brink of death, the old man would likely die of grief. Then, just how long do you plan to hide this? Doctor, Chen already told me I still have a chance to be discharged until the final verdict truly arrives. Only then will I say my final farewell to everyone. The atmosphere in the hospital room was indescribably sad. Zhang Zhiyuan is 46 years old this year, yet he had to sit and listen to an 18-year-old boy in his prime like me, making arrangements for after my death. This heart-wrenching pain is something Those who haven't experienced it directly could hardly understand. Lu Ruyan's eyes had long been swollen from crying, tears streaming down. Before leaving, Mr. Zhang Jiyuan took my hand and instructed, "You must cooperate with the doctor's treatment. You must believe that a miracle will happen. Do not give up under any circumstances." I nodded firmly. Mr. Zhang, being your student, I feel extremely lucky. Having a student like you, I feel very proud too. Zhang Jiyuan turned away, quickly wiped away his tears, and hurried out of the room. He went to see Dr. Chen Dexiu to talk for a while longer, but in the end, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. I advised Lu Ruyan to go home early, but she flatly refused, wanting to stay by my side a while longer. Zhuangzi and Gang, tell me the story of the two of you. A faint smile appeared on my lips. I looked up at the stark white ceiling and slowly recounted the beautiful memories with Zhao Hu Dai. Listening to my whispered story, Lu Ruyan's tears fell incessantly. Although she was a wealthy and noble school goddess, surrounded by countless pursuers, she had never actually tasted the true flavor of love. It turns out love isn't about possession, but about sacrifice. Being willing to let the other person change you, so you can become a better person. I was Zhuangzhou, and she was the butterfly. We were in each other, and my heart had long since lost any room for anyone else. The night grew late, and Lu Ruyan had to go home. Before stepping out of the room, she turned back and asked, if in these last 2 months, she were willing to stay by your side until the very last moment, would you be willing? I bit my lip hard, remaining silent for a long time. Lu Ruyan didn't wait for my answer, but quietly left. I could hear my own heart clearly. Of course, I would be 1,000 times willing, 10,000 times willing, if I could take my last breath in Zhao Hu Di's arms. That would be the greatest blessing in the world. But I can't be that selfish, just for a little happiness in 2 short months. Leave Zhao Hu Dai with endless pain for the rest of her life. I can't let her sink any deeper. I stayed in the hospital bed for another 3 days. Most of the time, I could only spend scrolling through my phone to kill time. During my stay, Deng Cheng called me, asking why I wasn't in school. I made up a random excuse, saying I had to join a training camp for a competition for about a week. Similar things had happened before. So Deng Cheng didn't ask further. He just told me to perform well. Before hanging up, I couldn't help but ask one more question. Has anyone come to class looking for me lately? No. Why? Nothing. I'll hang up now. Finally, in the late afternoon of the 4th day, Chen Dexiu brought me the final conclusion. The doctor still advises that you continue to stay in the hospital for treatment, but if you insist on being discharged, then go ahead and do the paperwork. These words gave me my freedom, but also silently announced that no miracle was going to happen. After being discharged, it happened to be the weekend, so I didn't have to go to school. For 2 full days, I sat on the grass by the river, watching the clouds float and the sunset fade, listening to the flowing water and the wind through the pines. In the sky, a butterfly kite still seemed to be fluttering, and under the bridge, the shouts of a young couple still echoed. Zhuangzi and Gang is a big idiot. Zhao Hu Dai is a little dummy. On Sunday afternoon, Lu Ruyan, worried about me, especially came here to keep me company. Seeing my gaunt, haggard face, she couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of sorrow. Ruyan, for all the kindness you've shown me, I can only hope to repay you in the next life. I silently watched the water flowing before me. If you're really gone, when she comes looking for you, what should I say? Lu Ruyan asked with tears welling in her eyes. Help me tell her that I never liked her. Since my academic grades were so good, naturally I had to leave this place to seek a brighter future. My voice choked. Do you really want to be that cruel? Doing it this way, she might only be sad for a few days, which is better than her being in pain for her whole life. The river water suddenly became a bit swifter, crashing hard against the bridge pillars. The resonance under the bridge sounded like muffled sobs, as if the flowing water were also wailing in mournful despair. A new week began, and I went to school as usual. I had grown visibly thinner, with illness-induced fatigue written all over my face. My son, what's wrong with you? You don't look very well. As soon as we met, Deng Cheng immediately noticed something was off. I'm fine. The food at the training camp was just terrible. It practically starved me until I became this thin. I gave the excuse I had prepared beforehand. In that case, I'll take you out for something really delicious for lunch to nourish you back up. Deng Cheng threw an arm around my shoulder. Lu Ruyan turned around from the front row. Let me join the 2 of you for lunch today. No way. I already go to lunch with Zhuangzi and Gang every day. Deng Cheng said, pouting. Why are you intruding on our lunch? My son already has Zhao Hu Dai. He hasn't had feelings for you for a long time. I smiled and said, let Ruyan come with us. Deng Cheng was stunned. When did the 2 of you start conspiring together? Looking at Deng Cheng's innocent, carefree face, I really wasn't prepared to tell him this brutal truth. The final farewell would be an eternal separation between life and death. During the break, while I went to the restroom, Lu Ruyan pulled Deng Cheng aside. I'm warning you, don't mention Zhao Hu Dai in front of him ever again. But why? Deng Cheng looked a bit bewildered, then suddenly acted as if he had a realization. Are the 2 of them having a lover's spat?
Lu Ruyan spoke hesitatingly.
It is something like that. He is like someone going through a heartbreak right now. You know how heartbreak feels, do you not? Deng Cheng scratched his head. I have never even been in love, so how would I know? It is the feeling of your heart being sliced by a knife, and your insides being torn apart, Just do not add fuel to the fire.
Lu Ruyan instructed.
How do you know so much? Tang Cheng asked curiously. If you really want what is best for him, then just do as I say, and be less curious about other things. Lu Ruyan could not explain in any more detail. After hearing that, Tang Cheng felt very sorry for me. Xiao Hudi is such a good girl. Why did he not know how to cherish her? If it were me, even if I just accidentally talked back once, I would have slapped myself in the face already. Returning to the classroom, I discovered the class merit flag had been hung back in the corner. It seems that during the past week, Ji Bada worked very effectively. For the sake of collective honor, my classmates no longer made things difficult for him, but began to support his work instead. I smiled in relief. As expected, the world keeps spinning no matter who is missing. Class 9 is not much different without me. The fourth period of the morning was still the weekly class meeting. Presided over by the class president, Ji Bada, he stepped onto the podium looking very enthusiastic and fluently summarized the work from the previous week. Thank you for everyone's efforts, which have made our class better and better. Finally, I would also like to specially thank one person. As he said this, Ji Bada's gaze turned toward me, Zhuangxiang. Thank you for teaching me that only by putting in heart can one harvest joy. I used to always want to compete with you, always wanting to beat you. It was truly too childish. I still have many things to learn from you, and I hope you will supervise my work. These words from Ji Bada came straight from the bottom of his heart, with very sincere emotion. I, on the other hand, felt a bit shy and whispered to Tang Cheng, has this guy taken the wrong medicine? The way he is talking today gives me goosebumps. Tang Cheng replied, last week, Teacher Zhang used half a literature period to summarize the glory you have brought to the class, and also your silent contributions, making everyone in class very moved. It was just like a commendation ceremony. I was not even there myself. It sounds more like a memorial service, I teased. Shut your jinxing mouth. Tang Cheng glared at me, completely missing the hidden meaning in my words. Zhuangxiang, it is so good to have you in our class. Being your classmate, I feel very honored. That is right. I always go and brag to the other classes that the top student of the grade is my friend. If Teacher Zhang had not mentioned it, then we would not have known that behind the scenes. You have sacrificed so much for the class. The words from my classmates easily touched the softest place in my heart. With tears in my eyes, I said, thank you everyone so much. Teacher Zhang really is not considerate. I'm not even dead yet, but he is already doing this. Zhang Juan stepped into the class at this moment, trying to keep his expression calm, spoke up and asked, Teacher Zhang, out of nowhere, why are you being so sentimental? Zhang Jiwan forced a smile. I heard from the physics competition instructor that you all are about to enter the exam period, and studying will be very stressful during this time. Perhaps you will have to take frequent leaves of absence. If you kid win the gold medal, you will be directly admitted, which is like graduating early. So everyone is just celebrating a bit to avoid making the other students suspicious. Teacher Zhang always had to help me find an excuse. Since I happened to be a student on the competition team and could compete for direct admission, everything proceeded very logically. As a teacher, perhaps he wanted me to feel the warmth of the classroom. During the final days of my life, at noon, I went to the cafeteria with Tang Cheng and Li Ruyan. Lu Ruyan even insisted on paying with her meal card to treat all three of us. While eating, Tang Cheng looked very puzzled. What on earth are you two doing? Are you doing something bad behind my back? We have been good brothers for so many years. He understood my personality very well. Between Xiao Hudi and Liu Ruyan, there was no reason for me to go back to an ex when choosing the latter. Looking at the demeanor and gestures of the two of us, we did not look like a couple at all. It was purely a friendship. Liu Ruyan took the initiative to make peace with Tang Cheng. I know I was a bit stubborn before. Now I know I was wrong. Surely you will not refuse to be friends with the school beauty. Seeing that she had humbled herself like that, Tang Cheng did not have the heart to be petty anymore. He just laughed and said, I spoke a bit harshly before. Please do not take it to heart. Seeing the two of them make up, I flashed a satisfied smile. In the following days, life passed by, peacefully, without any ripples. Tang Cheng was naturally carefree and lighthearted, so he did not notice anything unusual. Only Liu Ruyan could understand the sorrow hidden beneath my forced smile. As for me, I often stood in the school corridor, watching the ginkgo tree in the northwest corner of the basketball court. Every time I returned from the cafeteria, I would often stand silently for a long time by the flower bed, which was filled with hyacinths and wisterias. Even a few times, I walked up to the steps leading to the West Campus, then suppressed the pain and turned back in solitude. I thought this week would pass in silence. Until Friday noon, I stepped out of class with Tang Cheng and Liu Ruyan and walked down from the second floor. I habitually glanced over at the hyacinth bushes, and my whole body froze as if struck by lightning. On the flower bed was the girl who was always on my mind, in a pure white shirt and a pleated skirt as blue as the sea. She looked as ethereal as a fairy. Dummy, I'm back! The reunion was so unexpected. For the past few days, I had imagined hundreds, thousands of times the scene of meeting Xiao Hudi again, but when it became a reality, I could not help but feel awkward. Dummy, come over here to me. Su Wuti looked at me affectionately, her eyes filled with tears. I still stood rooted to the spot, clenching my teeth, trying to hold back the tears, reminding myself over and over again that getting close to her would only hurt her. Seeing that I did not react, Su Wuti had to take the initiative to step forward, approaching me step by step. How have you been these past days? Why have you become so much thinner? Xiao Huti's tears rolled down her cheeks. I felt as if my heart were falling to the ground and shattering into tiny pieces. My eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Then I suddenly screamed in extreme agony. Had you not already left?
What are you doing back here?
Xiao Huti was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She froze. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time I had spoken to her in such a tone. However, my outburst went much further. Do you know how long you disappeared for this time? It was a whole 12 days. Coming whenever you want, leaving whenever you want. Just what kind of person do you take me for in your heart? If you love playing the disappearance game so much, then disappear once and for all. I never want to see you again. Never mind, Xiao Huti. But even Teng Cheng and Lu Ruyan standing nearby were terrified. Hey man, what the hell are you babbling about? Teng Cheng gave me a hard shove, then hurriedly comforted Su Wuti. Xiao Huti. He's probably just too emotional from seeing you again. So he raised his voice a bit. He has been missing you every day. Su Wuti stepped closer, gently took my hand and shook it. Dummy? I'm sorry. I have missed you so much these past days. I wanted to come and see you every day. Enough. I heartlessly flung her hands away, disappearing for so long, and now coming back to give a fake apology.
Is that fun?
I'm exhausted from being with you. I do not want to keep being played with by you. I have seen through all your tricks already, so please, stop bothering me. Xiao Huti could never have imagined that the dummy she had missed day and night for over 10 days would become so distant and cruel upon meeting again. At this, Teng Cheng grabbed my collar and shouted, "Are you possessed by a ghost or something? Just what on earth are you going crazy about?" Lu Ruyan's tears finally could not be held back anymore. She wished she also knew nothing like Teng Cheng. Xiao Huti was drenched in tears. She took a plastic box out of her backpack.
I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?
I really missed you so much.
It is just that I have a sorrow I cannot speak of.
I made some chingtuan for you. Please have a bite. Just a tiny bite, okay? A powerful desire surged in my heart. I just wanted to hold her tightly and love her with all my might. But things had gone this far. I could not let all my efforts go to waste. I swung my arm with all my strength, knocking the box to the ground. The beautiful green sticky rice balls
rolled all over the ground.
After all, there is no special relationship between us. At most, we just had a few meals together, just as friends. Do not misunderstand and think I have other intentions for you. Everyone knows I have always loved Ruyan, and now she and I are officially dating. With that, I naturally took Lu Ruyan's arm. I could not drag it out any longer. I could only use the most heartless way to drive Xiao Huti away. Otherwise, I feared my heart would not be stony enough to keep acting. Lu Ruyan could only let me pull her arm to coordinate and finish this act. Teng Cheng was utterly shocked. Hey, no way. Since when are you two in love? Xiao Huti sobbed like a child, blankly looking at Liu Ruyan. Is it true, sister? Lu Ruyan did not dare look her in the eyes. She could only look away and say heartlessly, yes, I never want my boyfriend to be ambiguously involved with another girl. When those words were uttered, she must have hated me to the core.
Why are you making me play the villain like this?
Dummy, I will hate you for the rest of my life. I never ever want to see you again. Xiao Huti looked at me one last time in despair, then decisively turned around and ran quickly out of the school gate, waiting until her figure had completely vanished. All the strength in my body was suddenly drained. I collapsed onto the cold ground. Teng Cheng and Lu Ruyan, in a panic, hurried over to help me up. I brushed their hands away and lay flat on the ground. The grief was so immense that there was no way to suppress it anymore. I began to sob uncontrollably. Xiao Huti, oh, Xiao Huti slowly crawled forward to pick up each dirt-stained chingtuan, picking up her heart along with them and putting them back into the plastic box. Then I held the box tightly to my chest, crying until my voice went hoarse. Lu Ruyan, what on earth is going on?
What kind of game are you two playing?
Teng Cheng questioned loudly. Stop asking me. Just let him explain it to you himself. Lu Ruyan's face was also stained with tears by now. Teng Cheng grabbed me and pulled me up.
Why did you do that?
I was in so much pain I could not contain myself, my heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Suddenly, from deep within my throat, I spat out a mouthful of fresh blood splashing all over Teng Cheng. Teng Cheng was so frightened his soul almost left his body. Bro, what is happening to you? Let me take you to the infirmary. Lu Ruyan hurriedly ran over to help support me. She shouted to Teng Cheng, the infirmary is not enough. Take him to the hospital immediately. Hurry. Teng Cheng immediately hoisted me onto his back, rushed straight out of the school gate, hailed a taxi, and sped off to the hospital. Lu Ruyan, things have reached this point, and you are still planning to keep it from me? Inside the taxi, Teng Cheng yelled like a madman. Lu Ruyan said while crying, do not ask me. I promised him that I would not tell anyone. Hey bro, do not be so noisy. I'm a bit tired. Let me sleep for a while. Wait until I wake up. I will tell you everything. My weak voice spoke in broken fragments. By the time I opened my eyes again, it was already Saturday noon. I had been unconscious for an entire night. The first thing that caught my eye was Teng Cheng's worried face. Bro, you are finally awake. You scared me so much my heart almost stopped.
Do not worry, man.
I have not even had time to leave you my will yet, so I cannot die just yet. I tried to force a faint smile. Tang Cheng's hair was messy, and his eyes were shot with red veins. He had stayed by my bedside all through last night, his heart surely full of countless things to say, wanting to get to the bottom of everything. But right now, the words were stuck in his throat. He could not utter a word, because he was terrified of hearing the answer he was most afraid of. The hospital room door opened at this moment, and Lu Ruyan walked in, carrying a thermal container in her hand. Zhuang Xiang, how are you feeling? Still okay. Not dead yet for now. Suddenly, I felt that my life was not as bad as I had imagined. Even though I had reached the end of my life, at least I still had friendship by my side. Tang Cheng took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, man, I have already prepared myself. No matter what you say, I will be able to handle it," I said calmly. I am dying. Probably only have a little over a month left. Tang Cheng's tears immediately flowed like a stream. Even though he had guessed this answer long ago, he had still held a flicker of hope in his heart. That reality might not be so cruel. Now, hearing me admit it with my own mouth, his last bit of illusion vanished into thin air. "You bastard. Why did you hide it from me? Why did you wait until now to say it?" Tang Cheng questioned me through his tears. "Precisely because I did not want to see you like this. A grown man crying and sobbing. It's just not right." I laughed bitterly. "It cannot be. The doctor must have misdiagnosed you. Let us go for another checkup. I wanted to be brothers with you for the rest of my life." Damn it. How could you bear to leave me? Is that what you call being brothers? I was planning to be your best man at your wedding, to see you bring Xiao Hudi home with my own eyes. Tang Cheng was in such extreme agony that his words were a bit disjointed. At this, Liu Ruyan suddenly winked to signal him, and he suddenly realized he had misspoke, feeling very regretful for mentioning Xiao Hudi in front of me at this moment. I saw right through their thoughts. "It is okay, even if you do not mention her. I still remember her every single second. Throughout the time I was in a coma, that look of despair in Xiao Hudi's eyes was always present in my dreams. Dummy, I will hate you for the rest of my life. I never want to see you again." Lu Ruyan did not want the atmosphere to be too sad, so she quickly changed the subject, opening the thermal container and said, "I asked the auntie at home to stew some chicken soup for you. So stop thinking about random things and just eat until you're full." "All right then, love and good food cannot be refused," I said with a smile. During the meal, I occasionally gave Tang Cheng some instructions. "Hey man, when the Conan series finally ends, please burn a set and send it to me. I want to see if Conan will end up with Ran or Haibara every year during the Qingming festival, just when the peach blossoms are in full bloom. Remember to bring me a branch of flowers. You have to work hard, live a truly brilliant life, and live my share of it as well." Tang Cheng sobbed wordlessly. "Do not say anymore. Let us just focus on the treatment. There will surely still be hope." Lu Ruyan said, "Tang Cheng, go home and get some sleep, then come back tonight to take over for me. I will stay here and take care of him for now." Tang Cheng immediately shook his head vigorously. "Just go. If you also fall ill from exhaustion, who will be left to talk to me?" I said half jokingly, "Fine. Tonight, I will bring you some delicious food." Only then did Tang Cheng agree. And as he stepped out of the hospital room, he kept turning his head back to look. Ruyan, the words I said yesterday must have really hurt her, right? I choked out through tears. I have never loved anyone so deeply, so I cannot fully understand that feeling, but my heart still feels the ultimate pain. She must be suffering 10,000 times more than me. Lu Ruyan said wistfully. She thought for a moment and then said, "Or let's put it this way. However much you're hurting, she is probably hurting just as much." My heart was always like it was being torn and crushed, so painful that I could not escape from it. Every time I thought of Xiao Hudi also suffering like that, pain would become even more intense.
Lu Ruyan asked hesitantly,
"Are you really not going to tell her the truth? Is doing this not too unfair to her? Letting her hate me is how I love her. I'm certain that this cruel way is the final act of tenderness for Xiao Hudi. The wound caused by hating someone is always much easier to heal than the wound of love. Many years later, when Xiao Hudi remembers me, perhaps she will only smile faintly, thinking that back then she was just inexperienced and just happened to meet a bad guy. Since she is such an optimistic person, she will surely be able to open her arms to receive new love and continue to enjoy her life. But if she knew the truth, then perhaps this relationship would become an unceasing regret that follows her for the rest of her life, and a permanent thorn stuck in her heart. Cannot be so selfish as to ruin her entire life like that."
Lu Ruyan asked again,
"If she hates you and I bring those goldfish to her, but she flatly refuses to take them, what then?" I was silent for a long time before saying, "Then just take them down to the river by the school and release them." I am truly jealous of her, because she has a guy who gives his wholehearted, deep love for her like that. Lu Ruyan was deeply moved.
"Ruyan, you will definitely meet a man in
the future who loves you truly. Sincerely wished her well.
Zhuang Xiang.
Thank you for teaching me how to love someone."
Lu Ruyan expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart.
"Hello, mister."
Zhuang.
"I'm Zhuang Xiang's homeroom teacher. There is currently an extremely serious matter that I must inform you about." Zhang Jiyuan, based on his own judgment, felt it was time he could no longer keep the truth hidden. So he called my father. My father received the call. He was sitting at the mahjong table, so his tone was extremely impatient. "What is wrong with your school? Why is there always so much trouble? Just say what you have to say. I'm very busy right now. 8 of myriads, don't touch it, Pong. Zhang Jiuan heard the loud and bustling noise on the other end. Guessing it wasn't a convenient time to talk, so he said,
Please come to the City Central Hospital immediately.
Zhuangzang is in room 816 on the 8th floor of the inpatient building. Hospital? What's wrong with the boy? My father asked casually. You'll know when you get here. The doctor will discuss the specific details with you in person. I'm not free now. Call back at 6:30. After saying that, my father didn't even bother to wait. Before Mr. Zhang could respond, he had already hung up. His luck was currently on a winning streak, so he had absolutely no intention of leaving the gambling table. Zhang Jiwan heard the long dial tone on the phone and sighed helplessly.
Zhuangzang, I pray that in your next life, you will be born into a happy family.
As twilight fell, the setting sun cast slanted rays through the window. The hospital room door was pushed open, and my father and Mr. Zhang walked in together. My pupils constricted, and the smile on my lips vanished without a trace. Zhuang Wanzhao frowned and said to Zhang Jiwan, he has such a beautiful girl with him, and Hez smiling so brightly. So what could possibly be wrong? I hurriedly asked Mr. Zhang, did you tell him yet? Zhang Jiwan shook his head. Not yet, but this can't be hidden any longer. I've already called Dr.
Chen.
It's better if he tells him in person. I nodded silently. Hell, find out sooner or later anyway, it's time. His mind was still on the mahjong game. Being called to the hospital from so far away made him feel extremely annoyed. While waiting for Dr.
Chen.
He kept muttering and complaining. A real man shouldn't mind these minor aches and pains, just bear it and it'll pass. I work hard every day to earn money for the family. You don't understand anything. You're only good at causing trouble. How much are these hospital fees? Don't tell me. You called me here just to pay the bill. He gave a bitter smile. I remember when Zhuang Yuhang had a fever. You stayed by his bedside to look after him for 3 days and nights without leaving.
How old is Yuhang?
And how old are you?
I immediately retorted. Do you know? At that time, I really envied him. I envied him because he had a father, while I seemingly didn't. A child without a father doesn't even have the right to get sick. My voice was thick with sorrow. My father glanced at his watch. When will that doctor arrive? My time is very precious. I don't have time to sit and listen to you, bringing up all these old stories. Saying that, he reached into his pocket again, pulling out a handful of change from mahjong. Didn't you want money? This is all I have. If it's not enough, figure it out yourself. Let this be a lesson to you. Don't ask for the hospital over nothing. Hospitals these days are no different from robbery. While my father was still rambling on, Doctor Chen Detu finally arrived. He had just performed a surgery this afternoon, and his face showed clear exhaustion. Zhang Jiyuan introduced him to Chen Detu. Doctor Chen, this is Zhuangxiang's father. Chen Detu looked my father over and said angrily, I've been a doctor for nearly 30 years, but I've never seen a father as irresponsible as you.
You old man, what kind of talk is that?
Watch it, or I'll file a complaint against you right now. My father shouted aggressively. Chen Detu took out some papers from behind him and handed them over. This is your son's medical diagnosis. Please look it over and I will explain any parts you don't understand. My father took it and scanned it. When he saw those glaring words, he finally dropped his playful demeanor. This can't be.
Doctor, are you joking?
Chen Detu straightened his white lab coat. Would I be joking with you while wearing this uniform? My father immediately panicked. My son is only 18 years old. Are you sure it's not a misdiagnosis? Chen Detu said mockingly. If it were a misdiagnosis, couldn't you just file a complaint against me? My father's head felt like it went bang. It felt as if it were about to explode. In an instant, he looked like he'd lost his soul.
Since when was this?
Why did you only tell me now? My father's voice became hoarse. I replied indifferently. On the day the diagnosis came out, I already called you. It just distracted you and made you lose your game. I'm truly sorry for that, Dad. My father suddenly remembered. Over a month ago, I really had called him, saying the hospital test results were ready, and even asked for my mother Xu Hui's phone number. Then why didn't you say anything when you came home? He was on the verge of a breakdown. That day, I bought a cake and brought it home. Within 2 minutes of stepping through the door, you gave me a stinging slap. Blood dripped from my nose onto the floor, and then you kicked me out of the house. My tone was light and airy, without hearing a hint of sorrow in it. Yet those around me who heard it all felt as though they were suffocating. One can imagine that night. How helpless and desperate I must have felt. My father raised his right hand, staring blankly at his palm. That night, it was this very hand that shattered. The last ray of hope his son had for him.
Xiang, I was wrong. I didn't know you were sick.
My father's eyes turned red. You don't need to apologize. I don't blame you at all, because I no longer have any expectations of you. My tone remained as calm as before. If the person standing before me was just a stranger. The diagnosis in my father's hand clattered to the floor. He clutched his head with both hands, pulling his hair in agony. Boundless regret spread through his heart. Pieces of the past flashed vividly before his eyes. 18 years ago when I was born, there wasn't a trace of joy on my father's face, because the unexpected appearance of this son meant he was forced to marry a woman he didn't love. He saw me as a punishment for his own impulsiveness. 5 years of living together with countless petty troubles left him completely exhausted. When they divorced, how much he wished my mother Xu Hui would take me, so he could return to a free single life and live a life of leisure. But things didn't go as he planned. Ia's grandpa valued continuing the family line above all else, and insisted on keeping me. My father even once hallucinated that, if it weren't for a burden like me, maybe he would have found a woman much better than Qin Shulan. After remarrying, even a biological father like him didn't bother to look after me. So how could a stepmother like Qin Shulan possibly be warm toward me at this very moment until he saw his son's cancer diagnosis with his own eyes? Did he truly put himself in my shoes to think how gloomy my life had been for the past decade? How desperate must a child be to completely lose all hope in his own father? Dad, a little acting is enough. Don't pull out all your hair like that. Seeing his actions, there wasn't a bit of sadness in my heart, but it was even somewhat amusing. Want my death be exactly what you wanted? Want your family of 3. Live a happy and fulfilling life together.
Xiang, that's not true.
I'm truly heartbroken right now. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Maybe there was still a way to save you. My father cried out in pain. Immediately after receiving the diagnosis, first person I called was you. But did you ever give me a chance to speak? If you were given another chance,
you'd surely just choose to play a different mahjong tile, right?
My counter question made my father
feel incredibly ashamed.
So embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him up. He could only keep slapping his head repeatedly. No, it's not like that. Zhang Zhiyuan couldn't help but interject. As long as you're not blind, you should have noticed that in just 1 month, Zhuangxiang has become noticeably thinner. It proves that in your heart, you've never truly cared about this son of yours. My father tried his best to defend himself.
No.
I did notice. I just never expected. You noticed? Yet you still had the heart to kick him. Right in front of the school gate, Lu Ruyan spoke up with indignation. Stop talking. Please stop. It's all my fault. My father couldn't stand steadily anymore. Collapsing onto the chair beside the hospital bed, everyone in the room seemed to be judging him together, pointing out every single piece of evidence, criticizing him for being a completely unqualified father.
Doctor, sorry.
My attitude just now was wrong. Please think of more ways to help. Treat my son, no matter how much. The hospital fees are unwilling to pay. He wiped away his tears, once again earnestly begging Chen Detu. Chen Detu leaned down to pick up the medical papers, scattered on the floor, shaking his head in disappointment. I am a doctor, not a god. I waved my hand slightly. Dad, go home.
I want to rest now.
My father shook his head vigorously. No. My son. Stay here to keep you company. But I don't want to see you at all. I turned my face away. The patient needs peace and quiet, since he doesn't want to see you. It's best if you leave, Chen Detu advised. My father glanced at everyone present. They were all looking at him with judgmental eyes. This made him feel like an unforgivable sinner. He had no choice but to bow his head and leave quietly. At the very moment his hand touched the doorknob, he heard my cold voice calling out, "Death is also a release for me, because finally, I won't have to be your son anymore." My father twisted the doorknob with all his might, then fled from the hospital room, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. That very sentence shattered his final psychological defense. It turned out that all this time, he had been such a failure as a father. The next day, after finishing the discharge procedure, I went with Teng Cheng and Lu Ruyan to the snack street outside the school for BBQ. I ordered 2 bottles of beer. Brother, we should really take it easy. Can we stop drinking? Teng Cheng said worriedly. Do you remember when I told you that a girl's mouth tastes like beer? I answered with a smile.
What beer taste?
Lu Ruyan appeared quite curious, so I laughed while recounting the story of how my first kiss was stolen. After hearing it, Teng Cheng and Lu Ruyan initially felt it was a bit funny, but upon thinking deeply, they wanted to cry. It turns out that in my heart, I was always pining for Suwudi. Yet, I'd rather let myself suffer until death than to go see her ever again. My alcohol tolerance was naturally very low, but I deliberately got myself drunk, because only after getting drunk could I see her again in my dreams. On Monday, I still decided to go to school. I've always been someone who fears loneliness. I love the feeling of being with my classmates. Whenever there was a subject I didn't like, I'd skip class immediately, lying by the flower bed to bask in the sun, breathing in the sweet scent of hyacinths. Time flew, and it was Wednesday again. The first morning class was that hateful math. I lay on the flower bed to catch up on some sleep. While I was half asleep, I suddenly smelled the characteristic pure fragrance of a young girl. Sue Woody. I suddenly snapped my eyes open. The person appearing before me was Lu Ruyan. I immediately pretended to be calm and closed my eyes. Lu Ruyan sat down beside me and sighed softly. If you miss her that much, how about I go with you to the West Campus? Maybe you'll get to see her. Meeting her won't solve anything anyway. My voice was heavy with sadness. For the past few days, I've been thinking that you keep mistreating yourself like this, though I know you mean well for her. But have you ever considered her feelings? Lu Ruyan asked. Her feelings. I found it a bit hard to understand. If it were the person I loved and they only had 1 month left to live, I would definitely cast everything aside and rush to them, to be by their side day and night, so that in those final days I could give them all of my love. Lu Ruyan gathered all her courage to speak her innermost thoughts. As soon as she finished, her tears began to fall again. Zhuangxiang, I really don't want you to leave with regrets. No, don't say any more. I don't want to hear anything else. At this moment, My heart was conflicted and torn. I longed to see Su Wuti again so intensely. I feared that if Liu Ruyan kept talking, I would start to waver again. Liu Ruyan went back to the classroom and brought out that round glass fishbowl. I've decided I'm going to return these 2 fish to her now. If she doesn't care about them anymore, then it'll help you hide this for the rest of your life. But if she still loves you, then you must tell her the truth. I cried out in panic. You can't do that. Don't be reckless. Let me go check her attitude. First, okay. No, Ruyan. Come back here. Liu Ruyan completely ignored my words. Clutching the fishbowl, she determinedly walked up the stairs leading to the West Campus. While I, at this moment with my weak body, couldn't possibly catch up to her, my heart was in a mess like tangled silk. Su Wuti, do you still have love for me? About 20 minutes later, Liu Ruyan finally returned, still holding that glass fishbowl in her hands. I rushed over and pressed for answers. She must hate me to the bone, so she refused to take it back. Right. But Liu Ruyan shook her head, her face showing clear bewilderment and confusion. What exactly happened? Did you meet her? I impatiently questioned her to the end. I went to class 23, but everyone there told me that in the class, there is no student named Su Wuti. Hearing that, I was so shocked my eyes widened. How is that possible? Last time, Mr. Lee Junin himself came here, introducing himself as Su Wuti's teacher, and even chatted with me for a long time on the rooftop. There must be some mistake somewhere. I hurried up the stairs. I have to go to the West Campus to verify it myself. Feeling of intense unease kept lingering in my heart. Liu Ruyan clutched the fishbowl and hurriedly followed. Wait for me? We reached class 23. The bell for the end of class had just rung, and groups of students were playing along the corridor. I found a random girl to ask, "Hi, could you help me call?" Su Wuti from this class. The girl looked at me with a bewildered expression. There is no one with that name in our class. I turned to Liu Ruyan in surprise.
Liu Ruyan could only shrug helplessly.
I told you, but you still didn't believe me. I found another boy and asked again, but the answer I received was the same. Class 23 has no one named Su Wuti. Then where is your homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee? I'll go ask him directly. The first person I thought of was Lee Junin. Our homeroom teacher's name is Wang. The boy answered softly. I stumbled back half a step, almost unable to stand, feeling as if I were lost in a thick fog, struggling without finding a way out. Is there a teacher in your grade named Lee Junin? Yes. Has the homeroom teacher for class 17. The boy replied. I breathed a soft sigh of relief. If I still couldn't find him, I would truly think ID had encountered something ghostly. Perhaps this was the first time Su Wuti lied to me, deliberately saying class 23 instead of 17. After that, we went up to the 4th floor. I stopped before the stairs and said to Liu Ruyan, how about you go find her? Knowing she's safe is enough for me. Liu Ruyan nodded slightly in agreement. Then she took the fishbowl alone to find class 17. A moment later, she returned with a face, showing even more shock than before. Class 17 doesn't have a student named Su Wuti either. I felt like I was about to go crazy.
What on earth is going on?
Immediately rushed to the door of class 17 and stopped a student to ask, excuse me? Could you tell me where Mr. Lee Junin is? The person pointed toward the end of the corridor. Mr. Lee is in the teacher's office. The office door was wide open, and I strode toward it in a hurry. One look, and I recognized Mr. Lee Junin's back. Suppressing my emotion, I knocked softly. Lee Junin turned around, recognized me, and smiled.
Zhuang, why did you come all the way to the West Campus?
I went straight to the point. I'm here to find Su Wuti. Lee Junin looked clearly astonished. What did you just say? You want to find Su Wuti? I repeated loudly. You're her homeroom teacher. So what's so strange about me looking for her? Lee Junin didn't answer immediately, but just stared at me intently and silently. My eyes were also filled with countless questions. The entire office fell into a brief silence. If the air were slowly freezing solid. It took a long time before Lee Junin spoke slowly. I was indeed Su Wuti's homeroom teacher, but she was a student in my class last year. Last year's student? I truly didn't understand the implication of those words. Last year I was at the East Campus leading Su Wuti's graduating class, so naturally this year I had to return to the West Campus to teach a new grade. Lee Junin felt this explanation was somewhat redundant. Mr. Lee, do you mean Su Wuti is not my junior? Actually my senior. Lee Junin nodded slightly to confirm. That's right. Don't you know which class? I taught last year, class 23. Shock, bewilderment, and even fear. A flood of chaotic emotions rushed back all at once. A sharp pain suddenly stabbed my chest. My body swayed and I collapsed to the side. Liu Ruyan was incredibly quick, rushing forward to catch me. Meanwhile, my hot tears fell uncontrollably. It turns out Su Wuti had been telling me the truth all along. She really was a student in class 23. Only she belonged to the previous year. If that's the case, she should have graduated by now. So why was I able to meet her? A feeling of extreme terror suddenly rose in my heart. Didn't you know her? Since last year or the year before? Lee Junin asked in great surprise. No, I only met her a month ago. I answered dazed. That's impossible. Lee Junin suddenly stood up, with horror hidden in his eyes. Ever since childhood, I had always been top of the grade. Yet, at the promising age of 18, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, with only 3 short months left to live. Yet, just as I was ready to let go of everything to face death calmly, fate Let me meet the girl of my destiny. Her name was Su Wudi. We climbed walls to skip class together, experience together. But just then, I received thunderous news that she had passed away from terminal illness since last year. I immediately collapsed on the spot. All of Su Wudi's strange behavior from before flashed vividly before my eyes. From the very first moment I heard that melody, in truth, I had wandered into a dream realm. Life and death like Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly. Now the words of that old fraud Zhang Bangxian kept echoing incessantly in my ears. It turned out that those crazy and fanciful words were not nonsense at all. I immediately ran to the bus stop in front of the school, waiting for bus line 19 to get ready, to go to Xiaoyao Palace and find out the truth about everything. Xiao Hu die. No matter what happens, I will definitely find you. At this time, there were hardly any passengers on the bus. I just picked an empty seat by the window and sat down. Right then, the bus driver suddenly spoke up. Young man, I still remember you. Last time you asked me about a girl in a white shirt and a sky blue skirt. Didn't you? I asked back, filled with surprise. Did you see her, sir? It's been a few days, probably last Friday. When that little girl got on the bus, she was crying so bitterly. No matter how much everyone on the bus tried to comfort her, she couldn't stop. Such a beautiful girl. Who could have the heart to hurt her so deeply? Oh, that's right. She was sitting exactly where you are now. Hearing the driver's words, my tears fell like rain. My heart felt as if it were being torn apart. I didn't dare to imagine how Xiao Hu Dai had endured that day. You must hate me to death. We reached the final stop, Xiaoyao Palace. I stepped off the bus in a daze, my footsteps a bit unsteady. The Bodhi tree outside the temple was still lush and green. I walked through the mountain gate, heading straight toward the side hall, where I first met Zhang Banxian. Zhang Banxian recognized me at a single glance. I thought you had succumbed to your illness and passed away, and wouldn't be coming back. I shouted in agitation. Tell me, where is Xiao Hu Dai? Zhang Banxian stretched and said calmly, so you found out? Having lost all patience, I pressed him for answers.
What on earth is going on?
From the first time you came to this temple, wearing that red thread, I recognized it immediately. You were the one Xiao Hu Dai kept mentioning last year? Zhang Banxian let out a soft sigh. Last year, I was beyond shocked. First teacher Li Junin, and now Zhang Banxian. They all mentioned this same period of time. A bold theory was becoming increasingly clear. Zhang Banxian pointed to the rattan chair in front of him. Young man, this story is quite long. Just sit down and listen. I sat upright, my eyes fixed intently on Zhang Banxian. My breath was ragged, and my heart was pounding wildly. Only then did Zhang Banxian slowly begin to speak, recounting the full truth as he knew it. The place where Xiao Hu Dai was born is called Chua Shui Town. About 5 kilometers from Xiaoyao Palace, orphaned since childhood, she depended on her grandmother, and their days passed in hardship. When she was 15 years old, cancer cells were discovered in her body. For the next 3 years, she was constantly accompanied by medicine, exhausting every bit of the family's savings. By the time she was 18, her condition took a complete turn for the worse, and medicine became useless. Her doctor confirmed she only had half a year left at most. Similar words were spoken to me on the rooftop before, by teacher Li Junin, but at that time he didn't mention that Xiao Hu Di's illness. Was this severe? It turns out she was also somewhat about to depart from this world. Last spring, she came to Xiaoyao Palace to burn incense, praying to the gods for her final wish, which was to see the snow fall one more time, but she wouldn't have been able to wait until winter. To comfort her and make her happy, I told her that within our sect, there is a ritual piece called Meng Dai, and once learned, one can enter a dream realm to watch the snow. It was only a legend. No one had ever actually done it. I played it for her once on the ocarina, just to give the girl a little bit of hope. I just wanted to give that child a glimmer of hope, so I intentionally lied and told her she could only hear it once. I said if she could memorize it after hearing it just once, it would prove she was a person of destiny. Zhang Banxian looked a bit sorrowful. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a musical genius, never forgetting what she heard, and she memorized the piece after only one listen. Then she left. Didn't return for a very long time. I assumed she wouldn't take that joke seriously. My tears fell. As it turns out, she really did learn the Meng Dai melody and traveled to winter to watch the snow. I remember what the potato vendor said. The first time she met Xiao Hu Dai was 3 months ago, right in the middle of winter. So time travel really exists. And Xiao Hu Dai traveled from last year to the present, when she returned to Xiaoyao Palace again, and told me she had gone a year into the future. I just thought she was joking. Then she asked me for a red blessing thread, to give to the one she loved most, for a whole year. I honestly didn't dare to believe it, thinking it was just hallucinations from her severe illness. Until just a few days ago, when I saw you wearing the red thread that I had braided with my own hands. I don't know how many times she went to see you. There is one thing beyond doubt. Overusing that melody caused irreparable damage to her body. The last time I saw her, she was crying so hard as if her life were ending. I've never seen a girl so heartbroken before. She told me she would never play that music again. At this point, Zhang Banxian had basically told me everything he knew. His original intention was to give a terminally ill girl a beautiful vision to hope for, but he accidentally created a tragic, intertwined fate. I couldn't believe this was actually happening to me. Xiao Hu Dai was so real, yet also so illusory. The old lady selling snacks outside the temple. Is she really Xiao Hu Dai's grandmother? I asked with a trembling voice. That's right. Zhang Banxian nodded slightly. With a look of pity in his eyes, Taoist master. So what happened to Xiao Hu Dai after that? Do I really need to be that explicit? Zhang Ban Xian's answer extinguished my very last spark of hope. My heart ached so much I wanted to scream out loud, but I could only open my mouth without making a sound. The tears in my eyes had long since run dry. Finally, I understood why in the evenings, whenever I tried to call Xiao Hu Dai, she was always out of range. She also always wore the same outfit. The peach blossom in her hair never seemed to wither, and she would disappear for no reason for periods of time. Everything now has an answer. Between us is a gap of a full year, and the separation between the living and the dead. Last Friday, I deliberately made her angry, forcing her to leave me. Xiao Hudi was hurt to the core. She went back to her world and cried to Zhangban Xian, saying she would never play the Meng Dai melody again. That meant she would never appear again. She reached the end of her life, in boundless sorrow and despair. Is there not even a single chance to explain? My heart is filled with regret and anguish. A pain so deep it's suffocating. I stood up abruptly, pacing in circles, just like a madman. Zhangban Xian advised me, "Please, calm down. Whatever you do now, it's already too late." I rushed over to him. "Taoist master, please teach me that Meng Dai melody. Would I be able to see her again if I learned it? Teach me now, please. I'm begging you to teach me." Zhang Ban Xian shook his head slightly. "It's no use. I don't know how that girl did it, but I have never once succeeded. Besides, returning to the past and going to the future are two completely different things. I don't care about any of that. Just let me try once, please. It's meaningless. Even if you could go back to a year ago, the girl wouldn't even know who you are. You would be able to do nothing but stand there and watch her die, completely helpless." Zhang Ban Xian let out a long, heavy sigh. I pleaded in agony. "Teach me. I'm begging you. I don't have much time left either. I just want to see her one more time." Zhang Ban Xian reluctantly went inside to get the Meng Dai sheet music. He took out an ocarina, looked at the music, and began to play.
Re-sol? Sol-si do-si la?
Sol la si 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 la si la sol. 2 minutes later, he put the flute down. "See? Did I travel through time?" I pinched my thigh as hard as I could, but sadly, the sharp pain reminded me all too clearly that all of this was reality. Just then, 2 middle-aged women came over to ask Zhang Banxian to read their fortunes. One of them was holding 2 green rice cakes, and that vibrant green color looked so familiar.
"Excuse me, where did you buy those green rice cakes?"
I couldn't help but ask. From old lady Sue outside.
All the treats.
She makes are absolutely delicious. The middle-aged woman replied with a smile. Without waiting for her to finish, I rushed outside. Xiao Hu Dai once said that her grandmother had almost no white hair and no wrinkles at all, with eyes that were always bright and sharp. The fact that she was now so haggard turned out to be because of the immense grief of losing her granddaughter. She had to sell snacks because Xiao Hu Di's medical expenses had drained all the family's savings, forcing her to struggle just to get by. I ran out of the mountain gate and saw a hunched figure by the roadside. "Grandma, do you have any green rice cakes left?" I suppressed my overwhelming sorrow. "There is only one last one left." "Young man, you're quite lucky." Old Lady Sue gave a gentle smile, took the rice cake from her hand, and took a small bite. The fresh fragrance of the mugwort gradually spread across my tongue. The taste was exactly as I remembered. A muffled sob escaped me, and I doubled over, crying bitterly, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. Old Lady Sue was startled, and quickly helped me up. "Oh, young man, what's the matter?" I choked out through my tears. "Grandma, the last time I had these green rice cakes, Xiao Hu Dai made them. It's this exact same taste." Xiao Hu Dai. Old Lady Sue was suddenly stunned. It had been a very long time since she last heard that name. "Young man, what is your name?" "My name is Zhuang Xiang." In an instant, Old Lady Su's tears overflowed, streaming down the deep wrinkles on her face. She looked up, carefully searching my face. "You! Are you the one whose name?" she would call out even in her dreams. I nodded repeatedly too, choked up to find my voice. Then, Old Lady Sue led me back to Chuo Shui town. The 5-kilometer distance wasn't exactly far, but it wasn't close either. No wonder Xiao Hu Di's bus fare was 4 yuan. It turned out she had to transfer once at Zhao Yao Palace to get home. As soon as I entered, I saw a photo frame placed on the cabinet right by the entrance. The photo showed a girl in the prime of her youth, in a white shirt and blue skirt, with a blooming peach blossom tucked behind her ear. Since the day she left, I haven't moved it even once. I dust it every few days, pretending she's still right here with me. Old Lady Su's tears fell like rain. She opened the west-facing bedroom door. Old Lady Sue said softly,
"This is her room."
The room wasn't very large, only about 10 square meters. Inside, there was a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a few simple items. The bedding was as clean as new, but not a single trace of life's warmth could be felt. As soon as I walked in, I saw a familiar pair of white canvas shoes on the shoe rack, still perfectly clean. "Grandma, when did she pass away?" I asked softly, stifling my grief. "Last summer. It's been almost a year now." Old Lady Sue replied with a sob. Then she pulled out the desk drawer, took out a notebook, and placed it in my hand. "I didn't know your name at first, because she only ever called you a big dummy. After she was gone, I asked a girl from next door to read it to me. In here, she wrote about the story between her and you." I opened the first page and found a yellow ginkgo leaf that had been pressed and used as a bookmark. On the first page were 4 elegant, pretty words. Meng Dai Diary. I quickly flipped through a few pages. The inside was filled with dense handwriting, meticulously recording everything Xiaohu Dai saw and heard on her journey from the past to the future. Look at the last page first. Old Lady Su's voice was full of misery. I flipped to the back to find the last page with writing. There were only 2 sentences written there. You big dummy. I'll hate you forever. I never want to see you ever again. These words felt like a blade, stabbing straight through my heart. The second sentence was in a different ink, likely added later on. But I still miss you so much. The page was all wrinkled. If it had been soaked with water. No need to guess. Those were clearly the tears of Xiaohu Dai's ultimate sorrow. I kept flipping, but the remaining pages were all blank, without another word written. This meant that last Friday was indeed the last time Xiaohu Dai came to a year in the future. She won't be coming back anymore, and I will never see her again. Not even a single chance to explain remains. The thought alone tore my heart to pieces. I poured out my heart in tears to Old Lady Su. Grandma, I never intended to hurt her. I thought doing that was what was best for her. Old Lady Su shook her head and said, "What's the use of telling me? She can never hear you anymore. Dear, stop crying. She loved you so much. She surely wouldn't want you to be so heartbroken for her sake. Take this notebook and read it at your own pace." Old Lady Su spoke in a tone that signaled it was time for me to go. I bowed deeply to Old Lady Su, then slowly walked away from the Su residence, boarding the bus back to Zhaoyao Palace. I began to flip through the pages of her Meng Dai diary. December 14th, Wednesday, snowy. More than half a month has passed, and I've only just truly accepted what has happened to me. I want to use these words to record everything. If someone happens to read this in the future, just think of it as me having experienced a romantic dream. Today, I use the guzheng to play. The melody that fake old fortune teller gave me. After a moment of daze, the world around me suddenly became so different. Just a moment ago, it was spring. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into freezing winter weather. Furniture in the house had changed, and Grandma was nowhere to be found. I stepped out of the house, but couldn't see a single neighbor. It was as if everyone had just vanished overnight. I went to Zhaoyao Palace to ask that fake old fortune teller what was going on, but I couldn't find him either. The crowds around me were all unfamiliar faces. At that moment, I thought I was dreaming, but that magical melody really did take me into a dream to watch the winter snow fall. I took the bus to school to find my teachers and friends, but found that none of them were there anymore either. Our class 23 was now just an empty room. It was unbelievable. I asked many people, and finally confirmed that the time I was in was the winter of more than half a year later. My classmates had all graduated, and the teachers had moved on to teach new students. I went to the West Campus to look for Teacher Lee, and heard from others that he is currently the homeroom teacher of class 17, but I just couldn't find him. Gradually, I realized a pattern. Everyone I knew from before couldn't be met in this future world. Once here, I could only get to know strangers and make new friends. Under the light snow, I strolled through the food street outside the school gate, enjoying so many delicious foods. I told the lady selling fried potatoes that my name is Xiaohu Dai. Shez, the first friend I've made in this world. Super spicy fried potatoes, with a glass of Coca-Cola and lots of ice. It was honestly the best. That's right. Winter Coke definitely tastes better with ice. I wandered outside for a long time, eating and drinking to my heart's content. This world felt both familiar and very strange, until the sun began to set, and I suddenly felt a strong premonition that I absolutely had to go home immediately. I couldn't stay until it was completely dark. Otherwise, I might not be able to find my way back. At 6:10, I caught bus line 19 in front of the school gate to go home. The moment I opened the front door, everything returned to exactly how it was before. My room wasn't cold like it was before, and Grandma was busy cooking in the kitchen. A rich aroma filled the entire hallway. I asked her where she had gone during the day, and she said she had been home all day long, not stepping outside even for a second, lying awake in bed that night, thinking back on everything that happened today. I was so excited I couldn't even close my eyes. That fake old fortune teller didn't lie to me this time. It turns out that people really can travel through time. By the time winter actually arrives, I'll probably no longer be in this world. I really want to see Grandma then, to know if Shez's living well when there's no one left to accompany her. Will she feel lonely and isolated being all alone? But I can't see her, nor can I find her at all. That future world is half real and half illusory, just like a dream of a little butterfly. At midnight, my illness flared up again. My chest throbbed with intense pain, and I was afraid I would wake Grandma up, making her worry even more, so I could only grit my teeth and endure it, without daring to make a sound. Images of the future world from earlier today flashed vividly through my mind. I'm starting to realize that time travel comes at a very high price. Every time I go to the future, it causes irreparable damage to my body. Oh well. I won't live much longer anyway, so I'll just do whatever makes me happy. December 17th, Saturday, sunny. It's the weekend today. Following Dr. Chen's instructions, I went to the hospital for a follow-up. The doctor told me that my condition is continuing to worsen. Other than mountains of medicine and hollow words of comfort, there's nothing more he can do for me. After getting home, I still couldn't stop myself from playing the Mengdai piece for the second time, so I could go to the future winter. Even though I don't know a single soul in this world, I really like it here. Because here, no one knows about my illness, and everyone treats me like a normal person. It's not like Teacher Lee, who always indulges me to no end. Even when I forged his signature, he didn't say a single word of blame. I bought so many delicious things, but I don't have a single friend to share them with. I had to go to Shishan Park to feed the stray cats. The cats here are a bit dirty and scruffy, but each one has its own cute charm. That biggest orange cat, I named him Hu Zi. His face is always so grumpy. He looks like a walking rice bucket. Then there are the two light yellow kittens. They look quite similar. Maybe they're siblings. I called one Pudding and the other Cheese. But I still like the little gray cat the most. He always looks so silly and naive. His walk is so leisurely and slow, and he can never compete with the other cats when it's time to eat. He looks just like the silly cat from the cartoon. So I named him Tom. It's a really great name. I played around for the entire day, only heading back at dusk. The future world really is incredibly interesting. It's just a little bit lonely. It would be so nice if I could find a friend to play with. And of course, there's a price to pay for having too much fun. Late at night, the pain tortured me to within an inch of my life. I've decided I'll go once every weekend, and I'll come back right after feeding the cats. It's late spring here, and the peach blossoms have all faded. If I wait a bit longer, I'll be able to go to the future and watch the peach blossoms bloom. On that bus, as I read those playful yet warm words, I sobbed uncontrollably. This was the most beautiful and romantic dream of a terminally ill girl, counting down the days of her life. Xiao Hu Dai, in the end, did I dream of you? Or were you the one who dreamed of me? Stepping off the bus, I went to Zhao Yao Palace to see Zhang Banxian once more and handed him the notebook. Taoist master, I found the answer. After Zhang Banxian finished reading the first diary entry of Xiao Hudi, he was so stunned that his jaw dropped in disbelief. So that's how it is. So it was like this all along. He pulled out the Mengdi music score, pointed at the ancient Chinese characters on it, and told me that the meaning recorded here matched perfectly with what Xiao Hudi had written down. In short, this melody could truly transport a person through time and space, but it would also cause irreparable, permanent damage to the body. Going to the future world, unable to meet the people you once knew, only able to get to know strangers all over again. It was I who harmed that child. If I hadn't taught her this melody, perhaps she could have lived for a few more days.
Zhang Banxian observed quietly.
No, she was very grateful to you for giving her the chance to see a new world. I spoke out in pain because every single word written by Xiao Hudi exuded such warmth. Despite suffering through the physical torment, she still persisted in going there once every week. 3 months later, the turning point arrived. This diary entry was much longer than the previous ones. Wednesday, March 15th, sunny. Recently, my condition has been getting worse every day. Dr. Chen anxiously asked me if I was taking my medicine on time. Of course I can't tell him that I've become a time traveler. Naturally, there's a small price to pay. As for the peach blossom branch I brought back last time, I gave him a bouquet, wishing him a wonderful mood. He kept muttering about where peach blossoms would come from this season. This middle-aged man with the balding head is quite interesting. Today isn't the weekend. Logically speaking, I shouldn't go over there, but the school is having an arts performance. So I brought my guzheng to school. After the performance ended, I still couldn't stop myself from playing those special melodies. That miraculous power transported me to the future. This experience, compared to all the times before, was so much more fascinating. I appeared at the school basketball court, under the ginkgo tree in the northwest corner. In front of me was a boy wearing a floral shirt. He was staring intensely at the towering perimeter wall, seeming like he was planning to sneak out. A student wearing such colorful clothes is truly a rare sight. He said his name was Zhuang Ziang from class 9, and he looked quite unhappy. I don't know why, but I really wanted to give him a hand. So we climbed the wall together. This isn't something a good student should do, but it brought an indescribable joy. When jumping down from the wall, he pulled me tightly into his embrace. In that moment, my heart beat strangely fast. We had just touched the ground when a middle-aged man shouted at us. He grabbed my hand and ran like crazy through the streets. His hand was so warm. I liked the feeling of him holding my hand like this. I took him to eat some French fries. He told me his story, which made my heart ache for him.
What a pitiful boy.
While eating fries, he suddenly got a nosebleed. I occasionally get nosebleeds too, so I'm quite experienced in stopping the bleeding. Gently touching the back of his neck, looking at him this closely. His facial features are actually quite handsome. Hez, my junior, probably a year younger than me, but in this magical space-time, we should technically be the same age. So it doesn't count as a Nunadongsang thing, right? After that, we ate so many delicious things. Then went to the library to read together. And just like that, we naturally became friends. Being by his side is truly wonderful. I want to make him happy again. Time flew by so fast today. If in the mere blink of an eye, it was already sunset. I have to go back now, but if I could, I would really love to stay with him all night. When I returned to Xiaoyao Palace, I stopped by the pharmacy to buy a hemostatic ointment. The doctor said this kind is very effective for nosebleeds. I already decided while on the bus that I will go find him again tomorrow. Since I'm going tomorrow, I won't go this weekend. Just let me be a little selfish. As expected, when night fell, my whole body began to ache. The painkillers Dr. Chen gave me had no effect at all. That melody probably can't be played many more times. I'll go see Zhuangziang 2 or 3 more times to help him become happier and more optimistic. And then I won't go there anymore. Initially, I only wanted to see the snowfall. One shouldn't be too greedy. I wonder if when we can no longer meet, he will still remember me. Turns out a boy's lips taste like beer. Turns out that accidental kiss when we were drunk. He actually knew about it all along. It's just that he was too shy to ever mention it again. Tuesday, March 21st, sunny. Dr. Chen kept asking me repeatedly if I was following the doctor's orders and taking my medicine on time. I didn't dare tell him that I'm doing something that's practically a death wish. Based on the checkup reports, my condition is deteriorating very rapidly. It's finally time for the mandatory surgery. But the success rate is only 60%. Even if it's successful, it'll only prolong my life by a month or two. I'm about to lose the chance to see that silly boy again. Today is the day of his monthly exam. The day before, I asked that old fraud for a red blessing string, hoping it would bring him some good luck. I must say that old fraud's string weaving skills are truly terrible. Silly boy, if I can't come back, then keep this as a memento of me. Maybe I'm just a passerby in his life, having only known him for a brief week. In the future, he probably won't even remember me. However, after the exam was over, he actually told me that he likes me. I didn't dare give him a direct answer, because I simply have no future. Lying on his bed, I told him I'd be busy for a few days. While speaking, I didn't dare look him in the eye, because I was afraid of seeing the disappointment in his gaze, and I especially didn't dare tell him that I might never, ever come back again. I greedily held onto his hand, fearing that if I let go, I would lose him forever. We said our goodbyes by the hyacinths in full bloom. I hugged him from behind, but there's one thing he doesn't know, that I secretly kissed his back. I hope I have enough courage to walk calmly onto the operating table, and I hope I still have a chance to come back and see you again. Sunday, April 2nd, raining. I woke up very early today, using the soybeans I soaked last night to make tofu pudding for my silly boy. Just imagining him eating it happily filled my heart with joy all along the way. Even though I was getting soaked by the rain, through the silly boy's stories, I finally heard news about Grandma. After traveling to the future, I couldn't find her, nor did I know if she was doing well. Even though I understood that, once I'm no longer in this world, she will surely be heartbroken. I could never have imagined that her life could have become so miserable. Despite the torrential rain, I searched all over Xiaoyao Palace for a long time, but I couldn't find a single trace of her. In that moment, my heart clenched with an agonizing pain. I'm not a good child, and I'm not filial at all. Knowing clearly that I don't have much time left, I only thought of having fun for myself, and completely forgot to stay by her side and take care of her, because he went out looking for me. That silly boy got soaked in the rain and caught a fever. I really wanted to stay and take care of him, but after undergoing the surgery, my body no longer has the strength to travel through time so frequently. For Grandma's sake, I can't keep coming here forever either. In the days I have left, I should spend my time with her to make her life just a little bit better. So, the only thing I can do is say sorry to that silly boy and hope he won't resent me. As I was about to leave, I gave him a soft kiss. This time it didn't taste like beer. I hope he will always remember the taste of me. I told him to wait for me, that before I close my eyes for the last time, I will definitely come back to see him one last time, even if we have no future. I still want to be able to tell you in person, I love you. Reading these lines, imagining Zhao Hudi's state of mind at that time, my heart felt like it was being slashed by a knife. The last time she appeared, she must have been so full of anticipation for our meeting. Recalling the heartless words I had spat out, I hated myself so much I wanted to slap my own face. If you like playing hide and seek so much, then just disappear for good. I don't want to see you ever again. I've seen through all your little tricks, so please, stop bothering me. Those words were like sharp daggers, stabbing deep into Zhao Hudi's tiny heart. At that time, I only wanted to push her away, thinking that it was the best thing for her. Now that I understand the truth, everything is too late. I've run out of time. With Zhang Bangxian's help, I recorded the Mengdi melody in staff notation. No matter what happens, I still want to give it a try, to see if I can meet Xiao Hudi again, even if it's just for one brief meeting, to say just one thing to her, so she can truly understand what's in my heart. Zhang Bangxian was about to say something, but ultimately held back. After all, I'm someone with not much time left anyway. Just let me do what I want, so I don't have to carry another regret at the end of my life. Returning to my rented room, I took out my bamboo flute and anxiously began to play the Mengdi melody, time and time again. I played until I was lightheaded and out of breath. Yet the scenery around me didn't change even a single bit. Perhaps only a musical genius like Zhao Hudi could travel freely through time like that. I collapsed onto the table in utter despair and silently let the tears fall. Sharp pain surged from my abdomen, the signal that the illness was ravaging this body. I've run out of time. I wonder, is there still a soul after a person dies? If there is, then when I meet Xiao Hudi in the afterlife, I can still explain everything to her. But if there isn't, then this will become a permanent regret. The disease ravages my body more with each passing day. I've almost completely stopped attending classes at school. I spend most of my time quietly locked in my room, practicing that Mengdi melody. Occasionally, I still drop by the school, sitting blankly by the flower bed, or under the old ginkgo tree, longing endlessly for the person who is no longer here.
Lu Ruyan and Teng Cheng can only
watch helplessly as I take each step closer to death. No matter how much they grieve or cry, they cannot change a single thing. After the second period of the afternoon ended,
Lu Ruyan stepped out of the restroom.
She stood silently on the second floor hallway, and out of habit, cast her gaze toward the flower bed, where the hyacinths were showing off their vibrant colors. Suddenly, she was stunned to see someone there, a figure wearing a white shirt and a blue skirt. Lu Ruyan was dazed for a moment. As soon as she regained her senses, she immediately ran down the stairs at full speed. However, by the time she reached the flower bed, not a single soul was in sight. Could it be that she was just hallucinating? Lu Ruyan's eyes welled up with hot tears. She cried out loudly, "Xiao Hudi, is that you? Please, come out.
Last time we were just lying to trick you?
The one Zhuangxiang has always loved is you. He doesn't have much time left. So please, just show yourself. Let him see you for the very last time." But no matter how long she screamed, no one answered. Lu Ruyan completely broke down and sobbed uncontrollably. Crouching down beside the flower bed, amidst her choked-up sobs, there appeared before her tear-filled lashes a pair of pristine white canvas shoes. When she looked up, Su Wudi was standing right there in front of her. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and her lips had lost every bit of their rosy color. It seemed that illness was also tormenting her own body. "Xiao Hudi, it really is you. You finally decided to show up. So it turns out last time wasn't the last time after all." Lu Ruyan choked out, her voice a mix of joy and sorrow. Su Woody's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "I just wanted to look at him one more time. Just this one final look is enough. So that from now on, I will never, ever come back to bother him again. Please, take good care of him, and make him happy every single day." Even though Su Wudi had been deeply hurt by my words during our previous encounter, she still loved me with all her heart. Despite the heartless things I had said, she simply couldn't suppress the feelings in her heart. Before her final breaths were drawn, she still couldn't stop the urge to see me one last time, even without saying a single word, just to be able to steal a glance from afar. Lu Ruyan gripped Su Woody's hands tightly and choked out through her tears. "When he said those things to you last time, it was actually because he had a pain he couldn't express. The one he loves most in his heart has always been you."
What?
Su Woody's face was filled with shock and confusion. He doesn't have much time left. He only hoped you would forget him, so that you could live the rest of your life well. But at that time, he had no idea that you were also— Lu Ruyan was so choked up she couldn't speak, unable to say another word. Liu Ruyan immediately ran toward the classroom and pulled out my medical diagnosis report. The moment she saw that medical report, the shock in Su Woody's heart surged with incomparable intensity. How could this be?
Why did things have to turn out like this?
So it turns out he's just like me, with hardly any time left.
"You idiot! You really are the world's biggest fool!"
Her weak body made it seem as though she no longer had the strength to stand. "Where is he?" Xiao Hudi's voice was trembling violently. "Hez in his rented room. Hez exhausting every ounce of his strength trying to find a way to see you." Lu Ruyan answered softly. "You all already knew everything."
"Yes. He went to see your grandmother."
"And has also read all of your diary entries." Su Wudi struggled to her feet to go find me immediately. At this moment, I was confining myself in a dark room, the curtains drawn tight without letting in a single crack of light. I no longer cared whether it was day or night outside, nor did I want to count how many days I had left to live. A gentle knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice exhausted and weary, secretly guessing it was probably just Lu Ruyan and Teng Cheng again. "It's me, my silly boy." The moment I heard the reply from outside, I started and bolted upright from the bed. My eyes stared wide at that door. Is this my hallucination? Or am I still lost in a dream? I didn't dare believe that Xiao Hudi could actually appear once more. My hand trembled as it touched the doorknob. I tried to steady my nerves, then used all my strength to wrench the door open. And there she was, the girl I longed for every night, standing right there. Our eyes met, and we couldn't utter a single word. Only a silent, choked-up emotion. "Xiao Hudi, silly boy." Su Wudi lunged straight into my arms, and the two of us held each other tightly, refused to let go. Hot tears streamed down, soaking each other's shoulders. I burst into tears and tried to explain. "Xiao Hudi, I'm so sorry for the things I said to you last time." Su Wudi hurriedly cut me off. "Don't say it. I understand. Everything. I understand it all now." After embracing for a long time, we finally let go and gazed into each other's eyes with deep affection. I reached out and gently caressed her cheek. "How did you become so thin?" Xiao Hudi sniffled.
"You too, silly boy.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because I love you." I finally had the chance to say those words directly to her.
"I love you too."
Xiao Hudi answered without a moment's hesitation. I silently thanked the heavens for finally having mercy and giving me this chance to clear up all the misunderstandings with Xiao Hudi. Even though our meeting this time is destined to be incredibly brief, like fireworks that bloom and fade in an instant, that radiant beauty is enough to be etched in my heart for a lifetime. "Silly boy, this is the last time I'll come to see you." Su Wudi pressed her cheek against my warm chest and silently listened to the beating of my heart. I gripped her hands tightly, unable to let go for even a single second. As if by some mistake I let go, she would immediately vanish into thin air and never return again. Su Wudi looked up slightly, her tear-filled eyes asking, "Can we go visit Nanhua village together one more time?" I answered painfully. With me in this state right now, if Grandpa and Grandma see me, it will break their hearts. But I really want to see. Grandpa performed the Iron Flower dance once with my own eyes. Su Wudi expressed her final wish. "Daunt, you have to return before dark." Fear began to kindle within my heart. "I won't go back today." "Ill, stay with you forever," Su Wudi said firmly. "No. You must go back. Exactly 6:10, I'll take you to the bus stop." My tears overflowed, impossible to restrain. I immediately understood the implication hidden in Xiao Huti's words won't go back. According to the ancient texts regarding the Mengdi melody, if one does not return to their real world before night falls, the price is their very life. Silly boy, I've run out of time anyway. Let me etch into my mind in these final moments the most beautiful images of this world. Okay? My mind fell into a violent struggle like never before. If I agreed, it would be as if I were sending Xiao Huti to the afterlife with my own hands. But if I were heartless enough to refuse her, it would cause Xiao Huti to depart in endless regret. Even if I made it back before dark, I would have no way of coming to see you again, silly boy. This is truly the final meeting between the two of us. In your world, I'm already a dead person anyway. Please, fulfill this wish for me. Su Wudi pleaded earnestly. I gritted my teeth, so choked up I couldn't speak, only able to shake my head repeatedly in hopelessness. My heart felt as if it were being stabbed by 1,000 knives. Alright, let's head out right now. After a long while, I finally steeled my heart and agreed to Xiao Huti's request. The time we had left together was merely 3 or 4 final hours. It was already starting to get very dark, so taking the bus wouldn't be fast enough. Therefore, I called a taxi to take us straight to Nanhua village. I called Grandpa to ask him to prepare everything beforehand. When Grandpa received the call and heard that Xiao Huti was coming to visit the village, he was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Yet he could never have expected that. A devastating sorrow was silently approaching. By the time we arrived at Nanhua village, the sun had already dipped behind the distant mountains. Grandpa and a few villagers were in the middle of a clearing, using fresh willow branches to build. A 2-story flower scaffold 6 meters high. Right in the center stood a towering flagpole. The instant he saw Su Wudi and me, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. "Xiang, Xiao Huti, why are your faces so pale?" I didn't have the courage to speak the painful truth, so I had to lie to get by. "There has been a seasonal flu going around the city lately," Grandpa instructed with a worried look. "You two must take good care of yourselves. Don't let me worry about you too much." I had to try to hold back the tears that were about to fall, then turn my head slightly so Grandpa wouldn't see the moisture welling in the corners of my eyes. Night slowly began to blanket the surroundings. When the villagers heard that Grandpa was going to perform the Iron Flower dance, they all gathered early around the clearing to watch. Meanwhile, Su Wudi and I sat leaning against each other on a willow branch. We huddled close together, our fingers tightly interlaced. Every single second together right now had become priceless. The bright red flames from the furnace melted the iron to an extreme temperature of 1,600 degrees Celsius. Even sitting from a distance, we could still feel the intense burning waves of heat. Before the official performance began, a series of extremely complex sacrificial rituals had to be performed. Grandfather respectfully performed every single step without a mistake. After the sacrificial rites were completed, all eyes were fixed and focused entirely on Grandfather. Everyone seemed to hold their breath in anticipation, their hearts filled with great expectation. Next, Grandfather used a fresh willow wood stick to scoop up the glowing molten iron water, and with all his might, he delivered a powerful strike, sending that 1,600-degree molten iron toward the willow frame. In an instant, iron sparks splattered everywhere. Golden fire flowers dozens of meters high bloomed in the night sky, like a brilliant meteor shower streaking across the heavens. Suddenly, the entire space lit up as if it were broad daylight. That incredibly powerful visual effect shook the souls of everyone present at the scene. The magnificent beauty of that moment was clearly reflected in Su Wudi's eyes. She emotionally grasped my hand. "It's so beautiful." Under the firelight, I gazed at her exquisite, flawless side profile. Tears began to flow once more. She was truly beautiful. Sadly, just like this brilliant halo filling the sky. It was merely a fleeting moment. Grandfather scooped more molten iron, striking it hard into the air. Golden snowflakes fell all over the sky, as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. "Silly, thank you. Being able to see such a wonderful scene, I have no more regrets." Su Wudi leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Xiao Huti, it's completely dark now. Does it mean you can't go back anymore?" I felt an agonizing pain in my heart. "Your chest is so warm. Let me lie here for a while." Su Wudi nestled into my arms, continuing to enjoy Grandfather's performance. That brilliant halo filling the sky bloomed again and again in the dark night air, also reflecting in Xiao Huti's clear eyes. It turns out this world is actually this beautiful. The molten iron gradually ran out, and the performance was coming to an end. All the villagers watching felt a sense of lingering regret. In the pitch-black night, a soft hand gently touched my cheek. "Silly, if this is our destiny, I will wait for you in another world." I tightly held Xiao Huti's hand. "Don't go, please don't go." Su Wudi left my embrace and softly pressed a kiss upon my lips. "You must remember my flavor, so you won't fail to find me later." As for me, besides repeating "don't go," I could no longer say anything else. The performance had completely ended. Grandfather ordered some lights to be turned on, but found that only I was sitting in the corner. That person had vanished without a trace. Grandfather asked in surprise, "Ziyang, where is Zhao Hudi? She's gone." I cried until my voice was hoarse. I knew that at this very moment, in the world of 1 year ago, Zhao Hudi had collapsed by her guzheng and would never wake up again. I stayed in Nanhua village for one night. Early the next morning, I choked back tears and said goodbye to my grandparents. This departure was a final farewell. Grandfather kept nagging incessantly, telling me to eat on time and focus on my nutrition. The weather is still a bit chilly. Don't dress too lightly. Remember to bring Zhao Hudi back when the summer break starts. I could only nod silently. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth, that Zhao Hudi would never come again. Grandfather walked me to the edge of the village to wait for the bus. "Grandfather, this craft of forging iron flowers. You must find someone to pass it on to." Grandfather shook his head and sighed. "Young people nowadays only care about making money. Nobody wants to learn this. It's both dangerous and doesn't pay well." I looked at him with determined eyes and said, "There will surely be someone who wants to learn. In this world, there are always people willing to pursue beautiful things. Then when you come back for summer break, it'll teach you." Grandfather joked, "Yes, grandfather, you must take care of your health. No matter what happens in the future, please don't be too sad, grandfather." I instructed him carefully. "No. This old man has already reached this age. I've experienced and understood everything. Nothing can make me sad anymore." Grandfather stroked his beard and smiled, completely unaware of the deep hidden meaning in my words. The bus slowly approached. The final moment of parting had arrived. I stepped onto the bus, waving continuously to grandfather. He also kept waving, muttering, "Ziyang, come home early, my grandson." The bus began to move, and grandfather's figure grew further and further away. My tears fell like a rushing river, my whole body consumed by a great sorrow. The greatest pain in this world is for an elder to see a younger person pass away first. Back in the city, I stopped taking my medication, letting the illness ravage my body. I just wanted to end this quickly. Or rather, to go to another world, to meet my beloved Zhao Hudi sooner. A few days later, my condition became terminal, and medicine no longer had any effect, carrying my dying body. I once more walked through the gates of Zhaoyao Temple, going to the side hall where Zhang Bangxian gave divinations. Zhang Bangxian was naturally carefree, but seeing my sickly appearance, he couldn't help but feel deep compassion. "Oh, this illness of yours is exactly like hers." I gave a faint smile. "Taoist master." She came to see me once again. It turns out she didn't leave in misunderstanding and regret. "This is the greatest grace heaven has bestowed upon me. Have you learned that song yet?" Zhang Bangxian asked. "If I don't learn it, I'll never see her again." "It's all right. If you truly returned to the past and met her all over again, it would just be repeating the same path, making it hard to escape this sea of suffering." Zhang Bangxian offered words of comfort. "Taoist master, I have only one final wish now. Would you lead me to visit her grave?" I made my final request. Afterward, Zhang Bangxian took me to Chushui town. Su Yudi's grave was on the hillside south of the town. Following the rugged path up the mountain, I was surprised to find this place, also covered in blooming azaleas. Zhuangzhu's heart dreams of a butterfly. Wang Dis Spring's soul entrusts itself to the azaleas. Seeing the name Su Yudi clearly on the tombstone, along with that black and white photo, my heart felt a sharp, stinging pain. Just a few nights ago, we were watching the iron flowers together. Yet in this real world, she has already been gone for a year. I reached out to stroke the photo on the tombstone, feeling as if your warmth still lingered there. Zhang Bangxian patted my shoulder. "Life and death are predestined. In the transformation of energy and form, heaven and earth are like a great house, and both songs and cries are only natural." I recognize this as a classic allusion from Zhuangzi, the song of drumming on the tub. Human life and death are like the movement of the four seasons. They cannot be defied. But I am not an ancient sage after all. I don't have such an open concept of life and death. My heart still aches. "Taoist master, please let me be alone with her for a moment." Zhang Bangxian nodded silently and turned to walk away. I repeatedly stroked the three words Su Yudi, etching every stroke deep into my heart. A long time later, I took out my bamboo flute and began playing Mengdi. The melodious sound echoed throughout the mountains, spreading among the azalea bushes, waking swarms of fluttering butterflies. Zhang Bangxian leaned against a tree in the distance, unable to hold back his tears upon hearing the flute. I don't know how long passed. The flute song ended, but I still didn't come down the mountain. Zhang Bangxian followed the mountain path back to Su Yudi's grave, but he found the place completely deserted. On the ground lay only a bamboo flute, still stained with spots of blood. Zhang Bangxian's face paled with shock, and he called out loudly, but no one answered. He didn't know if I had quietly sought death, or if I had successfully traveled back to the past. Whichever the case, it brought heart-wrenching pain to anyone who knew. A few days later, Deng Haijun brought Deng Cheng and Lu Ruyan to find Zhang Bangxian, to ask about my whereabouts. Zhang Bangxian could only tell them the truth, and lead them to Su Yudi's grave, watching a pair of butterflies playing among the flowers. Lu Ruyan said through her sobs, "Could they be like Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yintai, transforming into a pair of butterflies?" Deng Cheng said while crying, "The first time I met Zhao Hudi, she quoted Zhuangzhou's lines to me. 'The butterfly is me, and I am the butterfly.'" Deng Haijun had just one. a gold medal in the physics competition. Previously, he always thought time travel was just a romantic hypothesis. Now knowing the story of Zhao Hudi and me, he couldn't help but sigh with endless emotion. Don't be too sad anymore. When I achieve time travel in the future, it'll take everyone back to find Zhuangziang. The three of them had a good cry at the cemetery, suddenly feeling that this was also a kind of release. Perhaps for them, this was already the most beautiful ending. In some other unknown world, we might be together for a lifetime. Zhuangziang and Zhao Hudi are both gone. And the story ends here. A year ago, Zhao Hudi dreamed of Zhuangziang. A year later, Zhuangziang dreamed of Zhao Hudi. Was it Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Even after 1,000 years, no one knows. Watching up to this point, I believe everyone is moved to tears. There will be a side story later. You can continue following at the bottom left. Afterward, there's a part 2 about the story of our good brother Deng Cheng and the goddess. Thank you for watching.